Good morning, everybody. I declare open this hearing of the Senate Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee into the 26-27 budget estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I also extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are here today. The committee has set Friday the 5th of June 2026 as the date by which senators are to submit written questions on notice, and Friday the 17th of July 2026 is the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee's proceedings today will begin with the Indigenous portfolio agencies, followed by Finance portfolio as listed on today's program. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session, and this includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance for questions at estimates hearings. Any question going to the operation or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds and estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has discretion to withhold details or explanations from Parliament. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given every reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to a superior officer or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policy or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and I incorporate the public immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind senators of their obligation under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. As is my usual practice, I've provided copies of the code in the room for your reference, and I intend to ensure that it is upheld. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and capacity in which they appear. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. So, I welcome Senator the Honourable Malarndirri McCarthy, Minister for Indigenous Australians, and Ms Julianne Guevara, the Chief Executive Officer, and other officers of the National Indigenous Australians Agency. Minister, would you like to make an opening statement?
Good morning, Chair. I'd just like to acknowledge the traditional owners of this land that we come to today and just pay my respects to Elders past, present and emerging, and look forward to being a part of the committee hearings today and tomorrow.
Thank you. Ms Guevara, would you like to make an opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. Like the Minister, just to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands in which we're meeting today, and also to acknowledge that today, of course, is Sorry Day. It's the start of Reconciliation Week. Overnight, of course, the government made an additional announcement of $2.6 million to support the Healing Foundation. So $1 million for the Healing Foundation and $1.6 for link-ups. That's in addition to the $87 million that was provided earlier this year to support stolen generations and link-up services across the country. Obviously, the work that the agency and the government continues to do on supporting healing, both through the support we give to the Healing Foundation and link-ups, but also through the work that we do with the Territory Stolen Generations Redress Scheme, is an important part of the healing that the nation requires. So I think on this day, Sorry Day, it's just important that we record that for the record. Thanks.
Thank you. Do you maybe want to start with just giving us a sense of what the Healing Foundation and Link Up are doing and what this additional funding will assist with?
I might, yes, ask my colleague Deborah Fulton and her team just to provide a bit more of the details in terms of the work that they do. But really it is supporting stolen generation survivors. Link-ups obviously help people connect with their families and community histories. They really provide that sort of trauma-informed support to people who are genuinely searching for their histories. When we know in this country, obviously, there has been challenges with families separated, obviously, through previous policies of government. And so that work obviously continues, and the support to link-ups is, one of the things that we do. The Healing Foundation obviously is the peak body and an advocate for stolen generation organisations that work across the country as well. But as I said, I might just turn to Ms Fulton in case there's anything else you wanted to add.
Thank you. Good morning. Deborah Fulton, Acting Deputy CEO for Policy and Programs. I think you've actually covered it, Ms Goodvara, but they do play a really important role. We work closely with the Healing Foundation on the work they do, which supports us in our oversight of the Stolen Generation Redress Scheme, but they also play a really important role bringing different stakeholders together to look at unfinished business that still needs to be addressed, most recently in a couple of records-related symposiums around how do people access their records, what are the barriers to sharing records of survivors, and the link-ups do play that very important role around supporting survivors, helping them connect to family. It also helps them know where they might be able to go for redress, whether it's our scheme or others. And they also work with AATSIS Family History Unit that has an important archival record as well.
Great. Thank you very much. We'll go to Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you. Good morning. I suppose I'd like to just get straight into things, given the little time we have for Indigenous portfolio these days. I want to ask some questions around Tunganjira Council, particularly some of the failings around the tragic loss of my niece, Kumandjay, little baby. And the circumstances surrounding her death. So I suppose what I'd like to understand is what warning signs existed in relation to her death prior to, and were they being tracked at all at a Commonwealth level? Was there any understanding at all, knowledge?
Chair, if I can just seek clarification, warning signs in relation to little baby's death? Because there is a coronial investigation underway and an investigation currently underway. So I just seek clarification to your question.
Okay, so before her death, what practical steps had been taken to improve safety of children in Central Australian town camps?
So I might just, at this point, just say that where we have something like the coronial inquest, we will tread very gently in terms of what we do in this room to ensure it does not have any consequences on those investigations. So I'll just say that first.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Senator, for the question. I think then, given what you have instructed as Chair as well, we would confine our comments then to the programs that we do run, either through Tunganjira in terms of some of the supports that we have running through them. And then Ms Ballinger could also elaborate a little bit further on, some of the broader the Central Australia supports that we have. So I'm going to hand across to Ms Ballinger.
Thank you. Good morning. Bridget Ballinger, Group Manager, Central Group. So firstly, child protection is a critical issue, not only in town camps but across the Northern Territory and more broadly Australia. The statutory responsibility for child protection does sit with the Northern Territory Government, but having said that, we do fund a range of services that support children, families and communities, including through Aboriginal community-controlled organisations such as Tunganjira. So specifically in town camps, some of the services that are funded are the child play groups, where they actually, it provides both children and family supports, Senator, so that is something that we do. The other thing I would say more broadly about child protection is we also are a member of the Tripartite Forum. So that's a forum that includes the Commonwealth Government, the Northern Territory Government, and also peak bodies, Aboriginal organisations. So peaks actually chair that forum, and through that they monitor, across the territory various different components of the system. And certainly peaks have a very strong voice through that forum as well. In addition to that, through NT-RAY, more broadly across remote communities, not so much in Alice Springs, we also have the supported caseworker services to assist with early intervention and wraparound services for children and families.
So, have NIA officials seen the photos of the house in the Oldtimers camp where Kumandee Little Baby was staying before she was taken?
So, Senator Price, I have the day-to-day responsibility for the Northern Territory for NIA. I've got a team of staff with Byron Matthews in Alice Springs as well, so we regularly visit town camps. I've been there recently speaking to residents. I accompanied the Northern Territory Government as well as the Central Australian Housing Committee, CHICA, and Tangingia. So as we went and visited a number of town camps, and we just talked about how things were going, the NT Government certainly have taken on, they have housing, tenancy, support, repairs and maintenance responsibility. So there was lots of conversations about how they could do that better. We support other services, of course, in the town camps. It was good to see, the community centres that run in most of the town camps, and that's where the children play groups and other services like that actually run.
So the NIAA has a fairly intimate relationship with town camps then. So,
Senator, I would say on that certainly we meet regularly on the services that we provide, which again are some of the child and family support services.
So our townships around Alice Springs, some of these town camps deemed safe places to raise a child?
Senator, if I could speak broadly, I think there are many residents, and certainly I've met with them. This wasn't my first visit, obviously, to the town camps. I do that fairly regularly, and certainly my staff with their site visits even more so. I do think there are many residents in, good housing in town camps. They wanted that message to be portrayed very clearly. There are some isolated housing, that is perhaps, definitely needs further support, and we all acknowledge that.
But you can agree that there are places that aren't safe to raise a child. I mean, I've also got a very intimate understanding of town camps myself. What do you think are the main risks to children in those town camps, in those unsafe areas?
Senator, I think you're asking the Ms Bellinger for an opinion. As you said,
I think it's an assessment, which is why the programs are in place. They obviously have to assess the safeness of circumstances for children. I thought that would be a priority as well.
There are a range. So obviously we work, as Ms Bellinger said, with Tangingia on a range of different programs. She's outlined ones that are obviously in support of children, but we do family, domestic and sexual violence programs with them. We also run employment services with Tang. So there's a lot of engagement with Tang around how do we support those communities in town camps more generally. It's not just, the supports are obviously directly to a child, but actually we do a lot of services to support the family units more generally through the funding that we give.
But there is an understanding to maintain some level of understanding about risks to children for the very important work that's being carried out, I would imagine. You've mentioned family and sexual violence. Are those risks? Those are risks. So I suppose that's what I would like to understand, what you consider to be risk. So it'd be family, sexual violence, employment opportunities, those sorts of things.
That's correct, Senator. So again, I would say that the Northern Territory Government has primary responsibility for child protection, and certainly, it is their responsibility to be doing some of those assessments. I would say that the services that we provide, we do have the remote jobs economic development program and the remote area employment service program, as well as a number of other activities.
So I suppose, in what circumstances should cultural considerations outweigh the safety of a child? Is that something that's taken into consideration?
Senator, we don't run the child protection services. I'm sorry, I'm not sure
understandable.
how they do that.
I understandable, but I also understand that millions of dollars are spent in this space, and part of that is safety of Indigenous children, which is the responsibility of us all, including Commonwealth departments. And I know that culture plays a key role in many decisions that are being made right across the board. So I suppose, does that come into consideration at all in any of the directions that are provided, any of the funding that's provided by Commonwealth entity?
Senator, we've got, a range of key performance indicators with all of our funding agreements with all providers, and that is the key consideration as to whether people actually deliver that service and then get paid. So, I guess that's how I would answer that question.
And certainly, Senator, within the administration of those grants to those providers, we do have things like working with vulnerable people checks as well. So in terms of the safety of the delivery of the programs, there are safeguards that we have in place. In terms of the overall policy settings, obviously the government has safe and supported as our national framework for child protection and safety issues, which we all, from a Commonwealth perspective, and states and territories have signed up to. That, of course, includes the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander child placement principles, which, yes, we support. Obviously, DSS is the department who administers the safe and supported programs.
So when NIAA officials identify unsafe conditions during site visits, what escalation process follows, if any?
I think in Victoria, in the Northern Territory, there are mandatory requirements to report any incidents where we feel that there would be child safety issues of concern, and so we adhere to the requirements of each jurisdiction, and so we do so in the Northern Territory.
What about unsafe housing notifications? Has NIAA made any to the Northern Territory government, and how many in the last 12 months, if any?
I'd need to take that on notice.
Okay. I suppose, is it the department's view that living conditions shown in the photos that we've seen, that a 5-year-old being put to bed on a mattress in a living room surrounded by Jim Beam bottles in a house where the doors don't lock are acceptable for any child? Is it considered that this is acceptable at all?
Chair, may I just step in there? Again, we have no photos before us that have been tabled to the committee. I have mentioned at the outset that there is a coronial investigation and an investigation underway. I think it would be unwise to make any assessment of any situation that's currently before the courts.
I suppose. Okay, so
Minister.
any situation like that, as the condition as I've described.
Sure. So speaking more broadly, I'm sure the agency will be able to respond.
So, Senator, I'm happy to respond more generally on the condition on housing, because that has been an issue, and I think Ms Bellinger had said when she had recently visited and talked to town camp residents the concerns around housing more generally. That is one of the reasons, obviously, that the government made the commitment to the $4 billion Northern Territory housing agreement. There has been efforts made not only in the most recent housing agreement but the last few to look at the construction of new homes in town camps. So I think over the 18 Alice Springs town camps there is a delivery, they fit within the delivery footprint, obviously, of the $4 billion Northern Territory Remote Federation funding agreement. There has been a series of homes that have been built under the most recent agreement, as well as the two prior agreements to that. So there is an ongoing effort with both new home builds, but also we do have a program of cyclical repairs and maintenance. So property tenancy and maintenance also fits under that national federal funding agreement.
But you would agree that would those conditions that I've described, would they come under mandatory reporting requirements if a child is found in such conditions? For NIAA?
Senator, so it's very rare that we would actually enter into a house to look at our service delivery. That sits more with the Northern Territory Government. But I'm confident that if we were to do that in any situation, that, you know, we would report that. But when we visit town camps, it's normally to the community centres. There are outside areas, and I know that you know town camps and others very well, where we would meet with residents and actually service providers. So that's more the kind of work and site visits we do. There is no reason for us to actually enter a house.
Okay, so there's widespread public reporting about conditions in the Oldtimers camp and other town camps. Reports about without functioning cooktops, without working showers, without even locks on the doors. So are officials aware of these reports?
And Senator Price, I'm going to rotate the call after this.
Yeah, so Senator Price, certainly the Northern Territory Government is aware of those, and I've been privy to conversations where they've been working directly with Tungunjia about how they may do that better and sort of streamline some of the repairs and maintenance. But again, that side of the business, if you like, housing, repairs and maintenance and tenancy support actually do sit with the Northern Territory Government.
Thank you. We can come back to you. We'll go to Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. I submitted an OPD, which Labor didn't want me to do because they didn't want it on the public record. It was related to the Northern Territory Remote Aboriginal Investment Agreement, and we've discovered this agreement is stalled and no money has gone to communities. Why has the implementation of this agreement taken so long?
So, Senator, I think that is possibly a mischaracterisation of what's happened with the agreements. As you would be aware, the government made an announcement last year of a new Northern Territory Remote Investment Agreement and a funding commitment of $846 million. There was negotiations, obviously, of different schedules under the new agreement compared to the old NT-RAE. I'll get Ms Bellinger to actually describe what has been happening during this transition period, because, yes, there was negotiations of new schedules and new reporting requirements. The OPD in question that you referred to obviously had information around the reporting under the old agreement, which continued on in various aspects until the new agreement would be put in place. So I'll let Ms Bellinger...
Am I going to be explained a whole layer of bureaucracy that's got in the way of delivering this? Because that's what I prefer not
Senator,
to go through. I'd rather it go unnoticed than waste
Senator,
my time.
I think we will give you the full details of what has actually occurred in terms of, as you say, how our services have continued on, even though there's been this transition between the old agreement and the new. So I'll hand across to Ms Bellinger.
Good morning, Senator Thorpe. Thank you. So I guess there's a couple of points I'll make. Firstly, we pay retrospectively, so all of those services have delivered. Yep. So the NT government actually are delivering the full range of services under the agreement. So, they have reported against that in our joint steering committee meetings. They will then issue the performance reports to us, and we pay retrospectively. So a lot
Can
of
we see those reports?
So they're actually under assessment at the moment, Senator. We haven't got those ready, and if we had, we would have included them in the OPD, but they're not yet finalised.
If they're under assessment, how do you know they're working?
So that is the assessment we're currently doing right now as we speak, but we do site visits out to communities, Senator. We do have staff out there, and we do have the different departments come into the Joint Steering Committee and provide, you know, evidence, and that does take time. Like, this is a real reform. Sorry.
Thank you very much. So you've just said that payments are made retrospectively, suggesting there have been no impacts of service. You've actually said it yourselves, which is terribly shameful and terribly incorrect. But NT budget papers show that delays meant that millions of dollars intended for interpreter and translator services and family support for children at risk of removal were not, I repeat, not delivered.
So,
are families missing out on support right now because of your failure, Minister?
So,
Chair, I would like to address the Senator, if I may. Firstly, the Senator is incorrect in terms of our providing the OPD. My office has been very clear and transparent with the Senator that the OPD was very available.
About the OPD.
And we have worked closely with her office, so that needs to be placed on the record.
Point of order, in terms of relevance, the Minister is going back to my initial question. This is number 2 question. It's not related to what the Minister is talking about, and she's eating into my time, with all due respect.
Okay, so Senator Thorpe, we will enable you to ask all the questions you wish. I would like us to try and remain respectful. I appreciate there's some really critical issues you want to drill into, and we're going to make sure that happens, but we will do it without casting aspersions at people who are at the table to answer the questions.
Sorry, I called a point of order.
I know you did. The Minister is trying to give you the information. Now, she's gone back to the first bit because I think what she's trying to say is that there's a characterisation that you provided that she would like to address, and then, but don't worry about time.
It's going fabulous in the NT, okay? That's what you want to tell us.
Senator Thorpe, please
which
don't
is
shout
an
at the
absolute
witnesses.
genocide is what is going on in the NT.
If you're going to start shouting at the witnesses,
well,
I will close it down.
Get on with it. I don't have time for this.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Please, Minister, continue.
Thank you, Chair.
People are dying.
So, as my office has been able to work with Senator Thorpe's office to provide the OPD, we have wanted this to be on the record, to be open and transparent. And what I will say is that throughout this negotiation, one of the key aspects of it is the involvement of the Aboriginal organisations and the Aboriginal peak bodies in the first ever federal funding agreement in this country, that Aboriginal organisations were around the table for this agreement. And I would urge Senator Thorpe and others to recognise that over $800 million investment into remote areas is not something that we should be fighting or destroying when our communities need it in the Northern Territory.
Have they got it?
Have they got that 800?
Have they got it?
The money's available, and like
have they
every
got it?
federal
Senator
funding
Thorpe,
agreement...
Do not shout at the witnesses,
You're shouting at me now.
Like every federal funding agreement, Chair, they are always paid in arrears.
So have they got the money, Minister?
They are always paid in arrears.
Do they have the money?
The Northern Territory has plenty of money. 80% of the Northern Territory's budget is Commonwealth money, Senator.
Have you seen the NT budget papers that say exactly opposite to what you're saying? Have you seen them? Have you seen where the NT...
I've responded to your question, Senator Thorpe.
Have you... I'm getting cut off now.
No. Senator Thorpe, the FFA, you might want to also, as well as asking questions here, as well as talk to Treasury as well, because they deal with the FFAs in terms of that fine detail of money, just as a secondary...
I'm asking the Minister responsible
I'm just saying it's another
for
option.
Our lives. So, have you seen the Northern Territory budget papers that cut funding that you say you give to the Northern Territory government? They cut those services. Have you seen that, Minister?
Senator Thorpe, we provide over 80% of the Northern Territory's budget. How they spend it is can be problematic, and I've said that many occasions in these budget estimates. What we needed to do was to ensure that we had the Aboriginal organisations at the table in this new round of NT-RAY funding so that there could be much greater transparency and accountability, but also co-design with First Nations people. But I will refer to the department in terms of further breakdown of the NT-RAY.
Can I just also make a point that the budget papers, the Northern Territory racist government that are killing our people, they specifically say in their budget papers that the cuts were because of delays in the NTRAI.
Senator Thorpe, I'll just say this before asking the agency to respond. I'm here to answer the budget papers that belong to the Commonwealth. I do not speak for the Northern Territory budget papers. I'm telling you that we have provided over 80% of the Northern Territory's funding.
Shame.
So, Senator Thorpe, we have seen the NT budget papers. And what I would say to that is that services are continuing. There hasn't been any cuts to the services, and the Territory Government have provided that assurance. What that does is the accounting treatment in their financials rather than services. They're two kind of separate things. We have sought assurance the whole way through this process that services continue to be delivered.
Sounds great. Sounds like it's all working perfectly.
No one said that, Senator. We appreciate the Territory is very complex and it will take time.
So are families missing out on support right now because of this retrospective payment system?
No, Senator.
They're not missing out at all. The Northern Territory families are not missing out at all?
The services are continued. All the services that were provided in the last agreement have carried through and are being provided in the new agreement.
So how can you say that this has not harmed our people through reduced services, given you've had no progress reports? So you're working on them. You've had no progress reports delivered by the NT, and given that the monitoring and evaluation plan isn't even finished, we're talking about money that's been there for, over a year. We're not talking about small change.
Yes.
How can you claim you know the impacts if you don't have monitoring in place?
So, Senator, Senator Thorpe, informing the process and actually designing the schedules and also the measuring, evaluation, accountability learning plan, the meal, we've actually invited agencies in from the Northern Territory who've gone into great deep dives. I think if I could go back to one of the earlier comments the Minister made, this is a trilateral agreement. And it's the first of its kind. It has taken time to work through. Peaks have had an absolute say in what services should be delivered. So we've got land councils at the table, we've got AMSANT at the table, the medical services, we've got NARJA at the table, we've got NTIBN from an economic development perspective, and we've got the Aboriginal Housing Authority Northern Territory. So there, it's been deeply involved in actually working through what services should be provided. They've been very honest and upfront with ourselves and the Territory Government about what is working and what they think should be done differently. There is also money in the agreement for transfer to community controlled. Now, I think it's fair to say that this is all looking forward, and I do respect and
one day it'll happen.
That. It's happening now, but it is going to take time to move.
How many more
process.
babies get removed, and how many more people get shot down by cops in their own communities? So will you commit to providing me with all 2-year plans, progress reports and breakdowns of payments to the NT when they're approved by the Commonwealth? Because that would be great. Accountability, transparency, that old chestnut.
Senator Thorpe, we were more than willing to provide this OPD. I think it's important that you requested it. We've also offered you further briefings on it to go into further details. I have regular briefings across the Parliament asking parliamentarians to come and find out more because I want that openness and transparency.
Well, your Minister Gallagher told me it was a waste of time to put that OPD in, and your Chief of Staff was very rude to my staff asking us not to put the OPD in. He went through 2 of my staff members to encourage my staff not to put the OPD in, and when I did, Minister Gallagher was very disappointed and told me it was a waste of time. So going back to my question, will you please, on notice, provide me with all 2-year plans, progress reports and breakdowns of payments to the NT when they're approved by the Commonwealth? Yes or no, will you provide the plans,
We
Minister?
will always provide you with the details that you required, Senator Thorpe.
Thank you.
Going to
And my last
rotate
question?
the last question.
Last
Please
question?
go ahead.
Thank you. Why does the Commonwealth give so much money to the NT Police? And is the Commonwealth helping drive the mass incarceration of our people?
So, Senator Thorpe, the police schedule is one of the key, schedules within the broader NT-RAY funding. From the outset, I would say I don't know a community in the Northern Territory that don't want police. I'm aware of a number of communities that do want police and are constantly advocating for police in their community. I would also say that they want police to do better, and part of our reform and our schedule will hopefully help with that over time. That is a really key feature of the new reform in the schedule. For example, in the NT-RAY, police will now sign 15 community partnerships with communities to actually talk about how they police in those communities to avoid, some of the incidents we have seen previously. But community safety is really important to people. And, from my long experience in the Territory, I haven't had a single community come to me saying they want to take the police out of their community, including in Yondamu.
5,000 arrests of our people in 6 months. Yeah. 5,000 arrests. The police are doing a great job.
And we're going to rotate the call, but we can come back to you. Yes,
may I just place on the record, for the sake of the committee, that we had already offered to provide the documents to Senator Thorpe, which is perhaps why Senator Gallagher said it was a waste of the Senate's time.
I wasn't going to hold my breath for that.
Give the documents. So I just want that clarified on the committee's records.
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister McCarthy. That's very helpful. Thank you. Senator Sheldon.
Thanks very much. I just want to ask some questions about the Remote Jobs and Economic Development program. Good, thanks very much. I just want to take the Remote Jobs and Economic Development program, and I think it's important for the record, but also for those people that listen in to Senate estimates to actually understand some of the importance of the programs, and it might raise questions amongst the community about is there opportunities to get jobs in their community through this program. So it is critical that we talk about it here in estimates. It was fantastic. It was fantastic to see the announcement by the Prime Minister. The government doubling the Remote Jobs and Economic Development program from 3,000 to 6,000 new jobs. Can the agency just outline the progress of the program to date and what developments we've seen and opportunities that are coming along as a result of this program?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to hand across straight away to Ms Guthrie and to Mr O'Sullivan.
Thank you for your question, Senator. I'm Ben O'Sullivan, Branch Manager, Remote Jobs and Employment Programs Branch. So as the Senate would be aware, the Australian Government has committed to improving outcomes for people living in remote Australia and has replaced the Community Development Program with the new Remote Australia Employment Service and the Remote Jobs and Economic Development Program. So the government's investing more than $950 million to create 6,000 new jobs by 2030, so that initial investment of $707 million back in 2024 to create 3,000 jobs over 3 years, and that further investment of $299 million over 5 years, recently announced by the Prime Minister to bring the total to 6,000 jobs by 2030. So far, 2 rounds of the program have been completed with around 1,700 jobs being created right across remote Australia, and we've got a 3rd round underway at the moment where we've received 500 applications, and that we're expecting around 1,300 jobs to be created through that round when it's finalised in July.
So can you just take me through then just the difference between the employment models? I know this has been an area of contention in the past about the employment models that were applied in previous schemes. Can you just take me through how this model operates, particularly in relationship to wages, conditions, long-term employment opportunities?
So the aspect, so they've got those two complementary aspects. So the Remote Australia Employment Service, which is more of an employment service that provides that job readiness, training, support to get people into employment. And then in addition, that investment to create 6,000 new jobs. So rather than it being activities paid where people are paid income support, it's creating real jobs, communities identifying new roles they want to create, and then those being funded by the government. So people are paid award or minimum wage depending on their role, and have those leave and superannuation entitlements as other employees do. So that real focus on creating real jobs rather than, say, work-like activities, which have been traditionally used in the past.
So on the question of real jobs and community consultation, how does that, can you just step us through, obviously that's a critically important part of the program, so can you step us through how that operates and some milestones that have been met?
Thank you, Senator. Jessica Guthrie, Group Manager, Jobs and Economic Development. There has been quite a substantial consultation process throughout the reform to replace the CDP. And so that has been through both the establishment of a First Nations advisory group, which was a group of expertise and service providers to help inform the design of the program, a range of community consultations that occurred between 2022 to 2024, and also through a range of trials where we tested and trialled different models for, as you point out correctly, the difference between job creation versus employment services and how we can create those jobs. And then the real design of the program was done, like I mentioned before, in partnership with our First Nations advisory group. What we have seen throughout that is the consideration of implementation before the program opened has meant that our grant process and the assessment process through that have been very robust, and even throughout our assessment process we do have the requirement for community support to be provided. So part of our assessment to determine whether or not those jobs are the kind of jobs that communities want to see within their communities is also something that we even assess as part of our assessment process through this Remote Jobs and Economic Development Program.
Can you just take us through the support? Obviously, there's a lot of people in this program. There's a great deal of infrastructure that's required as well, which it's not just putting a, well, I shouldn't say it's importantly putting a real job in place. So replacing a real job in place requires infrastructure, training, skilling, ongoing opportunity. Can you just step me through where that's up to and what sort of training and long-term employment opportunities have been created in the remote communities?
Thank you, Senator. And you are very accurate that RGED is not just a wage subsidy program, it's a job creation program. And so a key part of the program has been, and we heard this consistently through feedback through consultations around having what do you call it, a community jobs and business fund. So the full entirety of the program comprises funding for not just the wage, but also the on costs, the capital, things like equipment, mentoring, supervision that organisations need to be able to bring on people who are mostly entry level, often coming in with significant barriers to employment. We would say that we, through feedback, through implementation and through our assessment process, what we would see is that it is the inclusion of the capital that does allow an organisation to expand, to bring on additional employees. And previously what we had seen when it is just a wage subsidy, it's very difficult to bring on more than 1 or 2 employees because of the costs associated to an organisation, in particular often a local community organisation, to be able to bring on multiple employees if they have to wear the cost of bringing those on. And even as through, with our First Nations reference group, really simple things were brought to our attention that need to be covered, like changes to a back-end payroll system to have a new award wage. And so this fund, the Community Jobs and Business Fund, will fund all those on costs to allow the local organisation, often a local Aboriginal community-controlled organisation, to expand.
So it's building up skills right across, not only with the jobs, but also the engagement, the ongoing opportunities, the leadership with those jobs as well. So it's a whole package. Is what you're saying to me?
A whole package to allow organisations to be able to bring on multiple employees often, even the capital fund would fund things like mentoring or supervision because it is considered that is an appropriate cost to bring on a whole range of entry-level employees. That an on-cost for that is about having supervision, having equipment, and the capital or infrastructure required to do a job.
I think probably the best way to describe what's going on, I might just, from an article in the ABC, the 28th of May 2025, by Lillian Runja, where Mr. Wanji from a younger man from Millayimbi described. He said, "I struggled a bit. I asked when I was applying around looking for a job. They told me they were not available. But Mr. Wanji renewed his job search at a career expo held by the Bowanji Homelands Aboriginal Corporation last week, and it took just 3 days to land a job." And he goes on to describe, "I was excited. I just walked around looking at what a good job it was for me. I went there, had a look, and was applying for 3 jobs. Another one from Intract called me back." And he talks about how that's changed his life. So just think of how important the program that you're running, and just congratulations on the hard work you're doing and bringing this all together. I also just might want to, I think, when we're casting our minds back about what the system had been like, not through lack of dedication of the department or people in the department, but the way the program had been set up politically. In 2019, there'd previously been packages under the coalition where there was 1,000 jobs supposed to be created without all these same arrangements. The package only delivered 341 jobs, but to see 1,700 now, 3,000 ambition, going up to 6,000 new jobs by 2030 it's a great effort. And I think, for one, I want to say to the department, this is a real success story.
Sorry, Chair, can I just ask a follow-up question to this specific bit? Just one.
Certainly.
Just a confirmation. So on the evidence just received, $950 million to create 6,000 jobs. So that is about $150K per job, and it was described as award or minimum wage. Can I just confirm that, please?
So, Senator, I think in the ongoing figures, the cost is around $70,000 per job per year. So when you include the wages, generally an entry-level award rate, and then those on costs and capital to create the job, it's around $70,000 per year, depending on the mix of full-time, casual, and the number of hours worked.
So, all right, so, but a maximum of $70K per year for a full-time position.
So I think that's the average of the jobs. So the national minimum wage for a full-time position, I understand, is around $50,000. And then you've got on costs and capital costs, supervision, other costs that the organisation may need to create that job.
And sorry, Senator, I might just add there as well, the funding, as I mentioned before, for the Community Jobs and Business Fund is also part of that entirety of the figures.
Okay, so can those figures be broken down? Because I'm looking at $950 million divided by 6,000 is $158K to create a $50,000 job a year.
Yeah, we can break that down, Senator, and because it's Mr. O'Sullivan will find the exact details, but just because as a program it was announced in February 2024, and then we've had the additional investment. It's not a neat figure that we have because of the funding for the initial investment begins in 2023. The new funding goes out in the forward estimates beyond that. So we don't actually have it's not a neat story because we just had the additional figures put in, but we can break that down for you into
So I wonder,
detail.
while you work that out, we'll go to Senator Pocock and then we'll come back to Senator Price.
Thank you. If I can start with some questions about stolen wages and the 20-year anniversary of the inquiry that the Senate held resulting in the report Unfinished Business, Indigenous Stolen Wages, tabled on the 7th of December 2006. An issue of considerable concern to a number of South Australian women who have been subject to stolen wages over many decades. How has the federal government progressed the 6 recommendations in that report, including the urgent priority to 20 years ago, the first recommendation of that report to, quote, facilitate unhindered access to their archives for Indigenous people and their representatives for the purposes of researching the Indigenous stolen wages issue as a matter of urgency.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. I'll get my colleagues from our legal services branch. Who are here. Yeah, Brendan. So there obviously has been a class action on stolen wages, and the agency obviously has worked with the legal firm to settle on that for the Commonwealth, the provision of the payments to the eligible participants.
My next question is on that, but my first question is on this question of unhindered access to archives for Indigenous people and their representatives. A critical first step, of course, of very large emotional significance, but also a pathway to financial compensation. How are we going on unhindered access to archives?
I might say a couple of things about that, and it links as well, obviously, to stolen generation as well as historic wages. It is a really complex issue. It is one of the things I mentioned earlier around the role the Healing Foundation is playing in bringing different stakeholders together to work through ways to provide that access. We know in our own experience on the Territory Stolen Generation Redress Scheme, it took us quite a while, even with the Northern Territory Government, to access their records through an MOU. So it is always, obviously you've got complex issues around people's privacy, the nature of the records and how they're held. So it's not straightforward, but we are continuing to work with the Healing Foundation on what we can do to improve access to records.
So on notice, I recognise this is an issue that you may not have come prepared to address, but on notice, could you give us a report for each state and territory and the way in which they have responded to that inquiry? Yeah. And I'd specifically seek an evaluation of whether that access is unhindered. I hear reports from people in my state and from other places that it's not unhindered, it's very problematic, and that is the first gateway to justice for many people. Can you update us, my second question, on the status of the administration of the existing stolen wages schemes in Queensland, Western Australia and the Northern Territory Commonwealth, including the tendering and procurement processes for the administration of schemes aimed at redress for Aboriginal people? These have been the subject of press reports in recent times, and I'd like to hear how that's going.
In relation to stolen generations? Or
yeah, sorry, could I just clarify, Senator, was that stolen around historic wages or...?
Stolen wages schemes, yes.
So the Commonwealth doesn't have a particular role in how other jurisdictions are handling that. The Commonwealth has had its own process and a settlement arrangement which Ms Guevara started to speak of. So we don't play a coordinating or an oversight role over what's happening in other jurisdictions and their implementation. But Mr Jacob might be able to speak to the administration of the settlement that the Commonwealth...
Yes, thank you.
Senator Brendan Jacob, Chief Lawyer and Branch Manager Legal Services. Senator, there was a class action which was settled in August 2024, an action brought by Shine Lawyers. That settlement has progressed to administration, oversight by administered by Deloitte and oversighted by the Federal Court. As at the 12th of May 2026, 8,237 claimants had received payments totalling $105,133,086. And as I understand, whilst this settlement is approaching its completion, I understand there are still some more applicants that are being applications being processed for payment under the class action settlement.
So when I look at the media reports about the number of registrations, I think it was around 13,000. there are 8,000 claims that have been settled. What do we conclude about the gap between those numbers? What's happening to those who have not yet been settled? Have they been refused? Are they under consideration? Where are we at?
So, Senator, that would be a matter for the administrator, Deloitte's and Shine Lawyers. My understanding is that there are a number of outstanding claims which are being revisited for further information. So I don't know, I can't say with granularity what the breakup is between that difference between 8,000 and 13,000. But as I understand, the process isn't complete, and as I understand, there are a number of applications that have been further information is being sought to process that claim.
Thank you. Minister, can I ask you about this system? Because Deloitte's have the contract for the administration. They've increased their fee by 77% to double it, well beyond what some of their competitors put in, as I understand it, to try and win the contract. So I just wanted to hear your view about Deloitte's role. The number of registrations is actually below what was expected. So they have put in, presumably, a bid, low ball, won the contract, then virtually doubled what they have sought, despite the fact the load of the business is lesser. What's your view about that behaviour, and what is the appropriate way for this administration to be managed? Why is it being contracted out to a Big Four consultant in the first place?
Look, I do understand that this is before the courts in terms of that administration. Is that correct? I understand that it is. So I'm just concerned about how I respond there. What I will say, though, Senator Pocock...
I understood the administration,
yes.
I may be wrong, has been settled, and that as Chief Justice Deborah Mortimer has said, it should have been obvious to anyone who'd worked in such cohorts that Deloitte had made it. They underbid because they didn't, she's implying, understand what they were doing. Yeah. Why is this work not being done within...
It obviously is a matter for the courts, and obviously the legal firm working on behalf of the claimants is intimately involved in the decision-making around how the scheme is administered. So I'm happy for Mr Jacob to provide a little bit more detail, but I think that is one of the inevitable things when it is a settlement through a class action. It is the legal firms that are acting on behalf of the claimants that actually does have quite a significant say in relation to the administration of payments. So, as Mr Jacob said, I think that's in part a conversation that we probably need to have with the legal firms, but I'll just add, if there's anything to add.
Senator, just to add to Ms Guevara's answer and the Minister's, the process, the charges are supervised by the federal court, and in any case where there is an increase or a change, it has to be signed off by the court. It's typically in a class action, you have a representative for that class action, and in the case where it's settled like this, then it's on the law firm to then identify all possible claimants. They've engaged Deloitte's. The fees and charges that they can make are all monitored by the court. I think in this case they allowed some increase, but at the end of the day... a large increase. But at the end of the day, it is all supervised and signed off by the federal court.
I understand that, but I just want to express my frustration on behalf of taxpayers and people who want to see effective action here, that this is a very familiar tactic by a Big Four firm to land and expand, to get in there, win the contract, knock off competitors, double the fee, despite a lower workload than they anticipated in their own documents, and to not understand the complexity of the terrain they were entering into, where a public servant or a public facility might have made a much better fist of it. Thank you for your answers. I've got a couple more. I've asked in previous estimates, my colleague Senator Waters has asked about the government's interaction with the Walk for Truth and its community-led calls for truth-telling body. The walk concludes tomorrow. I understand, Minister, you took part in a leg of the walk over the weekend. Is it correct that there was nothing in the budget to re-establish funding for the Makarrata Commission?
What I will say is this, Senator Pocock, is that I want to see what we can do in terms of the states and territories that are currently underway in terms of treaty and truth-telling. There are calls, and there will be tomorrow when Travis Lovett arrives here to the Parliament with his message for the Prime Minister and for our government, for calls for a truth-telling process. It will be an area that I want to pursue. At this particular point in time, our focus has been largely on the jobs and housing front in terms of the budget, but that's not to say that in the next round of funding that we won't be pursuing other areas.
But to answer my question, nothing in the budget and no specific announcement to date in relation...
No specific announcement in terms of truth-telling to date.
To date. Okay, thank you. In light of the surge in attacks against First Nations people across the country, have you briefed Cabinet on the role that truth-telling can play in addressing racism?
What I will say to the committee is that what's discussed in Cabinet is Cabinet confidential. I will say this, though, from an external perspective in terms of my work with the First Nations caucus, but also with the caucus generally, that we are working on a lot of those areas. We are concerned about the high increase in racism across the country towards First Nations people. I spent time in Boolaloo, Perth, as a result of what occurred there on the 26th of January, and have been continuing to work with families in Western Australia, but also with Senator Cox as the West Australian Senator and other senators from WA. But also, may I say, Senator Pocock, that this is also following on from what happened at Camp Sovereignty in Victoria. These aren't isolated incidents. And it is absolutely imperative for the Parliament, not just our government, but for this Parliament to address these issues. And I do look forward to the Senate inquiry or the joint parliamentary inquiry that's underway at the moment.
I want to move to the UN Rapporteur visit. This is my last couple.
2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you.
And we'll rotate.
The UN Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples will visit Australia in November. Did the Australian Government issue an invitation to Dr Baroom to visit, and has he provided a list of concerns or issues he'd like to investigate while he is here in Australia?
Thank you, Senator. So the Australian Government has a standing invitation to all special rapporteurs to visit at any time. So there wasn't as I understand it, a specific invitation, but there's a standing open invitation, and when the special rapporteur expressed interest, that was welcomed. I understand that we still don't have a full sort of suite of the areas that the Special Rapporteur would like to explore, so that will continue as we work together on the Special Rapporteur's program before the end of the year.
And will you meet with him, Minister, when he is here?
I'd certainly be happy to meet with anyone who's wanting to have a look at what's happening here in Australia, but at this point in time I haven't got an idea of the time frames or diary times, but happy to, let you know, Senator Pocock.
Thank you. The NT government has previously denied a UN rapporteur access to inspect prisons in the spirit of truth-telling. Can you assure the UN that the rapporteur will be given access to any institution he requests to visit?
I think it's important that the United Nations keeps a very close eye on what's going on in Australia, and so I would always encourage that.
Thank you. That's done.
Thanks very much.
Thanks for your answers.
We'll go to Senator Nampijin Price.
Thank you. I suppose I would like to understand whether NIAA was aware before Liam Mendes in The Australian revealed that Tarngire executives nearly doubled their compensation from $645,778 in the 24 financial year to $1,211,517 the following year. Was there an awareness of this prior to the report made in The Australian?
Thank you, Senator. Sorry, I lost my nameplate. Bridget Bellinger, Central Group. Group Manager, Central Group. So, Senator, we have seen those numbers. What I would say from our assessment is that the increase in executive salaries, it's actually the increase of the number of people in the executive, and it is comparable to other organisations of that size. In terms of our grants and how we actually allocate funding, we do have an administration component in each of our grants or activities to Tungunjia Council, and that goes to support the actual organisation in delivering the services, recognising that there is some administration. I would also say that we are not the only funder of Tungunjia, so we are one of many, and globally they have a bigger budget than just our budget that we apply.
Does NRAA assess whether those remuneration outcomes are consistent with delivery outcomes in town camps?
So, Senator, the assessment we do for Tungunjia is against the activities they provide and the key performance indicators that we've agreed. So, in doing that, we assess that delivery is actually done appropriately.
So, you're comfortable then with outcomes as you see them?
For the services that we fund Tungunjia for, yes, Senator. They are all, providing reports regularly. Everything's up to date. There's one outstanding report, I think, that was only due last week, and I do believe that we've now received that.
So how many executive positions were there in the financial year prior to that increase, and how many more were added?
So, Senator, I think the budget papers show it went from 3 to 5. But look, I would have to... It's not really our role to do that, so we're not really keeping across. That would be more a job for other ORIC or others. They don't have to report to us on the number of executives or salaries or any of those details. We see what you see.
But you did inquire as to why?
We had a look at the budget papers, yes. Their annual report, sorry.
So did NIAA undertake any assessment as to whether increased administrative expenditure was delivering improved frontline outcomes, or simply just?
So, Senator, we look at the services that we fund and they provide on our behalf, and we are satisfied with those services.
Are you able to provide, I suppose, a breakdown of what they entail? And that, I suppose, highlight the outcomes from those programs that NIAA are happy with?
So, Senator Price, can I just clarify? So you're asking us for a list of the activities that we do provide?
Yep. If you can provide that on notice, the list of activities, and that NIAA are comfortable with in terms of the outcomes they provide and what those outcomes are.
So, Senator, we'd be happy to provide them on notice, but there are 13 Indigenous Advancement Strategy funded activities. As we described before, some of those relate to remote jobs and economic development. There's an out-of-school hours care program, facilitated playgroups, as Ms Bellinger referred to previously, access to education, family, domestic and sexual violence program, Indigenous youth connection and culture program, low aromatic fuel services provided, night patrols, and also there is funding that was provided under the Aboriginal benefits account as well. But we're happy to provide the details of that in terms of what is it delivering in terms of outcomes to you on notice.
Thank you. And how much money has been directed to Tungunjia Council since May 2022?
So this financial year, Senator, provided all services, provided the progress reports. It will be $20.3 million across 18 different activities.
Okay, so I've got a list of some of the grant arrangements from NIAA to Tungunjia that are currently on foot, and I want to put these on record because it's pretty extraordinary, keeping in mind that these are only the grants to Tungunjia that are currently on foot, not including expired grants, and only the grants from NIAA, not from any other agency. So under grant GA 397766, Tungunjia receives $2.8 million for the Tungunjia Night and Youth Patrol. Under grant GA 242934, it receives $1.1 million for Tungunjia Council outside school hours care. Grant GA 254781, it receives $1.3 million for Tungunjira Indigenous youth connecting to our culture program. Under grant GA 471543 receives $1.6 million for the Tungunjira Early Childhood Education Supported Playgroups program. GA 326582 receives $591,000 for the Tungunjira Land and Learning Bilingual Resources project. GA 520775 receives $21.4 million for the Remote Australia Employment Services Region 23 program. GA 522801 receives $818,000 for Tungunjira Junior Rangers program. GA 352822 receives $9.4 million for its capital works schedule. GA 520586 receives $2.9 million for the Youth Employment Pathways Indigenous Youth Employment Program. GA 517218 receives $464,000 for the Alice Springs Town Camps Environmental Health and Community Maintenance CJBF program. GA 238165 receives $8.6 million under the Access to Education program. GA 481252 receives $651,000 for the Family and Domestic Violence Support program. GA 520587 receives $581,000 for the Youth Employment Pathways Indigenous Youth Employment program. GA 517219 receives $3.6 million for the Alice Springs Town Camps Environment and Health Community Community Maintenance Job Creation program. GA 178091 receives $11.2 million for the CALIS Core Funding 21 to 27 program, noting that this is separate to the funding that was provided to the CALIS program by the Attorney General's Department and interrogated yesterday. GA 330789 receives $310,000 for the Town Camp Leadership Project. GA 494547 receives $2.6 million for the Women's Voices Project. GA 544882 receives $842,000 for the Child and Youth Outreach Service After Hours Town Camp Youth Services. GA 544422 receives $55,000 for the Postvention Support Play Therapy, Fink and Tichikala. So that's 19 different grants, listing only the grants currently on foot and only includes grants from NIAA, not the Health or Attorney Generals, the Territory or anybody else. But we're talking about more than $70 million in taxpayer money for an organisation that has doubled its executive pay but can't put locks on doors. How on earth is this justified? And I suppose that's why I really want to understand, with all that is made available to this organisation, the conditions of the town camps that are ongoing, and you're sitting there telling me that the NIAA is comfortable with the way in which Tungunjira reports that it is somehow successfully providing these services, but anyone with eyes in their head can walk around a town camp and see the conditions in which our most marginalised are living in and the squalor that children are living in. And you mentioned $24 million. I would just assume that is separate to the $70 million worth of grant funding.
Yeah, so Senator Price, I think you've captured the over a number of years funding. The figure that I provided you, the $20 million, is just for 1 year and covers most of those different grants. So the way that you've given the total figure over numerous years in that response that you've just done, the answer I gave, and my apologies if I was confusing in that response, but that was the $20.3 million is for this year, provided that they provide all of those services. I would also note that none of those services goes to repairs or housing or maintenance or tenancy support.
And that's a whole other bucket of money.
Is actually funded by the Northern Territory Government.
So can you point to concrete data showing that this $70 million investment from NIAA in Tungunjira has resulted in improved school attendance, alcohol reduction, prevention of violence, or any other measurable improvement in outcomes?
So, Senator, I'd have to take that on notice. In terms of the alcohol reduction, the program that's funded through Tangier is actually for people coming out of rehab services back in and just helping them integrate back into family life. So, yes, we can provide that on notice, Senator.
Okay, let me turn to the contracts between NIAA and Tangier, and again I'll just limit myself only to the contracts within NIAA and no other department, and only to agreements currently on foot. So currently under contract CN 4191748, you have an agreement for $74,000 for project management, and under contract CN 391179, you have a contract for $414,000 for business administration services. Is that correct?
Oh, Senator, I'd have to take that on notice. I'm sorry, I don't have that detail in front of me. I'll try to get that while we're in the session.
Because that's another $500,000 in contracts directed to an organisation. And again, they can't put locks on doors. And to date, I haven't personally seen any concrete evidence that speaks to any difference in the issues that I previously mentioned. I'm just trying to get my head around the confidence in which NIAA has toward continuing to provide money to this organisation in the context of everything. I just find it really difficult. How much money has been directed to Tangier Council in total from across the Commonwealth since May 2022?
I'm sorry, Senator, I wouldn't have that figure. I could only speak for the NIA funding.
I'd like to take that on notice in that case.
Senator, I think it would be very difficult for us to actually collate the funding that is provided by other government departments in total. I think it would be best, and if you directed those questions specifically, as Ms Ballinger has done, she's provided you with details of what NIAA is funding. I think if you direct those to the relevant departments, they can give you a fulsome account.
So that probably require another OPD, I reckon.
Now, Price, we're going to rotate the call and we'll come back.
I'll come back.
Senator
Thank you, Chair. Going back to where we left off earlier, the latest Northern Territory Racist Police report records over 5,000 arrests in just the first 6 months of 2025 in communities receiving Commonwealth funding for cops. Are you monitoring how Commonwealth money is linked to rates of mass arrests and mass incarceration of our people?
So, Senator, I think Ms Ballinger has provided advice previously about the schedule under NT-RAY, which we do provide funding to police from. There are requirements, obviously, for the NT government and NT policing to provide reporting against those requirements. So the new schedule, I think, as Ms Ballinger has said, is attempted to be very different to what was under the previous NT-RAY. There are additional requirements on delivering training to the NT Police for cultural competency as well.
That's funny, that one.
And as Ms Ballinger said, the numbers of police that we are...
Sorry, what's cultural competency? Can you explain that to me? Because I thought the cops were racist. Do they need to understand our culture, or should they understand not to be racist? So can you explain cultural competency as opposed to anti-racism training?
Yes. I'll let Ms Ballinger discuss what has been, part of the design of this program. And as Ms Ballinger said previously, this is schedules that actually have been created not only with the NT government officials, but also with community-controlled organisations at the table in design. But
and before we go, with all due respect, my question, which I'd like to know if the schedule meets or not, is how the money that you give to the cops in the Northern Territory, and it's like you're giving them money to lock our people up even more and even walk into communities and shoot them dead. Like, how do you monitor the genocide that they're committing on our people in the Northern Territory? And do you reward them with more money? Or do you say, hey, guys, 5,000 arrests of our people in 6 months?
So, Senator Thorpe...
So we're going to pull back on some of that funding. We want to know why you keep arresting our people. Do you say that as part of your schedule? That's my question.
So, Senator Thorpe, I would say that, you know, I absolutely dispute those claims. So,
which ones?
So, the global funding budget for police is $644 million. We are a very small part of it. Our funding requires police to be out in remote outside of Darwin, and that is something that Aboriginal communities have been calling for and do support.
I'm not disputing that.
So, I think going on from that, the work that we are trying to do and reform in the schedule is critically important. I appreciate the data you've provided, and we do hear it. We do talk about it.
My question is, what do you do about that data?
So I'm trying to explain
more money?
that. So, no, it's not more money, Senator, but it's actually making sure that police, like there are many good police in the Northern Territory. There are many Aboriginal people in the Northern Territory as well.
Tell all the families of over 600 deaths in custody.
We are funding 50 Aboriginal liaison officers to actually build that support and career pathways into police as well. The anti-racism strategy is something that the police have implemented after the review that they are doing. We have upgraded our requirement from cultural, understanding to cultural competency, where local people, where police are going into communities, local people are actually talking about what are the things that are important to them. If you did not have this schedule, Senator Thorpe, you would have had none of that. And I really think it's important that we are meeting with police, trying to do it better. And I would say that communities have said they need police. Community safety is important to people as well.
Yeah. I'm not saying no cops. I'm saying stop giving them so much money when they're killing us. So that's all I'm saying, but I'll go into my next point because I've got yours. Incarceration rates have more than doubled since the 2007 very racist intervention that even your government continued, with Commonwealth funding of around $500 million since 2016. Why, under this funding, are jailing rates skyrocketing so much? Is this just the continuation of the intervention but with nicer words?
Senator Thorpe, sorry, what funding are you referring to there?
I'm talking about the entire Commonwealth funding since the intervention is around $500 million. So we just keep giving money to the cops. And then the communities are struggling and begging for rations to even have a safe home or a safe road or running water. And we keep giving money to the cops. We know the cops are racist. That's been proven. We know the Northern Territory government are the most racist in the country.
Senator Thorpe, I would just say that...
I'm not allowed to say that?
No, I didn't say you weren't. I was just going to say something else. Ms Ballinger has stepped out what the changes are. So I think characterising it back to an intervention by the Coalition in 2007...
And may not continued by your mates.
Well, what Ms Ballinger is stepping out is
I'm not
the changes...
Dumb. Don't white-explain
No, I know you're not dumb.
Chair, don't white-explain me. Let me answer my question.
Senator Thorpe, I just think...
You probably need to do your training too, Chair, with all due respect.
You've run that past me before. Ms Ballinger was trying to explain and trying to answer your questions.
All right, well, I've got another question. I think I'm happy with your answer. Thank you, Chair.
Right,
South Australia Police was given over $1 million between 2021 and 2025 for grants running to June 2027. Is this correct? More money for cops?
I might need to take that on notice and check it, Senator. It may refer to issues that you'd raised previously where we have worked with police in relation to the LAF program. But I do want to check just the details of that particular funding.
Some more info if
yes,
that helps.
Thank you.
So one of these grants for $660 was for a police barbecue. We love them. Free feed. On APY lands, and was awarded through an open process. The other two grants for so-called cross-border intelligence sharing for around $1.1 million were awarded through closed, non-competitive grants processes.
So that cross-border intelligence sharing is in relation to our low aromatic fuels program. So as you know, the Commonwealth Government administers low aromatic fuels in order to address volatile substance abuse in communities across South Australia, the Northern Territory, WA and Queensland. Cooperation that we have with police would be sort of part of the work, obviously, in engaging with communities around how the LAF program is administered.
Thank you. I'm going to move to the AFL because we love the AFL. And the AFL generates over $1 billion in revenue every year. Why did NIA give it $1 million?
I will get our team on AFL just to come to the table and provide details of what the funding is for.
Thank you, Senator.
Pleasure.
Jenkins, Group Manager for Social Policy. Could you just repeat?
Well, the AFL, same. They generate $1 billion in revenue every year, and NIA gave them $1 million. What's that about?
Could you just? We have a number of different arrangements.
In total, NIA gave AFL. I've added them all up, and it's $1 million to the AFL.
I don't have. I'd need more detail on the specific grant that you're referring to. The grants.
All of them.
What you do have.
Oh, sorry.
All of the grants equal $1 million from NIA to the AFL.
So what I can talk to is that we have a funding arrangement with the AFL Cape York Limited, which is for boarding, which supports students to access education. That is $6 million, $6.8 million for this calendar year, and that supports 90 students. We also have a grant, which is Wellbeing and Life Skills AFL Cape York House for Girls project. That supports over 40 students. That's $0.89 million, but that's from 2024 to 2027. That's why I'm just struggling to place the grant.
I'm happy for you to take that on notice.
Yeah, there may be some other activities that
$1 million is a lot of money when they've got the money themselves, and their whole social corporate responsibility costs $1 million. So is NIA paying for their social corporate responsibility? So happy for you to take that on notice.
Ms Jenkins, I wonder if in looking at those numbers, whether it is a 1 year or a 4 year or other elements, which
I can send you my research if you like.
Yep, thank you.
Had people working very hard on this one. I'll go to the NRL now because we love the rugby too. In 2025-26, NIA gave the NRL over $8 million to provide work experience and mentoring to First Nations young people. Like our old people can't do that. Imagine $8 million in our own communities to provide leadership to our people, our children. Why is public money with an annual revenue of $845 million receiving this much money in public funds, NIA funds, National Indigenous Australian Agency money going to the NRL and the AFL? Please explain.
Senator, Ben O'Sullivan, Branch Manager, Remote Jobs and Employment Programs. Are you able to break down which grants you're referring to?
I'm sure you have that. You're the expert. I'm an independent senator. I don't have a big party that can provide that, but I can get you that research if you like, sir.
Sure, I'm happy to talk through.
Mr O'Sullivan, I wonder if it would be helpful. I think Senator Thorpe has done her research. She's got numbers. You can go and check your details there. Maybe what I'm hearing for a question is, what's the money being spent on?
I think if you just talk in
A lot of money. 800. I'm sure you know where $845 million went out of the NIA budget.
Yeah, so Senator, I can talk. I don't have that specific figure, but I've got the funding that we provide to the NRL for their school to work
I think
program.
what I'm saying is maybe you could help Senator Thorpe understand what that money is
Absolutely.
for.
So I can talk to one of the grants we fund. So under the Tailored Assistance Employment Grants program, we fund NRL's School to Work initiative. So that project is, I'll just get the current figure, 10.71 million over 3 years. So from 1 September 2024 to 31 December 2027. So under that agreement, NRL, under their previous agreement that finished at the end of 2024, they've supported around 1,575 students to complete Year 12, 100% conversion rate, 545 students into employment, a 98% conversion rate based on commencements, and 383 students into training post Year 12, a 93% conversion rate. So what we're funding under that specific school to work project is support to support students into finish Year 12 and then into employment or further training. It's not, as I suppose you've touched on further, it's not about supporting general meeting of corporate social responsibility. It's about delivering specific supports under an outcome-based payment model, and when those outcomes are delivered with those students, then those outcomes are paid to NRL under that agreement.
The NRL.
So last question, Senator Thorpe, before we rotate.
It's like black comedy, honestly. This is an absolute joke. Naja get less than the NRL and are begging for extra money because they can't service the people knocking on their door. What do you do in your offices, people? Why is this happening in this country?
Senator Thorpe,
why is this happening?
Senator Thorpe, the officers at the table are here to answer your questions. I would
Can
ask
you
you
stop
to show
pulling
some
me up?
respect. It's my job, Senator Thorpe, to
I
maintain
bet you
order
love that.
and
shutting
Look,
down
you can
a
have
black
crack at
woman
me as
asking
much-
very serious questions, life and death questions.
I totally respect
So
your
my
right
next
to answer
question, my
questions,
last
but
question.
It is also my job to maintain the order in this room, which is what I will keep doing regardless of whatever
Well, I'm
insult
not
you
here
want
to
to
be
throw at
kept
me.
in order. I'm here to get justice for my people. So this NRL business, I'm just trying to understand, and our people out there cannot fathom this operation that you're running here. Can you explain why tens of millions of dollars, Minister, of black money is given to public for-profit white companies to provide leadership, training, working with our youngest vulnerable people? Yep, we get some Year 12 through, but look at, we've got 24,000 kids in out-of-home care. It's getting worse. Incarceration rates of our kids is getting worse. Our people are dying every day, can't afford a funeral. I got an old fella in a morgue in Melbourne from the Northern Territory somewhere. Do you reckon anyone knows him or knows where his family is? He'll be buried in a pauper's grave in Melbourne. So when do we stop giving money to these multi-million-dollar companies to tick their little reconciliation black box? When do we stop doing that and giving it to our people who need it the most? Why? You know, you're hearing about housing. You're hearing about roads. Why is that money not going to that? Is it just, am I going crazy, or is this lunacy? Is this an episode of black comedy?
Chair, just to answer Senator Thorpe, Mr O'Sullivan, I believe, went to the heart of the questions in regards to sports with NRL and AFL. And in regards to NARJA, that funding comes under the Attorney General's Department. And in terms of the questions around funding our communities, that's what the over $800 million with the Northern Territory Remote Area Investment is for.
Thank you, Minister.
Good politician.
We'll go to Senator Little.
Question about Aboriginal housing, and this is specific to the Northern Territory. If you've got somebody who can come to the table, please. Thank you. Thank you. As you would probably know, historically, town camps are all over the country, but they're just called town camps in the Northern Territory. They're a relic of the 1940s. My mother was actually raised in a town camp, but that was a very long time ago. My question goes to a considerable amount of money has been allocated to building houses. Who will make the decision about where those houses should be built?
Senator, I'll hand across to Ms Pearson, but essentially under the National Partnership Agreement on Housing for the Northern Territory, the Joint Steering Committee, I think we've talked about it previously at Senate estimates, there's a Joint Steering Committee that involves the Commonwealth represented by NIAA, the Northern Territory Government and the Aboriginal Housing NT plus land councils are on that Joint Steering Committee, and each year make decisions around the location of bills. But is there anything else?
Thank you. Senator Simone Person, Branch Manager of Housing. So NT programming for building housing can take up to 3 years, so there's quite a bit of planning that goes into that. The locations are identified through the NT Government's Remote Housing Needs Assessment model, and that model helps to identify where housing is needed most. And the remote NT communities also provide advice to the NT Government on the preferred design and the delivery through their reference groups.
Thank you. Sorry, I can't see your last name. I'm happy with the information I've got to date. I'm interested to understand, given some of those people that are actually providing advice on where those houses are to be built, when was the last time that there was a question put to people who frequent town camps or live in those town camps about whether that's where they actually want to continue to live? Now, you know there was a Deloitte report done quite some time ago, and I accept Tunganjira disagreed even back then with the recommendations of that report. When was the last time in an independent process, and by independent I mean not with the land councils, not with Tunganjira, not with people who call themselves Aboriginal corporations who have an interest under the veil of cultural competency in doing the work. I'm actually asking when was the last time an independent question, survey, review was done on what those people actually want, that was unfiltered?
Thank you for your question, Senator. So the main purpose of the funding agreement in terms of our role is building up to 2,700 houses to halve overcrowding. In terms of where people want to live, there is longer term work that's being done, if you're referring to homelands, around what does housing investment need to look like on homelands.
No, I'm talking about town camps where people live quite segregated by a big fence, and they have a different level of service delivery to people on the other side of the fence. I'm asking about when was the last time those people were surveyed independently about whether that's how they want a new house, that's how they want to live, and that's where they want their new house to be.
So, Senator, there have been independent reports undertaken on town camps, so if I could take that on notice, I can get that information to you.
I'd like you to provide me a list of every single one that is available, or provide it to me, that has been done since the Deloitte report. That is truly independent, and you're welcome to include in there and those ones that would be viewed as independent that also include those providers that I actually talked about. I just have a question about the new National Aboriginal Housing Authority. There was 6.3 million, I think it is, in the budget that was allocated for that. I'm interested to understand what will be its role, given in South Australia we have a new Aboriginal Housing Authority. I'm just interested to understand who's in charge of that.
So that funding under the budget is actually for the continuation of the Housing Policy Partnership. There is, of course, a National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Housing Association peak body. They obviously conduct work under that Housing Policy Partnership with Treasury. So from the Commonwealth perspective, in terms of the administration of that funding, it's actually the Department of Treasury, but we participate in the Housing Policy Partnership with other jurisdictions as well as part of that work.
So what you're describing to me is continued funding, not new funding of $6.3 million over 3 years from 2026
So it is
to
new
2027.
funding for the next period, because the old Housing Policy Partnership funding was expiring, and this is the new funding.
Is it a new peak body or not?
No, it's the same.
No, so it's not new funding for a new initiative, it's just additional continued funding.
It's new funding for the next phase of the Housing Policy Partnership, essentially.
Because that's not as I would read it in here. It appears as if that's a new body. I think language is really important in these things. Thank you very much.
Great. We'll go to Senator Whittaker.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for your time this morning. I would like to ask some questions about the store efficiency and resilience package. Thank you. As part of the Closing the Gap statement in February, Minister McCarthy and the Prime Minister announced that changes to expand the store efficiency and resilience package. Could you let me know how much is being invested, how much additional money is being invested in that program, and how many more stores will benefit from that additional investment?
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. So the original investment for that funding was $9.6 million, and the further funding through the new budget is $32.7 million.
Great.
So.
And how many stores will benefit from that additional investment?
Look, we estimate about 75 stores. So the first funding did about 25. That funding enables stores to increase dry and cool storage, install backup power systems. It's basically funding that will actually make stores more resilient, particularly through emergency management like wet seasons and so on.
Yep. My next question was going to be about that, in fact. So we are seeing more frequent and more severe weather events. I know in my home state of Western Australia and other parts of central and northern Australia, there's been events even just since the beginning of this year. I'm wondering if you can talk us through the feedback you've had from communities about what impact this funding is having and what it means for them, particularly in the context of dealing with those kinds of weather events.
Thank you, Senator. Food security is such a critical issue, and the more remote you are, the more it matters. This funding supports stores in areas, particularly the way that we actually chose the first 25 stores was working with both the peak bodies, NACCHO, and local medical services as well, and the different jurisdictions. And we had a real lens to, the stores that need it the most, basically. If I could give you an example of Kowiyama up in North Queensland, like that has been cut off for the last 3 years for up to 26 weeks of the year. So the funding to that store actually really focused more on cold storage, that they could get actually more supply in and then have more supply in that community. Large Manu store in the Northern Territory is another example. They have a long dirt road connecting up to the highway, and they can't get food and freight trucks through during the wet season, and certainly last year was the longest impact we'd had around that. They were able to last the whole wet season with the increased dry and cold storage facility. Other stores have had upgrades to power systems so that they can use solar. There's more generation services, which actually enables, freezers not going out through power interruptions and so on. So there's some of the benefits we've seen, and we expect to see those in the future stores as well. We know the need is great.
And how do these changes support the broader efforts of the government to bring down the cost of groceries in
Yep.
communities across the country?
So a couple of ways. Firstly, we have our subsidy, so that's the 30 goods and products that we have. By not having to freight so much in, so in the wet season, often people have to pay for planes. That is the only way to get food. So the longer that we can actually provide storage, and access to food, the less cost it is to both, providers, the stores, and governments.
And you mentioned the low cost essential subsidy scheme. How many stores have signed up to that scheme?
Okay. So as of the 8th of May, we've got 125 stores are enrolled in the code, and we've got 118 actually in the scheme itself, and we've got some still under assessment, so there'll be more stores shortly.
Yeah. Perhaps for the Minister, can you talk us through how these kinds of food security initiatives support our broader work to close the gap in particularly health but also economic outcomes for First Nations Australians?
Thanks, Senator. It has been important to look at the cost of living in terms of remote and regional communities around the stores. This policy we've worked on over the last 4 years. To be able to implement this and see this roll out across the country in the last 12 months has been really significant. And I do thank those stores across Queensland, Northern Territory, Western Australia and South Australia who've signed up. And I believe the most recent one was Cape Barren in Tasmania, which has also signed up for all the mob down there who have real issues with cost of living out on Cape Barren. So I think it was really significant that they now have a 50% reduction on those 30 food items that has really assisted. One of the things we've been conscious of since in the last couple of months, obviously, with the Middle East crisis, is the further impact of that global situation and what that's doing. So we have been monitoring that as well through Clause 64 of Closing the Gap. By establishing that group, I've been able to keep an eye on how our food security policy is working and not being affected at this stage. But we are mindful that should that continue in the Middle East, we need to really make sure that there is constant security around the food resilience package.
Thank you. I hear really positive feedback about these food security initiatives in Western Australia. So thank you, Minister, but also the team for the work you do on this. It is making
there's still a way to go, Senator.
There is.
But I appreciate that, but there is still a hell of a long way to go. But thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We will now suspend for morning tea, and we will return with NIAA at 11:05. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We're returning with the National Indigenous Australians Agency, and I will first go to the Minister just for a point of clarification about Cape Barren.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We have two programs in food security and food resilience, and Cape Barren comes under the food resilience package, and in my excitement I might have given the impression that it was the food security section, but it's actually the food resilience. And I think the CEO would also like to just clear up a question from Senator Little.
Both great programs, Minister, so congratulations to you and the agency. Ms Guevara.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a clarifying statement just in regards to the question from Senator Little earlier, where she referred to funding for the peak housing organisation. So I referred to the $6 million, which is to support the Housing Policy Partnership, but there is, and it is mentioned in the budget, the $6.3 million, which was included for the continuation of having a housing peak. That is obviously a part of the Housing Policy Partnership, and this is why it's a bit of an explanation, but the Housing Policy Partnership is actually co-chaired by Treasury and the Housing Peak. And so that funding, the 6.3, actually refers to having a housing peak to participate in the Housing Policy Partnership.
Great, thank you very much.
Is that 6.3 on top of, additional to the 6 million that you mentioned?
Yes, so there is the continuation of the funding for the Housing Policy Partnership, but that 6.3 is to have a housing peak, essentially, be a part of that Housing Policy Partnership.
Thank you.
But again, as I said, Treasury actually, if you wanted to ask more questions about that, Treasury is actually the Commonwealth co-chair of the HPP.
Okay, great, thank you. We'll go to Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing again. Good morning, Minister. Still morning, yep. One of the ongoing tragedies is the failure of the Closing the Gap concept when there are so many people whose vested interests lie in ensuring the gap will never close. Why is so much grant money wasted on enriching middlemen and middlewomen, and only a proportion of the grant money ends up with those who the grant was intended to benefit? This is the flaw in the existing grant models, where only a fraction is actually spent on the purpose. An example of this relates to grant money allocated to support those Australians living in the Alice Springs camp. Recently, a grant of more than $40 million was made, but half of that was used for salaries, with less than half going to direct assistance. Is this acceptable, Minister?
Through the Chair, thank you, Senator Roberts, for your question. We have gone through the breakdown of the funding for Tangentyere in terms of the town camps, Senator, so I might just ask Ms Bellinger to go through that again with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. So as we outlined earlier in this session, Tangentyere receive 18 activities funded through the NIAA. If all of those activities are successfully delivered, they will receive around $20.3 million. That does depend on the successful delivery of all of those programs.
Okay, didn't answer my question, but let's move on. Does this explain half of the money going in salary, half of the grants going in salaries? Does this explain why so much money is spent on closing the gap, and yet the gap keeps getting bigger? Let's face it, it gets bigger every year.
So, Senator Roberts, what I would say is that there is money spent on salaries through the NIA grants, and they are for the services that are directly provided and almost entirely filled with First Nations local people. So I would argue that a job in the first instance supports, but then the services that provide to people are also the primary outcome.
So when will a genuine audit of expenditure and outcomes be done on the effectiveness and the value for money basis of all Indigenous grants and NIAA programs over the last 5 years?
Senator, so I would say we obviously have rigorous monitoring of our own grants through internal assessment processes, and this occurs every year. We monitor for the effectiveness and efficiency and value for money, which is required under the PGPA Act with all of our investments. You would have seen over a number of years now the NIAA's funding has been directed more and more to our engagement with community-controlled organisations, being responsible for the provision of our services to communities, so that there is that greater connection to what is it that is going to be required to make change for those communities, because it's now essentially many more of our grants are being delivered through community-controlled organisations.
When will we see an independent audit, third-party independent audit?
So, Senator, we have a number of different accountability mechanisms as a Commonwealth executive agency as it is. We have regular performance audits by the Australian National Audit Office that we're required to do, and I might get our Group Manager for Integrity just to go through a little of some of the more recent ANAO audits that we have had.
Thank you for your question, Senator. Sean Worth, Group Manager for Integrity. So the assurance mechanisms in place for our funding and how it's spent and the value delivered is multi-layered. Within the agency itself, we have a requirement through all of our funding agreements for providers to report against KPIs in terms of their service delivery. Each time those reports are received, they're reviewed by the teams. It's checked off against their own experience checking with community and visiting the providers themselves to cite those services. The financials themselves, each time an acquittal is required, staff within the NIAA review the acquittal, i.e. that the funding claim being made by the provider against that. And they check that it's in line with the contract, and that likewise it's supported by the performance reports. We then also are subject, and as Ms Guevara mentioned, the ANAO, in terms of independent audit, conducts audits of our own.
The ANAO told me a couple of times that they don't do detailed comprehensive audits. What you're talking about is monitoring yourself. I want to know when an independent external audit will be done.
Well, the ANAO conducts two types of audits, one of the actual processes and the way that we operate, in order to ensure that the key risks, that the Commonwealth is exposed to through our operations are being properly managed through our processes and controls and so on. When it comes to individual audits themselves, it's not a requirement of our funding. Well, so I'll rephrase that. A requirement for any audited accounts from providers varies according to the assessed risk for that particular provider. We do require some providers to have their accounts audited independently, and those are checked and received. However, it's not always the case, and as I said before, in circumstances where audited, well, in both cases, we actually do full checks of the acquittal claims made by our own staff. Of course, that's independent from those making the claims, being the providers. But so there are a large number of checks and balances in place. There are, where required, given our risk assessments, independent audit required of some providers. And then on top of that, our own processes and our own approach to risk management is subject to audit by the ANAO.
Okay, thank you. Do most adult Indigenous people living in remote areas, if not working, receive a fortnightly welfare payment?
I would say, Senator, there is an Australian requirement that after a certain period of time, if you are not working, you're entitled to a payment, yes.
That's all Australian.
Yeah. That's all Australians, yeah.
So I'm guessing you're saying yes. Is that likely to be the same or more than received by non-Indigenous recipients?
We get triple, didn't you know that?
Senator, I would say there's no difference in treatment for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people than there are to other Australians.
Is the payment enough to live in? Sorry?
Chair, I'm not sure this agency is responsible for the payments to which the Senator
So we are not, Senator. No. Our responsibilities are for the programs and policies that we administer. Right. So if it's in relation to the social security system, then I would suggest you direct those questions to the Department of Social Services.
To ensure you get the accurate answers to your questions, Senator Roberts, we would direct you there.
Thank you.
Your last question before we rotate.
Where does the money go? Is the payment enough to live on? Surely that's part of your remit. What proportion goes in rent? And why is the attendance at school so low? What is being done to fix it?
That's an awful lot of issues in one sentence, Senator
I want to know
Roberts.
what
Many
doing.
of them not interrelated in terms of this department, although, that's not to go to the relevance of your question. But you're probably going to need to break it down a little for the officers to appropriately respond.
Is the payment, thank you, is the payment enough to live on? Where does the money go, and specifically rent?
So, Senator, I think a lot of the issues that you are raising are not within the remit of this agency. As I said, if it's in relation to social security payments of any sort, it is actually the Department of Social Services who would be able to provide it. My understanding is I think they're on next Wednesday.
Senator Roberts, on that, Senator Roberts.
Know how these
Senator Roberts.
cover.
So, Senator, what I can...
Roberts, please, can I just clarify a piece for you there? The is it enough to live on is not... I mean, you can ask that about anybody in Australia. You would have to look to the social security people about how it's assessed. In terms of housing, this agency does not have a breakdown of how people spend any money they may receive in welfare payments.
How do you assess whether or not people are living satisfactorily?
How do you spend your money?
Yeah, exactly.
How do you spend your money, Malcolm?
I'm not being questioned, Lydia.
Senator, it is not our job to monitor the personal payments or spending habits of individuals. Our role is to administer the programs that we are and policies that we are responsible for.
Do you assess
Senator Roberts,
standard
we're
of
going to
living?
rotate the call, so I'll give you one final question.
Do you assess standard of living and what's needed to upgrade it to close the gap?
So, Senator, we are in constant contact with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities across the country around pressure points for their own cost of living. It is why there is a lot of focus and attention on what is happening in remote communities across the country. You were not present previously when the Minister referred to the work that she has been undertaking with the Coalition of the Peaks in regards to the monitoring of the current fuel crises, where we have obviously been in contact with community-controlled organisations about the cost of service delivery to remote communities across the country. So those types of issues in terms of how do we understand the impact in terms of cost of living for remote communities, there are various mechanisms which we do that all the time.
Thanks, Chair.
And we'll now go to Senator Nampijinpa Price.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask some questions of the NIAA with regard to closing the gap targets. Firstly, I'd just like to know how much money has been spent in the Indigenous Australians portfolio in the last financial year. If there's a figure that can be provided, if there's not a figure that can be provided now, if that can be placed on notice.
Senator, when you say expenditure, so essentially, we receive obviously an appropriation from government at the start of each budget for the programs that we administer. You'll see through the budget process, obviously, there is our funding for this particular year. I'm happy for Ms Babler, who is currently our acting CFO, to provide those details to you. But that question around expenditure, essentially, like some of that funding that we would get through our appropriation would actually cover several years. So, yeah, but I'll hand to Ms Babler.
Thank you. Maria Babler, Acting Chief Financial Officer. In the 2025-26 financial year, we are forecasting to spend $2.2 billion through the Indigenous Advancement Strategy, and then we are forecasting to spend $312 million or $313 million on departmental operating funding.
Okay, thank you. That was last financial year?
That's the current financial year.
Current financial year. Are you able to provide those figures for the 22-23 financial year as well?
No, Senator, I don't have historical information on, but I can take that on notice.
Okay, so if you can take on notice for me the 22-23, 23-24, 24-25.
Yes.
How much has been spent? This might have to go to the Minister. I'd like to understand the complete spend on Indigenous affairs across all portfolios at the Commonwealth level from the 22-23 financial year to improve outcomes in relation to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Can that one be taken on notice?
We can certainly take it on notice, Senator Price. It will require the Finance Minister's involvement, so yes, we can take that on notice.
And I suppose, and just going back to the issue of Tunganjira, also specifically across all portfolios, what that spend is in the current and the previous financial year, if I can take that on notice too, please, across all portfolios.
Again, Senator, I think that's one which actually it is probably better to ask the individual agencies around their expenditure with tongue and cheek, just in terms of getting the accuracy of that information from them directly.
Certainly, I'd just like to be able to have that information through the Minister's office directly, given that oversight and representation of the government. In one easy place
can
would
I
be...
just say, Chair, we'll get back to you on that. I'm not quite sure that we can actually do that. I'd like to be able to take notice to get back to you as a committee on that.
Thank you. So the Productivity Commission releases an annual data compilation tracking socioeconomic outcomes, which really starts after the refresh in last 2021. So I understand that in 2022 there were 4 targets on track. In 2023 there were 4 targets on track. In 2024 there were 5 targets on track. But by the most recent reports in 25, there are again now only 4 targets on track. Is that still the case?
I'll hand across to my colleague, Dr. Gordon, to provide the details.
Thanks for the question, Senator. Simon Gordon, Group Manager, Strategy, and good morning to you and the other senators. The last refresh from the Productivity Commission was in March this year, and it did report that 9 of the targets are improving, with 4 of those on track, 2 targets with no change since the baseline year, 4 are worsening, and 4 targets don't have any data beyond the baseline year.
Okay, so you've had 4 years and 5 budgets with essentially no progress. Why aren't we seeing improvement? And what's being done to fix it?
So, Senator, I would say that the Commonwealth is not the only party to this agreement. It is essentially a partnership agreement where we work with, obviously, our coalition of the peak partners, but with other jurisdictions as well in attempting to achieve those targets. So we are obviously transparent about the investments that the Commonwealth has had over the last few years. That they are published in the Minister's glossy that she does for each budget. So those have been available for the last 4 years, as I think I recall, at least 3. And so, that funding alone is not in and of itself sufficient. Obviously, it does require the states and territories also to contribute to those achievement of those targets through their own programming and policies.
So perhaps you need to provide this on notice, provide detail on what measures that relate specifically to the Commonwealth that are actually providing improvements, and where the Commonwealth is failing in terms of direct responsibility. I know you've suggested there are other elements to this, and the other elements that have some level of accountability, but I suppose I want to understand precisely where those failures exist from a Commonwealth perspective.
So, Senator, of course, we do an annual report and implementation plan each year. So under the national agreement, we've been required to do an implementation plan, and at the end of that financial year, the end of the reporting period, we do the annual report for it. So those are available for every year since the start of this new national agreement. But as I said, that's only for the Commonwealth. If you needed to look at all of the other jurisdictions involved in the partnership, you would need to look at their implementation plans and annual reporting as well.
Okay, so given that...
and in addition to that, I think there is obviously the reviews that do occur. The Productivity Commission is responsible for a review. I think there's 3 of those that are in the national agreement. There is, of course, an independent-led review. The Minister, of course, was just at Joint Council last Friday where they discussed the outcomes of the independent-led review, Aboriginal independent-led review of the agreement as well.
So NIAA's total resourcing is around $4 billion this year. If I add up next year's estimate, plus the actual expenditure from previous years, from the 1st of July 2022, we have resourced NIAA to the tune of $21,981,434. So $22 billion but nothing has really changed. The measures that were getting worse in 22 are still getting worse, with no new measures now on track. Why hasn't this expenditure been effective over the last 5 budgets?
Well, that's not actually correct, Senator, through the chair. We have 9 targets that are getting better, Senator. Employment, preschool enrolment, land rights, sea rights, which has absolutely been attained, Year 12 attainment, tertiary education, youth engagement in work or study. They are significant improvements that are happening through closing the gap and the work of the Coalition of Peaks. The areas that we are not doing well and are a real stress in terms of families across Australia is justice and out-of-home care. And these are the 2 critical areas that we remain focused on.
Oh, it's interesting, isn't it? Out-of-home care is such a huge issue involving children, and we've seen recent events recently, which would suggest to me that while you can sit there and say that these billions of dollars are providing great successes, I see it that 4 targets are not on track. And they worsened since 2022. So those 4 targets have got worse over that time and not any better despite $22 billion. So this to me suggests that the evidence is there that this isn't working, and expenditure hasn't been effective. So why are we just doing more of the same, I suppose?
Can I just speak to that, Senator? Firstly, I just want to clarify the $22 billion, whether that figure is correct. We might come back on that around NIAA expenditure. Just on the targets, I mean, I think one of the important things around having the really strong measurement is that we can see year on year where targets are changing, and that does help guide both investment but also our work that we do with the states and territories who often hold many of the levers on these. An example of how that data really plays out, one of the targets that you referred to that went from originally being consistent with the baseline to being on track and then going back to now being with the baseline refers to the healthy birth rate, which is target 2. One thing I would note on that target is that it is highly variable because it is based off small numbers. So we're now looking at around 88.9% of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander babies with a healthy birth rate. It was 88.8. It can change quite a lot. But knowing that data now, and Department of Health are best placed to speak to this, we've been able to put a lot stronger focus on the types of measures which have an evidence base behind them to help move that. So that includes strengthening access to high quality antenatal care, supporting smoking reduction, improving preconception care, increasing breastfeeding rates and preventing fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. So, it'd be the same for any target that we could speak to, but I think when we look at the data, we work with our colleagues in the states and territories, we work with our colleagues in the other agencies and the Minister with her colleagues to look at where there is evidence of things that could make a difference and try to put more effort into those.
Last question, Senator.
Would that be done in a form of an audit of outcomes for expenditure across the whole of government in relation to Indigenous Australians' portfolio?
It's not done in the form of an audit in that manner. The way it would be done would be looking at, through all of those individual programs, how they've been evaluated and monitored, and where there's evidence that they are making a difference and are successful, working with the relevant portfolios or relevant governments to see that those things that are working can be expanded, and if there are things that aren't, then you might slow those down. But so each program, as we heard earlier, is monitored in some sort of detail to inform those decisions.
I'll come back.
Thank you. Senator Thorpe.
Chair.
Going to the Brisbane Broncos now. They received $27.3 million in NIA closed non-competitive grant for the Beyond the Broncos program between 24 to 27, 2027. Is this correct?
Senator, we'll just check the figure on that grant.
So the Beyond Broncos Girls Academy, it supported over 2,300 girls and young women annually, and that funding was from 2024 to 2027. We also have funding for the Beyond Broncos mentoring program, which supported over 500 students annually in the period from 2025 to 2026.
What kind of leadership are they working with our young people on? We're talking about NRL club, right? We know what goes on at the clubs. We know how great they are as role models. So what are they teaching our young people, and why aren't our old people teaching our young people? Is this part of the assimilation program, or like, what's that about?
So for the Beyond Broncos Girls Academy, that supports at-risk or disengaged girls and young women through mentoring and support programs to engage in school and improve education outcomes. For the Beyond Broncos mentoring program, the funding we have expands and continues the mentoring program, which improves school attendance and retention and supports students to transition into further education or employment after year 12.
So do they do a better job than our old people? Is that why they get the money?
So the funding that is provided for these services...
No, that's just a question. Maybe Minister can answer that, because you need some background to understand the question. I was raised to understand and believe that our old people teach us the laws of this land. How does Brisbane Broncos, AFL, NRL do better than our old people in providing mentoring, keeping our people safe, keeping our young people out of the system? Is it better that the rugby league and the AFL do that for our kids? Or is it better that it is given to our people to self-determine what leadership is for our people, Just curious.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you, Senator, for the question. Our elders are absolutely important, but our people can do both. We can have our elders guide us, and we can also work to aspire in any career that we wish to, whether it's a sporting career, whether it's leadership in political life or any organisation. Our elders are always there. My elders are still with me all the time.
They don't get paid that much money though, do they?
Senator thought if we could not speak over the Minister, that would be really helpful. Thank you. Minister.
I'll answer the question.
Thank you. Yeah. NIA redundancies. How did NIA end up with so many executive level staff that it has to offer redundancies? Maybe the CEO.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. You'll actually notice in this year's budget papers the FTE for the NIAA has actually increased slightly, so there is additional funding for staffing levels for this next current financial year. The level of executives we have in the agency is a reflection of the programs and policies that we would be administering at any given time. We have obviously have ons and offs in terms of the programming that we are responsible for, and so...
Is that called terminating measures?
There are a series of terminating measures that happen every year with the agency, and so therefore determining what the levels of staffing are that are appropriate for the measures that we have going forward is what we constantly monitor and prioritise our staffing accordingly.
Yep. So what are the financial pressures driving redundancies? If it's terminating measures, what are they?
I'll hand across to our CFO just to provide a little bit further detail.
And while we're there, how many have expressed interest in voluntary redundancies?
So, in fact, yes, I'll go back down to this end of the table. In terms of the voluntary redundancies, I'll turn to our Chief Operating Officer. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Rachel Jackson, Chief Operating Officer. We have had around 120 expressions of interest. They've not all progressed to offers at this stage. We are going through, we've made a first round of offers. We, of course, have to balance those interests with the key deliverables of the agency. But before we go to the Chief Financial Officer, what we're also trying to do with rebalancing the number of executive level staff is to have more operational level staff across the agency, and in some cases more staff in the region. So we're looking at where people are working and what they're working on. So we're really keen to make sure that we've got the staff on the priority areas of the department at the right levels. That does mean that as we are changing the focus of where we're working, in some cases that we are making those offers, but we have to scrutinise all those offers. So we don't have the final numbers yet. We're still in the middle of the round, but we can provide those later.
Would you mind tabling all staff communications that have been sent out about redundancies?
I can do that.
Thank you. And also, how many voluntary redundancies are expected overall?
We don't have a number because we are working through a range of savings measures, not just in staffing. So where we can, we're looking at savings measures that are non-staffing related, like our property costs and reducing travel. So there's a number, and looking at our supply costs and things. So overall, we haven't got an actual target that I can give you right now.
So outside of this, has the department been cutting back more senior staff, SES ranks, to save money?
Yes, we have.
And how many First Peoples do you employ currently, and what percentage of your workforce is that, and how do you expect these redundancies to affect us?
We've been very mindful of any disproportionate effect for First Nations staff. We're very proud of our 24% of our staff are First Nations, and it's important for the agency to have strong representation. And in fact, where we can, we're trying to increase that representation. So it is a balance with the voluntary redundancy process, but of course we will still consider voluntary redundancies based on the roles that they're occupying, whether or not they can be abolished. So at the moment, I can give you the breakdown per classification of First Nations staff. I'm happy to have that on notice. Yep. Thank you. Natsiha, I just want to come back to the $6.3 million over 3 years you mentioned for the continuation of the housing policy partnership. I agree with Senator Little that wording on this in the budget was very misleading. You mentioned...
Sorry, Senator, I actually corrected it. I think you might have been out of the room, so at the start of this session. So there was $6 million allocated to the Housing Policy Partnership. Separately, there's 6.3, which was referred to in the budget papers, that is for housing peak.
Okay. So I'm getting many calls from mob around the country who are trying to establish contact with Natsiha, including my office, because we get a lot of mob that are homeless on their own lands. So Natsiha hasn't been operational for a while, I understand. They are not responding to emails. Their website was down, and there is absolute radio silence on them actually carrying out any peak body functions. And FOI has confirmed Natsiha has not achieved its deliverables or been compliant with NIA funding conditions. Is that right? Because I just wonder why it's being funded when they've done nothing and they're not meeting reporting requirements.
We had a funding agreement, Senator, with to establish a housing peak. That contract has now been completed. You're right, there were reporting issues which we were following up with NATSIHA. At the moment, currently the only contracts with the housing peak is actually the Treasury Department. But Ms Pearson, I think there's probably some more we could add.
So as Ms Guevara mentioned, Senator Simon Person, Branch Manager of Housing. So during the time they had funding with the NRAA, which was between 2022 and 2025, so our agreement expired in December 2025. When we received the final report from NATSIA, which was reporting against their deliverables, it was marked as needs improvement. And also during the time the funding arrangement was with NRAA, there was a breach that was provided to NATSIA, but that was then rectified. But more broadly, as Ms Guevara mentioned, we have had concerns with the governance, the financial management and the leadership, and we are continuing to work that through.
So are they there or not?
Are
they the new peak body that you're trying to fix and give money to?
Sorry, Senator. They still do have a board, Senator. They are still...
But they're not contactable.
We can provide you with contact details of the chair and the board members.
And I understand. You might want to tell the people that need that most. Like if my office can't contact them and mob are ringing me saying, what is this about, then obviously there's a problem.
So NRAA did receive some correspondence earlier this month and we have provided relevant contact details. And I understand the website is back up.
So what's the transparency required of peak bodies? That means we can know what they're doing and what they're meant to be doing. And do all peak bodies follow FPIC? Because it's very hard to get into a peak body. You know, it's who your mates are. They only really work with the government. They are bound by NDAs not to say anything about their conversations with government. So whose peak body are they? Are they NIA's peak body for the purpose of facilitating the government's agenda? Or are the peak bodies meant to be for Aboriginal people?
Thank you, Senator, for your question. So in regards to NATSIA, from our perspective, the incorporation of NATSIA was a really important step for sector representation and partnership. In terms of how they were established, which might answer some of your questions, in 2017, the former National Congress of Australia's First People, they conducted workshops to discuss the establishment of a national housing peak. And that was then later endorsed in 2018. And when it was established, it included representatives from most of the First Nations housing peaks from all the jurisdictions.
Thank you. Can you confirm how much money has been spent on NATSIA since its establishment?
So NATSIA received $5.3 million from NRAA between 2022 and 2025 to become incorporated and for them to build their capability.
5.3 million, can't contact them, they've done nothing, they haven't reported, but they got 5.3 million. Is that?
So, Senator, they did actually deliver objectives under their grant agreement, so there are a number of projects that they were funded to provide. When we mark them as needs to improve, that's not a reflection that they didn't deliver, Senator.
Well, what is it?
Apologies?
What is it?
Well,
please explain.
As I mentioned earlier, we had some concerns around annual work plans. There was some unsubmitted documentation and financial reporting issues that we are continuing to work through, Senator.
Is there anything about answering emails or answering phones to the people that they purport to represent?
Not that I recall, Senator, but I can take that on notice.
Thank you, that'd be great. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Member Price. Thank you. I just want to go back to
Ms Rivera, are you opposed to an audit of outcomes of expenditure across the whole of government in relation to the Indigenous Australians portfolio?
Sorry, Senator, I missed the start. Could you repeat the question?
Sorry, are you opposed to an audit of outcomes for expenditure across the whole of government in relation to the Indigenous Australians portfolio?
Senator, it's not a decision for me to take.
Minister, are you opposed to an audit of outcomes for expenditure across the whole of government in relation to Indigenous Australians portfolio?
We have audits all the time, Senator Price. It is a part of the function of the Commonwealth with every grant program across agencies and departments. We also have the National Audit Office, so that is already inbuilt into the Commonwealth's funding regime.
So, Minister, who owns the failures in the space when it comes to closing the gap?
Well, I'd like to perhaps table a report, a map, Chair, given the Senator's interested in closing the gap, just so that the committee is aware of each state and territory's targets.
That would be very helpful.
It would be important to be able to refer to it in my conversations with the Senator.
Great, that would be...
Does the government admit that the current approach to closing the gap funding isn't working?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. It is really tough. Closing the gap is really tough, Senator. There's no two ways about it. If you look at the map that I have just tabled with the committee, you can see that each of the jurisdictions, you can see the Northern Territory is the worst case. My question would be that it's important that the Parliament works as a whole towards closing the gap, given this has been previously, in terms of the agreement, a united front of both Labor and the Coalition in terms of this national agreement. My question would perhaps be, what are you doing with your colleagues in the Northern Territory to assist us to try and close the gap when we look at the map and we see the Northern Territory's figures?
You put the question to me. I've been doing absolutely everything I possibly can to work with your government because that is my federal responsibility to do so, in calling for an audit, in calling for inquiries into town camps. We've just discussed the copious amounts of money that go into an entity such as Tunginjira, and clearly they're failing. But there is no accountability. So,
well, that's not correct. We've already said here yes, we have. We heard Ms Bellinger earlier on talk about the decisions that are made and the funding that's provided as a result of reports that are received. What we see in the targets here, in particular around justice and the high incarceration rates, and this area in particular in the Northern Territory is one I'd be interested to know whether you've tried to advance that conversation with the Attorney-General of the Northern Territory as well.
Look, I've been advancing many conversations with the Northern Territory, and particularly around the care of Indigenous children and putting their human rights ahead of culture, which is an ideological proposal that we're seeing too many kids kept in dreadful situations as a result. But I suppose the questions the estimates questions are to be directed at yourself, Minister, because I'm speaking about this government's failures, which you know are occurring. And so what I'd like to know is, since July 22, has anyone at the Commonwealth level been held accountable for a failure to deliver outcomes?
Across the jurisdictions, you would need to put those questions to each of the jurisdictions. This is a partnership, not just of the Commonwealth zone. We work with the state and territories.
So has anyone been held accountable for those failures?
Price, let's not speak over each other.
Thank you, Chair.
If we could just...
It'd be nice to get an actual
and with the
direct
Coalition
answer.
of Peaks as well.
So they're not held... the Coalition of Peaks, have they been held accountable for their failures?
Well, this is a good question, and it's one that Senator Thorpe asked some time back about the accountability of the targets. There is no accountability of the targets because the agreement is
That's all I needed to know. That's all I needed to know.
There is an agreement. But
Thank you.
Senator Price, what we've done in
Thank you. You've answered my question.
Senator
I'd like
Price,
to now move
please
on.
allow the Minister to finish her answer.
Thank you, Chair.
The question's being answered.
In terms of the Northern Territory
Now
remote
it's just
area
filibustering.
investment, we have been able to ensure that with the Aboriginal Peaks at the table with the Northern Territory Government and the Commonwealth, this is the first time we've ever had that kind of accountability inbuilt into the federal funding agreement, which is what I want to see across the other jurisdictions.
Thank you. Failure continues. All right. The ABC, I would like to now talk about the destruction of an Aboriginal heritage site in New South Wales as part of a renewable energy project.
Do you have a question, Senator?
Just seeing if there's anyone else that needs to step forward with regard to this particular matter. The ABC this morning reported that a renewable energy company in central western New South Wales, ACEREZ, destroyed an Indigenous rock shelter in the Mudgee district beyond repair, even though it was an Aboriginal heritage site. This happened while it was clearing power lines to connect the Central West Orana renewable energy zone to the grid. It knew about the rock shelter, and what's more, this is the entity receiving $750 million in concessional loans through the Rewiring the Nation Fund and administered by the Clean Energy Finance Corporation. What steps, if any, have been taken in response to this disaster?
Excuse me, Chair, I believe that is a question to another committee.
I believe that it is the Environment Communications Committee that is the appropriate place for this. Unless there's a connectivity to the NIAA that you can establish.
So the NIAA aren't concerned of taking any action with regard to this?
It's not about their concern, it's about their level of responsibility.
Zero responsibility.
For this particular issue that you have raised. And I don't believe heritage comes under the organisation, but I'm happy to be corrected.
No, that's correct, Chair. So primarily the heritage protection laws would be under jurisdictional laws. Then under the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water, they have the ATSIP Act, which is the sort of legislation of last resort. If people don't feel that they're able to get the protections they are seeking at the jurisdictional level, they can essentially put in a request to the Environment Minister, and that's handled through ATSIP.
All right. Well, I'd like to move on to the Northern Territory Remote Aboriginal Investment Partnership Agreement and the $842 million that was announced. So this agreement that was announced in January in 2025 for $842 million in response to a Senate order of production of documents was asked to provide the following detail: the sum of all payments made by the Commonwealth under each schedule to the agreement and a breakdown of each payment made against each associated performance milestone. And the response was, with regard to these parts, no payments have been made by the Commonwealth. So I suppose I want to know, how on earth do we get to the point where the government is announcing an $842 million pre-election commitment to spending in the Northern Territory, but 16 months later not a single dollar has in fact been spent? Did the government change its position?
Senator Price, Senator Thorpe asked all these questions this morning, and I do believe we did give a response to it. One of the fundamental aspects of federal funding agreements is they are paid in arrears. So when the Northern Territory government performs and puts its record of performance in, only then does it get the funding from the Commonwealth. But I'll hand over to the agency.
Senator Price, that is correct. So we're certainly working closely with the Northern Territory and the peak body groups. Progress reports were provided recently into the Joint Steering Committee, just working through that process, and we expect to see payments made shortly. I think one of the advantages of paying in arrears, that if a service is demonstrated that it's not delivered or delivered fully, then we don't need to pay for what hasn't been delivered. NT-RAY has always been delivered in arrears. It's not a new feature at all.
Okay, so in relation to some of the matters in this space, the Aboriginal, you talked about the Aboriginal interpreter service. I'd like to continue on this particular theme and turn to the package announced in the budget. Budget papers state that the Closing the Gap Further Investments measures involves $793.7 million over 5 years. But looking at the line items, it appears there's only $142.3 million of new spending. So how do you account for the other $651.4 million in spending?
So, Senator, I can only speak to the spending relating to the NIAA. The budget papers include other portfolios. Funding, and so I might speak specifically for the Indigenous Advancement Strategy. Funding for the Indigenous Advancement Strategy increased by $11.8 million over 4 years from 26-27 as a result of budget measures. Like all agency, the NIAA regularly reviews its activities to ensure resources are directed towards the highest priorities. So the net result from the budget for the NIAA was $11.8 million over 4 years.
11.8 million?
Yes.
So the budget paper contains the line, the government has already provided partial funding for some elements of this measure. Do we know where was that money from?
Sorry, Senator, was that in relation to a specific measure?
That was in relation to what I just referred to. So I suppose what I want to understand is $650 million been announced in new spending without new appropriation. I want to understand what existing programs were cut, reprioritised, repackaged, or had money moved around in order to make this new package.
So, Senator, as I said before, I can only speak in respect to the NIAA. And as I was saying, like all agencies, we regularly review our activities to ensure resources are directed towards the highest priorities. Following a comprehensive and considered review of all administered and departmental funding, the NIAA identified savings of $302.6 million over 4 years from 2026-27.
Okay. Sorry, what were those savings?
So these savings were achieved through a careful review of activities and programs with close consideration of impacts to communities and providers. Savings were primarily achieved by reviewing uncommitted funding across the forward estimates. We focused on funding that was earmarked for future activities but had not yet been contractually committed, and we reassessed whether the funding was still required or appropriately sized.
And we'll rotate the call if you.
Can I just ask one more question in terms of what plans are in place for independent evaluation of the measures in this package?
So, Senator, for the ones that we are responsible for example, the doubling of the RGED jobs, there is already sort of work underway in terms of a monitoring, evaluation and kind of learning program for those, and you'll find for each of them there is certainly for the food security programs as well.
And just quickly, $300 million in cuts is pretty significant. What programs were they drawn from?
So, Senator, they came from a range of programs across the IAS, so we have 6 programs, so it was across all of those programs.
Can you provide maybe a breakdown on...
I can take that on notice.
Notice. Thank you. All right.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. I'm wanting to ask some questions around the investment grant capping. So this investment, Aboriginal investment, holds control over $680 million in royalties that Northern Territory traditional owners earned from mines on their land. You have locked away $500 million of that in the so-called Future Fund and are only giving out about $15 million in grant money every year, with caps on individual grants of $1 million for community projects and $150,000 for business projects. Is this correct?
Senator, that's Aboriginal Investor NT.
Oh, okay.
And they're appearing a bit later, as I understand, today.
All right. Well, it's Sorry Day. Sorry means you don't do it again. Why have we got 24,000 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children in out-of-home care today?
Senator, as I think I indicated earlier today, in relation to child protection and safety, child protection largely is a jurisdictional responsibility.
Are you aware of the Commonwealth power to override the genocide, which is what the Bringing Them Home report said? This is genocide, taking our children.
So, Senator, I would say there are a range of different policies. Even though it is primarily a jurisdictional responsibility, there are a range of policies that the Commonwealth is responsible for. I think we've spoken previously about safe and supported being the overall framework for the Commonwealth's response on child safety matters. We are not the agency that administers the safe and supported programming and framework. That's actually Department of Social Services.
Do you talk to them about the genocide
Senator,
on our children and families?
Senator, we talk to the Department of Social Services almost on a daily basis on some issues around not only whether the Closing the Gap work is contributing to outcomes as required, but new funding proposals that they might be contemplating. So we're in regular contact.
Because and sorry to cut you off, but I keep raising it and raising it. My mother was part of the Bringing Them Home inquiry 29 years ago. I will continue to raise it until the day I take my last breath. It is genocide. Do you talk to other departments to stop the genocide? Because under your government, the minister's government, it's increased, it's out of control. Incarceration is out of control. We know kids removed end up imprisoned or dead. So I don't want to come, next year and ask the same. I want to see, our people want action, not words.
So, Senator, we are concerned about the high rates of children going into child protection. We understand that the impact of children in child protection, what it means not only for family dislocation, but also what it means potentially for...
Just want to know what the action is.
The actions would be, we actually do write as well to jurisdictions because they are the ones who administer the child protection system for each jurisdiction, and the Minister has written recently to the Northern Territory Government, in particular in relation to child protection issues in the Northern Territory.
You know what they do? They look at the letter from the federal minister and they go, we've got to commit genocide because we need the land and the resources. We need these people moved off. Smooth the dying pillow. We're meant to be eradicated. They're doing a very good job in this country to eradicate us. If it's not to kill us, remove us, it's to assimilate us. I'm sorry, but I just see no action from this government. And it's always handballing to states and territories. And you have our people pour our hearts out for their removals, for the deaths in custody, and nothing happens from the federal government. So excuse me for being a little bit passionate, because I'll get branded that. It's not about that. It's about keeping our people alive. So, all right, states and territories, what is the federal action to stop our children being stolen from their families? What is the federal action? It's Sorry Day.
It is. I know this is a really uncomfortable point, and I totally hear where you're coming from, but the accountability, the responsibility under the Constitution and under how this works is that the states and territories.
No, you're incorrect, Chair. Don't butt in, because that is incorrect.
And there's no need to be.
You have constitutional power. Have a look at it.
No need
Please
to be
answer
rude.
the question. One of you. Sorry Day. Remember Sorry Day.
Yes.
Not a morning tea. It's an action.
Senator, as I had indicated before, the Department of Social Services actually oversees the safe and supported framework. It does work with all of the jurisdictions on what we can do at the Commonwealth level. We do have programming. I think we've talked about it many times here, that in terms of our supports to families through the Indigenous Advancement Strategy. But we're not the only one in the Commonwealth who's actually working on these particular issues as well.
Thank you. I want to go to the Voice, the terrible referendum that we should never, ever, ever have had. $411 million spent for what? It's taken us backwards. It's given licence to the racists. The racists are having a field day with our people. Are you, Minister, do you regret running that referendum, spending $411 million and enabling the racists in this country to come and attack our people for the last 10 years?
Through the Chair, thank you, Senator Thorpe, for the question. I certainly thank the over 6 million people who said yes. It was a really important time for First Nations people who gathered at the base of Uluru, who requested from our government to be able to take the voice to the people. And I commend the Prime Minister for having done that, and for all those leaders very much involved.
Well, they've all got jobs out of it.
And what happened is that we lost. But that's what happens at referendums. You either
why
win
did we lose,
or
Minister?
you lose.
I know you're talking to the camera, but why did we lose?
Well, I'm actually speaking to the Chair.
The country's too racist to reconcile, and they said that during the reconciliation movement, which my mother was also a part of under Howard. You know what they said? The country was too racist to reconcile. And then we do this ridiculous referendum asking the racists to say yes to us having anything. That was doomed for failure from the beginning.
Well,
and look what's happening right now.
If I recall, you actually joined them in that, Senator Thorpe, in saying no.
Absolutely I did, because I knew the harm it would cause our people,
and
I wasn't about to go into a racist
so
constitution
I think you share that responsibility,
that was founded,
Senator Thorpe.
this very place was founded on racism, and that's their constitution. We have the oldest constitution on the planet. That's why I said no. Absolutely, but I didn't do a racist no. I did a common sense no, based on the repercussions of asking racists to agree with us having any kind of say in our lives. And look what we're seeing. Do you regret that? Or are you happy that you did that?
I've responded to your question, Senator Thorpe. I'm very thankful for the 6 million Australians who supported the yes vote. We didn't win.
Well, Mick Dodson said this morning, as part of being a commissioner for the Bringing Them Home report, that we should have had truth first. We shouldn't have gone down the referendum path. And there are many, many Aboriginal people that did vote yes that are saying to me, yeah, we shouldn't have had it. Look what's happened. Look what's happening to our people in this country. People that really thought it was going to help. Why will you not commit to truth-telling, which we should have done way back then, $411 million spent on making sure that every racist in this country understands whose land they're on and the real history of this country. Why didn't we start there?
Our people have endured much for generations and for centuries. We didn't give up then, and we're not giving up now, Senator Thorpe.
Well, there are a lot of people who are giving up, and you're seeing that in the suicide rates. I've had the peak bodies for suicide prevention meet with me, and they say the Voice killed a lot of our people. Are you aware of that, Minister?
Senator Thorpe, a lot of people across Australia were impacted by the outcome in different ways. What we're trying to do now is move forward and make sure that we work with families across Australia, both black and white, because we all call this place home.
I got nothing to say to that. That's just, you're not on TV talking to the media. You're talking to the people, our people. And when they hear responses like that, Minister, that also gives us no hope for our future.
I'm sorry to hear that, Senator Thorpe.
So am I. It's very disappointing. You're meant to look after our people, and you're actually doing the job of the coloniser, which is to harm us.
Well, that's completely inaccurate and very disrespectful, Chair. I do ask that
we're the most incarcerated under your
this committee. You have called for dignity and respect,
incarcerated
and
under
I
your
expect
watch.
that of Senator Thorpe, who has the privilege, the great privilege, of sitting in the Senate and being able to make a difference, unlike thousands of other Australians. I ask for that dignity and respect in this committee, please.
No, I would give Naya to the people.
Chair,
Senator Thorpe,
I
think
if I had your power, we wouldn't see
down.
what we're seeing today.
The privilege of this committee, the privilege of this committee and every senator who sits around it has an opportunity to make a difference, including Senator Thorpe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That is enough.
Have a nice day. I'll be back later.
We'll go to Senator Nampijinpa Price.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to go back to the Minister just to ask, I suppose, the Minister's view and the government's view on the destruction of the rock shelter in New South Wales, and whether this is of great concern to the government, given your responsibilities in this portfolio.
Yes. Through the Chair, thank you, Senator, for the question. As we've previously stated, that is under cultural heritage, which comes under Minister Murray Watt, which is in a joining committee.
Oh no, I understand that, but being the Minister for Indigenous Australians and the significance of the cultural significance of this place for Indigenous Australians, I'm seeking your view on this matter because I imagine it's of great concern. And whether you think the CEO should step down, much like the CEO of Rio Tinto did with the Juukan Gorge disaster.
Chair, I refer to my previous response.
I'm just going to... The thoughts and feelings of the Minister in a portfolio area that she doesn't have responsibility of is not the jurisdiction of estimates. And I would refer you to Environment and Communications.
I suppose it's just, you know, with the amount of respect that is aimed toward traditional owners and their country, and I just find it's relevant given the Minister's role under, you know, this speaks specifically to culture and heritage. Yes, heritage, but culture as well, which I know is something that the Minister is very passionate about.
Absolutely.
Chair, may I just respond?
Of course, Senator.
I refer to my previous response. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I just want to ask some questions with regard to the $350 million Central Australian plan. So, another big announcement, obviously, with very little follow-through. The Central Australia plan committed $350 million to spending in Central Australia. In answers to the question on notice for the NIAA, question on notice 0039, asked in February this year, it was detailed that 171 million was yet to be paid by the NIAA and other agencies. How much of the Central Australia Plan funding remains unspent today?
Thank you, Senator Price. So we've got the remaining funds of 156.1 million under the plan are due to be paid over the 25-26, 26-27 and 27-28 financial years. So as of 14th May, we have expended 203.9 million under the 4 packages, and that 156 is funding for the next 3 financial years.
156, did you say?
Yes, thank you, Senator. 156.1 million.
Funding for the next 3 years.
So this financial year as well, Senator, and then the next 2 financial years as well. So we're still rolling out elements of the package. Some funding was one-off investment and others is continuous.
Okay, so in your answer, in that question on notice, you said there was no delay in payments because in some circumstances, even though there was funding allocated to a measure or project, you said a financial arrangement is not yet in place as a funding agreement is currently being negotiated or a process is underway to select a service provider. So no signed funding agreement. As I read that, in essence, what you're saying is that you can't be late in making payments under a funding deal announced almost 3.5 years ago because in some cases you haven't reached to the stage where there's an agreed due date for payment. Is that your evidence?
Yeah, that wouldn't be my evidence, Senator. What I would say is that there's a range of measures already implemented, some of them one-off, like infrastructure spend or so on, some of it continuing. So if you think about the junior ranger programs, the country on learning, and that will be paid in each financial year. There are some elements, I think the youth grants that have recently been announced are out in the public forum now. There is some work to be done still on the leadership program, and that might be the grant that you're referring to, where we've signed a funding agreement for the first part of that work, but the next part is in co-design with the Aboriginal Leadership Group, and that work is still underway.
So of the unpaid amount, how much has no signed funding agreement?
Oh, Senator, I'd have to take that on notice. So, I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, and you might have to take this on notice, which Central Australia Plan measures still have no selected provider? Or is that yet to be negotiated?
Yeah, there's still some measures to come through. So, for example, we've got some infrastructure spends in many of the remote communities, and so they may, while the funding has been agreed and the program of what will be delivered has been agreed, there is still some dealings around, tenure and so they may not exactly have a provider, but I think we're very close. But that is normal part of the infrastructure work. We have completed a lot of infrastructure work to date, but that funding is ongoing. Stage 3 we're up to now.
And you might have to take this on notice. When did each unsigned agreement first enter negotiation, I suppose, until it began?
I don't think we've got any unsigned agreements. I think we're in still some of the administration process. But, Senator, I will take that on notice in case there is something that hasn't come to mind. But I think more likely we've got set amounts of buckets, if you like, of funding, and we're still working through, where that goes, how that goes. For example, building, I think we've got a cultural centre that is still under design and scoping. So the funding has been agreed. The community has been agreed. It was one of their aspirations. They've all got to be part of actually choosing what those infrastructure projects look like. But we haven't yet proceeded to a stage that we're ready for construction. So I'd say that that's more likely what you're referring to.
Okay, so was a cultural centre determined by the working group as being necessary?
So I think it started the CAP process. A lot of people went out and visited and did a bit of if you remember OCARC way back then. So went out and talked to communities about their aspirations and what they felt was needed in community. That work has now been distilled through the Aboriginal Leadership Group that has representatives from all remote communities, most remote communities across Central Australia. And then it's been agreed what projects would go forward within the funding that we have. Department of Infrastructure actually leads that project, Senator, so, they could provide more detail about each of those projects.
All right. So can I get, I suppose, on notice what constitutes the requirement for a cultural centre, and I suppose in the objective of why the 350 million was first announced?
Not really sure. I'm really sorry, Senator Price. I'm not really sure I understand that question. So you're asking why
the 350 million being first announced was, I suppose, in response to some significant issues taking place.
Yeah.
So I suppose I want to understand how the development or the building of a cultural centre speaks directly to those concerns and needs.
So part of the key portfolio was around community living and actually, livable communities. It is something that's come from community. So they were really keen within the infrastructure bucket to have a say in how that money was spent. And there was quite a bit of work done around that. Department of Infrastructure, as I said, the Commonwealth Department, Infrastructure, Regional Development.
Okay, so...
Yeah, sorry.
I suppose, let me summarise the position you've just explained, and which was in the answer to the question on notice. You've agreed to pay money in a range of measures under the plan, but there's no contract and the money hasn't gone out the door yet. Is that right?
No, sorry. I think the way that I was describing it, so most of the money has been expended, so 203.9 million has already been spent. What I was trying to explain is that there is some funding ongoing, so you'll just get paid every financial year. So of the remaining money that's left, some of it is ongoing. The other thing I said that there are some projects, for example, some of the infrastructure projects, and there is a leadership project that is yet to be determined and funded. So we've got the funding envelope ready, just who will provide that service is not yet known.
And all decisions made around the spending of this money is basically comes down entirely to the decisions made by the working group?
No, that's incorrect, Minister. So the delegate remains the departments and the various departments that hold the funding. So NIA has some of that funding, but other agencies have it. The role of the Aboriginal Leadership Group is to provide advice to the delegate, but they're an advisory group only.
Advisory group only. Okay.
That's correct.
And to come back to the point of those infrastructure and leadership projects you just mentioned, you've agreed to pay the money, but there's no contract and no money out the door?
So there has been some funding executed under the infrastructure Stage 1 and Stage 2 plans. We're up to a new financial year with the new Stage 3 plan. So it's on track, Senator, as I was saying. The funding's been allocated over multiple financial years.
Okay, and what is the oldest Central Australia Plan funding commitment not yet paid?
I think all commitments are paid, and certainly the process is in places for some of those. So again, if I think of uncontrary learning, that gets paid in each financial year, but the actual funding agreements are done. Not all money is expended. Does that make sense? Yeah.
So who in NIAA tracks whole of Commonwealth delivery of the Central Australia Plan, if anyone?
Senator Price, I think each agency is responsible for the delivery of their plan, but we do have an interdepartmental committee that all of those agencies attend, and through that they report on an update of how that expenditure is going. I'm the co-chair of that committee along with Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Okay. I think I might just put the rest of the questions on notice.
Okay. With that, we will thank the NIAA for their attendance this morning, and we will release you from the program, and we'll just suspend very briefly while we ask the Office of the Registrar of Indigenous Corporations and the Office of Township Leasing to find their way to the table. And for the benefit of anyone following the schedule, we're currently running an hour and a half behind. It is our intention to break at 1 o'clock for lunch, and the committee will reconsider the schedule at that time if we believe that is required. So if we could just suspend momentarily. Welcome. I believe we have Ms. Tricia Stroud, the Registrar of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Corporations, and other officers. Some of them are behind glasses. I'm like just trying to work out who's who here. And also Ms. Penny Talbot, Executive Director with Township Leasing. Yes, right there. Excellent. Would either of you like to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
No?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay. Well, welcome. Thank you for coming along. Sorry for the time blowout. We'll go directly to Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you, and welcome. I've just got some questions for Oric to begin with, just around governance and PBC accountability. What suitability, integrity or director qualification requirements currently apply to directors or office holders of prescribed body corporates, royalty associated entities, Aboriginal corporations receiving significant royalty-linked funding?
Thank you, Senator. Tricia Stroud, Registrar of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Corporations. Directors or individual members are eligible to be directors of RNTBCs as long as they have not been disqualified. And disqualification, there are limited grounds under the CATSI Act of which an individual would be a disqualified officer. And that is that an officer has been automatically disqualified for specific reasons such as convictions of a serious offence, bankruptcy or disqualifications under the Corporations Act by a court order on an application that I might make on grounds of contravening a civil penalty or under civil penalties. So where an individual might be prosecuted under a civil manner by ORIC, we would in that instance also apply as part of the civil proceedings that they become a disqualified officer. Or I have powers under the CATSI Act to disqualify an individual where they've been a person that has within 7 years been an officer of a corporation or within 12 months of ceasing having been an officer of 2 CATSI Act corporations that have been wound up. And they're the 3 limited grounds of which an individual can be disqualified. So to be a director of a PBC, you have to firstly not be a disqualified officer. Secondly, you have to be a member that meets the eligibility requirement in the corporation's rule books, and each corporation has different eligibility requirements. And you have to be appointed by your members through an appointment process, typically at an AGM, or appointed as an independent specialist director by the board. But those processes and criteria are set out in each corporation's rule book.
Okay. Has ORIC undertaken any review into governance standards and conflict management arrangements within corporations managing significant royalty or compensation related funds?
Not specifically, Senator. No. I can say that anecdotal evidence has suggested that how corporations manage related party benefits is something that could benefit from greater awareness and training. It is something we're building into our training, and we've updated and are about to release new material and resources to support corporations which will typically affect PBCs around how they manage related party benefits, which is a matter for members.
Okay. Is there any particular reason for prompting this, or just
anecdotal observations from calls to our call centre around inquiries around what are members' rights and what are director obligations, but also through examinations. So we conduct anywhere up to 50 examinations a year. We can have anywhere around 20-25 examinations on foot at any time. And we also do an analysis of key findings and trends and patterns that are identified through those examinations.
Are you able to provide some of those key findings? Table that, provide on notice?
I can, Senator. So when a corporation is examined, there are 3 outcomes. One is an outcome letter, and that is typically where all things are well, and there might be some very minor matters that an examiner might identify, but certainly not concerning. The second is a compliance notice. A compliance notice is issued where an examiner identifies some issues in relation to the CATSI Act compliance or a corporation's rulebook. Where we issue a compliance notice, it is in effect where we are telling a corporation that we have confidence in providing them an opportunity to resolve those matters themselves. The other outcome is where the breaches of the CATSI Act or a rulebook identified through an examination severe, systemic or of a serious nature that we would place a corporation into special admin. And each of those outcomes are always placed on the public register of a corporation after an examination, but I can take on notice and provide you some data around the patterns and proportion of what falls into what category and what are some of the key findings that have led to our informing our regulatory posture as well as our policy and procedures approach.
Thank you. Does the Commonwealth apply any fit and proper person standard when engaging with organisations that receive significant public funding and play a formal role in closing the gap policy discussions?
In short, Senator, no. The CATS Act requires us to keep a register of people that have been disqualified, noting that it is the obligation of directors to declare whether they're disqualified in their consent to be a director process, and it's a requirement of or an obligation of the corporation to do two things. One is to set any additional criteria and eligibility requirements and standards that relate to fit and proper persons that they might expect of their directors to be in a rule book, remembering that members approve their rule book. And then corporations might have additional obligations to a funding body around fit and proper persons, checks and balances as a condition of their funding agreement. For example, working with people checks. But they themselves are not requirements under the CATS Act that we would regulate.
Okay, and so given the enormous sums involved in royalty and compensation arrangements across the territory, does ORIC accept these governance risks are probably significant?
Sorry, Senator, could you ask me again? I'm not quite sure I understand the question.
So I suppose, yeah, given that there are obviously large sums involved when it comes to royalties and compensation, do you think that in this particular area that governance risks are significant in this space? I mean, do you think the Act captures all the risk that's involved?
Senator, I think the basis of our regulatory posture is that corporations, including PBCs, are member-owned and controlled. Members have the right and the power to approve their rulebook, including checks and balances and additional criteria and eligibility requirements, skills that they expect on their board. They appoint directors who they have trust and confidence in. They have the power and the right under their rulebook through a proper process to remove directors that they no longer have trust and confidence in. And that's been the platform of our regulatory posture and our approach around empowering and increasing member awareness and understanding of those rights, but also their obligations. The two fundamental accountability requirements which we have a focus on and have gone hard on is annual general meetings and annual reporting. And that's because that is the opportunity each year for members to ask questions, hold their directors to account, understand the finances of their corporation through the annual reporting, and to make their own member-informed decision about whether they still have trust and confidence in those directors or whether they wish to remove them. And that is why we've gone hard on prosecuting corporations that don't hold AGMs and do not hold their lodge reports. Financial reports is where members and common law holders can understand the health of their corporation and how their money is being managed.
So if ORIC can disqualify officers for governance and insolvency-related conduct, should serious repeated violence against women or domestic violence also be relevant to whether someone is fit to govern organisations involved in closing the gap in community leadership?
Senator, respecting that 3,400 odd corporations, again, are member-owned and controlled. That is a decision for members in terms of what expectations they set in director eligibility in their rulebooks and how they exercise their trust and confidence on the floor of a AGM. We have updated our model rulebook. And we do provide guidance to corporations that if you deliver a service that is relevant to things like working with vulnerable people, checks and balances, that you may, if not should, consider additional fit and proper persons checks in your director eligibility requirements of your rulebook. And that's the extent of our role in that, is simply to make members aware of their rights. Directors the duties of their directors, what they should expect of their directors, and what additional arrangements they might set in terms of standards of fit and proper persons.
So ORIC provides advice with regard to the acceptance of individuals or members who have histories relating to DV. Is that something that ORIC does?
No, Senator. Where we get inquiries about an individual that might be concerned about a criminal conviction or questions of whether a person is fit and proper, we point them to their rulebook and whether they have additional criteria in their rulebook around their director eligibility. And we also make members aware of their rights and the powers they can use under their rulebook if they have no longer trust and confidence in the character or the fitness or the skills or performance of a director.
But if a character, if they are quite happy to accept an individual who has committed heinous, violent acts, that is perfectly acceptable, and there is no need for any sort of. I suppose, as ORIC's responsibility, does ORIC have any responsibility in this space to view how these measures may be negatively impacting these areas to actually improve upon that in this space, particularly knowing that in Indigenous affairs there are high rates of domestic and family violence, sexual assault and those issues, and we know from on ground at the grassroots level that leadership involves individuals who have committed heinous crimes such as these. I'm wanting to understand why this is acceptable at this level when it is a responsibility, I believe, of agencies, of the government, of us all to do better in these spaces. Why isn't there a view to improve in this particular space, or just to say this is a hands-off, they make these decisions, it is their right to appoint an abuser in a leadership position?
Senator Nampijinpa-Price, it is not the registrar's role to monitor domestic violence or any other crime. Their role, I think, as Ms Stroud has pointed out, is quite specific. They don't have, it is not their role. They don't have the tools. They don't have, it's just not their role.
So, in that case, ORIC does not intervene if the rule book is deficient.
If the rule book is deficient, apologies, Senator, but I'm not quite sure how to answer that. As long as the rule book is compliant with the minimum requirements under the CATSI Act, extra enhancements to a rule book are a corporation's responsibility and is the right of members to design and approve a rule book that might have additional rules above and beyond the CATSI Act. For example, additional fit and proper criteria and eligibility requirements for their directors.
Minister, do you find that this is acceptable? Do you feel that perhaps the CATSI Act should requires a review and perhaps an update to ensure that such individuals simply aren't eligible to become leaders when we know that domestic and family violence, sexual assault are rife at high levels within Indigenous communities and individuals in leadership?
Thank you, Senator. Through the chair, coming into this term of government, the Prime Minister has made it really clear that in terms of the portfolio bodies that I hold, including ORIC, that we would look at the modernisation of these acts. So yes, you're right, the CATSI Act is one that we will be looking at and wanting to see as we go forward what we can do in that space. Clearly, I've heard you at Senate estimates on previous occasions in regards to the general question about the conduct of board members. One of the things we have done through the National Indigenous Australians Agency is set up the integrity unit specifically to be able to look at how organisations who do receive funding are monitored through that integrity unit. That integrity unit was not there prior to Minister Burney, my predecessor. She did implement that into the NIAA so that we could be able to look much closer at boards across the country who do receive federal funding.
That's pleasing to hear. Minister, does the government intend to update the Act to ensure that only individuals, rule books are specifically set up so that only individuals who are fit and proper people, who don't have histories of violence, are eligible toward leadership roles in the first place, so that they are prevented from having the opportunity to put their hand up in the first place? Is that something that the government is going to look to seek to change?
Thanks for the question. When we talk about modernising the Act, it won't be specifically always to the issues that you've succinctly raised. It is actually also about what the CATSI Act and other acts like the ATSI Act actually are doing overall, and that will require in-depth review and a great deal of work. But I'm certainly pleased to be able to keep estimates and this committee informed on how we progress.
Do you think that could be a commitment in the prevention of domestic and family violence and sexual abuse and the reduction of that sort of level of harm toward Indigenous Australians?
Well, we've certainly made that commitment of working with families in that space, Senator. We've certainly done it through Minister Plibersek in what she's set up in terms of the peak body around family and domestic violence and sexual assault, but also within what we've done in legislation with domestic and family violence leave, being able to support people across Australia in their workplaces. I hear what you're saying in terms of the character of people. There are many different levels of assessing a person's character. We do rely largely on the boards themselves to make those decisions, and that's a broad statement. But I can say this to the committee, that when we make the steps to look at the reviews and look at the necessary changes of modernisation, I will certainly keep this committee informed.
Okay, so back to you, Tricia. If a corporation does not meet its AGM and annual reporting obligations, which you say you've gone hard on, is it still eligible to receive Commonwealth grants or be successful in tendering for Commonwealth contracts?
Senator, that would be a question for each of the individual funding agencies. So under the CATSI Act, it's not, there's not a direct relationship between non-lodgement of annual reports and non-holding of AGMs with funding. Some funding bodies would have requirements in their or conditions in their funding contracts that a corporation has to be compliant with its regulator, whether that's ASIC or ORIC. We encourage corporation funding bodies to always look at the public register when undertaking due diligence of corporations. We publish corporations that have been prosecuted for failing to hold AGMs. There's been 2 of those in recent years, and corporations that have failed to lodge their reports, and there has been over 60 of those in the last couple of years. They're published on the website. Funders and donors, as well as members and the general public, are encouraged to look for those corporation details to see signs that things are not well with corporations that they might fund, as well as corporations that we are deregistering. We've recently deregistered 25, and we've this week issued notices to over 600 corporations that we intend to deregister them. And again, funding bodies are constantly reminded that the public register of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander corporations is the single source of truth in terms of regulatory action and the standards and compliance of a corporation when they're making decisions about funding them.
Okay. What powers exist for ORIC or the Commonwealth to intervene where there are allegations of serious governance failures, misuse of funds, conflicts of interest, breaches of director duties, or failure to comply with CATSI Act obligations.
Thank you, Senator. There are a number of powers available to us under the CATSI Act in which we use regularly. They are just basic lines of inquiries when we get a report of concern from a member or a funding body or a member of public around suspected breaches of the CATSI Act or failings in a corporation. We might make lines of inquiry, noting that we rely on some level of evidence when those sorts of allegations are levelled. Second, we can issue a corporation a notice to produce, in which they're required to provide us with documents that might help inform our inquiries around allegations. We can conduct examinations. And the final one, before there might be regulatory action taken, including special administration, is an examination of the corporation. And that's an examination of the corporation's books, which is examining the governance standards and health as well as the financial standards and health of a corporation. There are other powers that are compliance notices, which isn't always out of an examination. Might be where we have significant evidence that a corporation is not doing the right thing. We issue them a compliance notice. And then there is also a power used to call a general meeting. It's a registrar-initiated general meeting where I may have my own initiative and powers under the CATSI Act to call a meeting of the general meeting of the members to pass resolutions or to resolve particular issues in a corporation, usually around the board and instability or minimum numbers of directors where a corporation's not being governed appropriately.
Okay, you might take this next question on notice, but how many ORIC investigations, examinations or special administrations involving NT Aboriginal corporations have occurred over the past 5 years?
Senator, I'd have to take them on notice for the last 5 years. I can tell you that there are, and I'll put the details in the question on notice, but there are a significant number of our examinations are PBCs. Of the examination, of the investigations that are on foot or have resulted in a civil action being pursued by my office or a criminal referral to CDPP. I can tell you how many of those are in TBCs. And the special administrations, there are currently 4 at the moment and 2 of those are PBCs.
Okay.
But the other details around examinations, investigations and prosecution, referrals and outcomes where I can and not jeopardising a current court matter, I can break them down to which relate to an offence for a PBC.
Thank you. And what safeguards exist to ensure royalty and compensation funds are being used consistently with community developed and economic participation objectives?
So, Senator, there's a line between what is a CATSI Act matter and what's a matter under the Native Title Act. So not all native title holders are members of their PBC, and not being a member of a PBC does not remove your native title holder rights and interests and obligations on the PBC to make native title decisions, largely around compensation funds and your country. A PBC has obligations to native title holders regardless of whether they're members. Native title consultation and consent processes and native title decisions are not matters which are regulated under the CATSI Act.
Okay. What governance training, director education or financial management support is currently funded for PBCs and royalty administering corporations?
Senator, we don't do specific training for PBCs, although the units in our governance training are relevant to PBCs. This financial year, we've done 17 of our two-day governance training and 34 online training. That's covered 958 individuals from 394 corporations, PBCs being active participants in that. We have another 14 two-day training and 13 online training. In addition, in part of that is a financial module that's included in our two-day governance training, as well as a one-day understanding your finances training, which we do. They aren't PBC specific, but you would expect a PBC to take elements out of our two-day training to be highly relevant and applicable to their roles as a PBC.
Okay. Now, Senator Napier-Price, we are going to break for lunch at 1 o'clock. Do you require these witnesses to return?
Yes, please.
Both the Office of Township Leasing and
ORIC.
And ORIC?
Yes, please.
How much longer do you have?
I have probably another block for ORIC and then a block for Office of Township Leasing.
So a good half an hour?
Yeah, I'd say.
Great. We will suspend for the lunch break and we will return at 2 p.m. With the same witnesses. Thank you very much. And apologies again for the blowout in the program. It's, it's estimates. That's what we do. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. I would just start by saying that the Indigenous Land and Sea, Councillor Kim will be, the questions from the committee will come on notice for that section, and also the IBA as well. We will now go to Senator Nampijinpa Price.
Thank you, Chair. Just got a couple more questions for ORIC. On ORIC's website, it states that you provide 6 monthly statistical reports about complaints involving Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander corporations. The last statistical report that was published was for the period almost 2 years ago in June 2024. I suppose just want to get some clarification as to what's happened and why there's no longer these reports being published.
Thank you, Senator. We have in recent years changed our public reporting activity, so we now report on performance 3 times a year instead of a once a year yearbook. And we also publish 2 State of the Sector reports each year, and those reports contain information that would have been picked up in the other reports, but I'll just double check that. Yep. So we've not stopped reporting it, we just report it in different formats and more frequently through the year.
Okay. Sorry. And that formatting is available, though, online on your website?
I can send that through on notice, links to those reports if you like.
Thank you. So was that to, in a similar vein, ORIC also publishes a register of corporations with reports not lodged. That's also, is that captured in that as well? This is a register that shows CATSI Act corporations which have failed to comply with basic corporate governance, like an auditor's report or financial report, but you've only published this for data for 2 years, 2023, 24, 2024, 25, and used to include data from 2022, 23. So,
Senator, we still report on corporations that have not yet lodged all their reports. It is in a different format and contains more information than previously. Previously, we used to just report a list of corporations. Now we report the corporations and which of their reports are outstanding. So unless a corporation has lodged all its required reports, they remain on the list, and it's on our still on our website.
Okay, and just to confirm with regard to the question previous, you can confirm that the complaints data is in the State of the Sector reports?
State of the Sector or... Sorry, Senator, I'll just have to check which of the 5 reports we publish. Sorry, Senator, I can come back to you with that one, but which of the 3 performance placemats or 2 State of the Sector reports that specific data sits in?
Thank you. So was there a sort of a decision made around that, or I suppose it's just the change has occurred, what directive was given for that change, and was there a need for that, or just a upgrade or something like that involved?
Thank you, Senator. I can confirm that that data sits in the State of the Sector report. The changing of our reporting on our website is of my direction, and that was for a couple of reasons. One was that 3 performance placemats a year in lieu of 1 yearbook, I believe, provides stakeholders with a greater line of sight in terms of our performance against our corporate plan and against our regulatory posture. and the State of the Sector report, published twice a year, provides a more fulsome total picture of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander corporations regulated under the CATSI Act, rather than just one or two measures, one being complaints and the second being reporting compliance rates. The reporting compliance rates we've retained, knowing that it is something quite significant to funding bodies' due diligence, but also to member decisions about their corporations. But that report has been enhanced to be more meaningful and able for stakeholders to interpret better what non-reporting compliance is.
Okay, so is that page 1 or 2 of the report that is provided? That information is provided. Sorry, I just.
Sorry, Senator, I don't have a copy of that report in front of me. But again, I undertake to send links to each of those reports where they're found on our website, but also to highlight the particular data sets you're looking for. Oh, page 2. Sorry, I'm advised.
Page 2. Okay, so that's the 2-page report, State of the Sector report, and that's a more fulsome report in your view, or is it more streamlined?
More fulsome. It provides a greater picture of what the state of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander corporations are in terms of their numbers, their size, their industries, regulatory focus and actions and trends around those corporations.
Okay. So I just suppose I'm just looking to see where in it it relates to complaints. Whereabouts in the report it relates specifically to complaints?
Reports of concern. Actually, apologies, Senator. So we've also recently changed from language that is complaints to language that is reports of concern. So complaints now lodged with ORIC, complaints about ORIC, about its customer service, about its staff or about a contractor. Complaints about corporations are reports of concern, and that is that people are encouraged to contact ORIC where they have a concern to report that goes to a breach of the CATSI Act or a breach of a corporation's rulebook, or suspicion of or allegations of wrongdoing, as opposed to a blanket complaint about a corporation. So my apologies, it's now called report of concern in that data set.
Okay, all right. And that was just to be more specific across those particular areas?
So it was for two reasons, Senator. One was in terms of our handling of calls that we get to our 1800 number, and secondly, it was in the context of building member and stakeholders' understanding and awareness and supporting them to make informed reports to us rather than phoning up ORIC with, for example, a complaint about an individual or a personality or corporation feuds or politics. We now provide quite a lot of information around these are the matters that are within the CATSI Act that we can handle. These are the matters that are outside the remit of the CATSI Act and we have no power to resolve. And these are the manner in which you report a concern. So you report a concern that the corporation is in breach of a provision under the CATSI Act or a part of their rule book.
Okay, so those other matters that are obviously of concern, but outside your remit, do you provide advice in terms of where those complaints can go to?
Yep. So we do, Senator, and probably one of the most common one is matters that go to employee and employer issues. They are not matters that can be resolved under the CATSI Act, so we would advise a corporation that we would advise a reporter that they're not matters within the CATSI Act, but these are the avenues of which they would take their concern. Fair Work Australia, Fair Work Ombudsman, or the like. It's probably the most common one we get.
Okay, so just going on your evidence that this is a fulsome report, you've replaced a 7-page report on complaints with a half-page summary about concerns.
Yes. Alongside a heap of other data around the state and the health of CATSI Act corporations.
Okay. And those issues outside the remit are directed elsewhere. Okay. I just have a couple of questions for Office of Township Leasing. Now, I just wanted to ask about the ownership and leasing arrangements for town camps. Who owns a town camp, I suppose?
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Chair. Penny Talbot, the Executive Director of Township Leasing, and I'm joined by my colleagues Tom Jenkins, Angus Hudson and William Jeffries, known as Sam. So the housing associations were granted leases in perpetuity. So 15 housing associations have 17 of the town camps. Those leases were granted in perpetuity, and they're from either the Special Purpose Lease Act or the Crown Lease Act of the Northern Territory. In turn, Senator, they have granted a sublease to the position of the Executive Director of Township Leasing for a period of 40 years. That lease was granted in 2009 to 2049.
So did you say 14?
40 years. Sorry. I have then in turn granted an underlease to the Northern Territory Government of Australia through the CEO of Housing for an underlease, commonly known as a housing management agreement. That lease is currently expired in... Sorry, I'll just check this. Sorry. Yeah. 24th of May, 30th of June 2025, but that isn't a holding over provision. We have agreed between the parties to extend that agreement, and those leases are out for execution as we speak. And that will take that agreement out to the 24th of May 30th of June 2034. And that aligns to the Federation Funding Agreement for Housing.
Okay. So just looking at town camps in Alice Springs, as it's been explained to me and my sort of understanding, does the arrangement look something a bit like, so the land is owned by housing associations, make up Tungagira Council, on Crown or special purpose leases? Tungagira then subleases to OT? No?
No.
So the underlease goes to, you then provide the underlease to Territory Housing, and then there are contracts to Tungagira or groups like community housing?
So, Senator, if I can just take you back a step, it is quite complicated, as you say. So the lease is granted to the Housing Association. The Housing Association, so there's 15 of them over the 17 town camps. The town camps that are not included in that arrangement is Whitegate and Yupi, which is no longer classified under those arrangements. The housing associations, I then hold direct tenure from those housing associations through a sublease, and then I have granted an underlease to the Northern Territory Government. The Northern Territory Government is responsible for the delivery of housing management services and all related infrastructure within the town camp area. They then have contractual arrangements in place with Tungagira Council and also CHICA, which is Central...
Community Housing Central Australia.
That's great. Sorry, it gets me every time because they change their name. Yeah.
It's a pretty complex system in place, isn't it?
Yes.
I suppose, would a reform to the ALRA Act simplify these arrangements, better help economic opportunity?
So these leases are not derived from the Aboriginal Land Rights Act. These leases are like the Special Purpose Lease Act or the Crown's Lease Act. We have fed into a number of reviews that have been undertaken by the Northern Territory Government across all town camps, where we've suggested that they review the legislative instrument to allow for subdivision and also to look at the permitted use of these, because they're quite restrictive in their permitted use. And some of the housing associations have expressed an interest in some sort of socio-economic activity without losing their rights and interests through the lease that they hold.
Okay. All right. Well, that's. I think that is all in terms of. Questions I have. Yeah, so that's fine. I would like to move on now to questions relating to the recent diphtheria outbreak.
And who are you directing those questions at?
Sorry, that one goes to... That one.
Just through the chair, we will have an opportunity with diphtheria when we have the health committee next week, but I'm not sure if Senator Price has a particular request at this point.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, so I suppose this one is whether it's relevant to yourself as the Minister, or you would prefer it to be in health. I suppose it's just during the lunch break it was information has come to light that the Territory has now recorded a confirmed death from diphtheria, and I suppose this speaks to the closing the gap targets and the commitments that have been made, monetary commitments that have been made, and are these policies delivering practical outcomes, I suppose, for vulnerable communities?
Yeah, Senator Price, appreciate this is a really important issue, but we're currently here with Oric and township leasing. If your questions are not relevant to those, if we can move that along,
I can make a response to the Senator through the chair, but I do understand that you may want these Oric and OTL to depart.
Yeah, OTL and Oric. I don't have any further questions with Oric.
Sorry, Chair. Can I just also, I know just earlier that you passed a question to my colleague, Ms Bellinger, around a contractual arrangement that actually sits with us, and I just wanted to confirm that.
Yep.
So that was for contract number CN3991179. That is for a 3-year period that we do fund Tungunjira to ensure that the administration of those housing associations are compliant with the the Associations Act, so that they can maintain those leasehold interests. So I just wanted to confirm that because it was a question posed to NIAA.
Thank you.
Yes.
Through the chair, I'm happy to respond to the Senator just briefly on the diphtheria.
Cool. I might just release these good people. The Office of Township Leasing and Oric are now released from the program. Thank you very much for your time. Do appreciate it. Minister, please go ahead.
Sure. If I can just let the committee know, in response to Senator Price's question, that we have committed over $7 million towards a campaign in terms of vaccination and support. We're calling on the National Care and Critical Care and Trauma Response Unit to come in behind as a surge workforce in the Northern Territory in terms of the medical services, and also the Northern Territory Government, as well as support in Western Australia, Queensland and the top areas of South Australia. But we will go into details on that next week in terms of the health portfolio.
Thank you very much. Now, the next agency is the Aboriginal Investment NT, and I'm looking for Mr. Nigel Brown. No. Okay. Right. We will then move on to Outback Stores. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And we should have Mr. Michael Borg. Do we have anyone? Sorry, I can't hear you. Mr. Brown, can you identify yourself? You're a little bit too small on my screen. I can't see anyone's name, so I'm sorry.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Brown, CEO, Aboriginal Investment NT. Online with me today, I have Chief Operating Officer Deirdre O'Sullivan, Chief Investment Officer Brian Wyborn, and Financial Controller Stacey Kelly.
Great. It's nice to see you, Mr. Brown. Now, unfortunately, we had one senator with questions, and that was Senator Thorpe, but unfortunately she's not here. I know that the agenda has been somewhat pushed out, which is not unusual for estimates, but again, I will apologise for the fact that you've waited around, because I know you've been available since your allotted time, so we do really appreciate that and apologise for any disruption. But I'm actually now going to release you from the program because Senator Thorpe is not here at this point in time. So her questions will come on notice. So thank you so much for making yourself available. We do really appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Okay, so do we have Outback Stores? Excellent. Are they in the room or online?
Hi, Chair.
There we go. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Michael, yeah, there you are. Would you care to introduce yourselves with your name and the capacity in which you're appearing?
Yes, Michael Borg, CEO of Outback Stores, and I've also got with me Javier Rathor, Deputy Chief Executive Officer from our company.
Fantastic. Thank you. Would you care to make an opening statement?
We tabled our opening statement already, so you should have it available to you.
Just if you wanted to make any comments to the room before we get started.
No, we're happy to move straight to questions, Chair, if you like.
Great. Senator Sharma, is that you?
Yeah, that's me. Have we got the opening statement? Has it been circulated?
It was, I believe. Oh, here we go.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Mr. Borg. So I hadn't received this before now, so forgive me if I ask some questions which are covered in here, but feel free to direct me there. I just wanted to...
That's fine.
I wanted to ask a little bit about the $50 million low-cost food subsidy scheme that has been introduced. Would you mind just explaining that scheme? I'm not sure if it's your responsibility or if it's within your responsibility, Minister.
Yeah, no worries. The scheme that you're asking about, and thank you for the question, Senator, is going well. We are executing the scheme on the back of NIAA, who are administrating the scheme. Right. The scheme is about getting goods to remote communities and being able to sell those products at the same price as corporate retailers. So, as we will know, selling groceries in remote communities is an expensive business, and affordability is absolutely key for the community members that we work with. And if you go back about 2 years ago, the industry started looking at different ways to focus in on the affordability issues in communities. So how the scheme works is Outback Stores, like I said, is executing the scheme on behalf of the federal government. We procure goods and sell them on at a price where communities can still make a designated gross profit and sell the prices under a recommended sell price to the community members, so which is of great benefit to the stores that have signed up for the scheme.
Okay, and it's a $50 million measure over 4 years, is that right?
Yeah, there's a couple of different buckets of funding involved in that amount.
Okay, and then which so you're the delivering or implementing agency of that scheme. What other organisations or bodies participate in the scheme?
Yeah, so the scheme's available for all remote community stores across Australia. Outback Stores is obviously owned by the Commonwealth Government.
Yeah.
So we're a good body to be able to execute the scheme with a high level of governance and controls and report back to NIAA in relation to the execution. In relation to who else is involved, large groups like ALPA in Arnhem Land and CEQ in North Queensland are all engaged with the scheme, as for the bunch of independent retailers as well who are participating in the scheme and seeing the benefits roll through to those communities that they're aligned to.
Okay. I've heard some concerns expressed that the model under the scheme excludes some long-standing private territory wholesalers and may distort competition. How would you respond to those concerns?
Yeah, we have certainly hear that narrative as well, Senator. Well, how the scheme is designed is to make sure it doesn't impact on the broader wholesale environment. We are talking about a small group of products, albeit there's a couple of volume lines that are involved, that the main wholesale, component of the industry has still got, an opportunity to operate as it has done for many years. I would suggest that looking at some numbers that we have for our business, it may be between 8 and 9% of the wholesale component of our business.
Is 8 to 9% is funded under that scheme?
So 8 to 9%, yes.
Okay. And you said it was just a small range of products. What are the products that are covered by the scheme?
An independent group selected the 30 product groups, and they're household ambient products for the most, like nappies, toilet paper, flour, UHT milk. Those real essentials, Senator, that make a big difference to community members from a cost point of view.
Okay, thank you. And what's the sort of consultation that occurs or has occurred with some of the Northern Territory-based wholesalers that are implemented by this, or is that not your role at Outback Stores? That's the NIAA's.
Well, the government have been engaged for a significant amount of time with all stakeholders, and our role is to execute the program as described before. But I've certainly been working in the industry for 9 or 10 years now, and I understand some of the narrative and commentary. But we really are facing into an affordability crisis in remote communities, and change is required. And I believe that the model that's been set up by the government should be able to operate in conjunction with general wholesalers at the same time.
Okay, thank you. Look, I might just... I have a feeling most of my other questions on this are actually probably more pertinent to the NIAA, because I realise now that you're the managing contractor, if you like, in Outback Stores as a delivery partner. So I think I'll put those on notice then, conscious that we've moved on and we're running behind.
Okay.
Thank you.
Senator Thorpe, do you have questions for the Outback Stores? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. We do apologise that the agenda has been moved around a little, but we do genuinely thank you for your time, and we will now release you from the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
So we will now, we're almost back on time. I would now call the Land Councils and the Torres Strait Regional Authority. We'll go one by one and we'll start with the CLC because I can see you on my screen. I'm going to apologise again, but when there's a lot of people on the screen, I actually struggle to read all of the tags because they're quite small. So we'll start with the CLC. If you could just identify who's in the room. There's the Northern.
Yes, Les Turner, CEO of the Central Land Council.
And Josie Douglas, General Manager of Professional Services.
Good to see you both. Thank you. Thank you. And the Northern Land Council. Would you like to identify yourselves? That would be great.
Yes, apologies. Need to turn the camera on. Can you hear us, Senator?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much.
Senator, representing the Northern Land Council is myself, Yusuf Dean, the Chief Executive Officer, Nicole Hutz, the General Manager for Regional Development, Paul Chantrell, the the General Manager for Land and Law, Paul Donoghue, the General Manager for Land and Sea, Van Bat, the General Manager for Corporate Services, and our Acting Principal Legal Officer, Catherine McLeish.
Great, thank you. Do we have the Torres Strait Regional Authority there?
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair. TSRA is online.
Great. Would you like to introduce yourselves just for the purposes of the Hansard, please?
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, my name is George Nona, the chairperson for Torres Strait Regional Authority. And I have Charlie Caddy, who's the Chief Executive Officer. And also I have the Chief Financial Officer, Kanan Chakrabarti.
Lovely. And do we have the Tiwi Land Council with us? Oh, I can see you online. If you'd like to introduce yourselves, that'd be great.
Tiwi Land Council, Brenton Tork, Interim CEO, joined in the room by Alex Clunies-Ross, our Chief Legal Officer, and our Interim Manager for Policy and Advocacy, Nikki Fluke, also in the room. We've got an apology from our Chair, who's got a medical emergency this morning and unable to make it.
Great, thank you. Great. Now, do any of you have an opening statement? And I'll go back to the order we started in. We'll start with the Central Land Council. Do you have an opening statement to share with us?
Yes, we do, Madam Chair. Les Turner, CEO of the Central Land Council. The last couple of weeks has been a distressing time for those of us who live in Alice Springs and surrounds. As many have noted, it is a time of deep grief for the family of Kumanjay little baby and heightened emotions, especially for the Walpuri people. Our chairperson, Warren Williams, is a grandfather of the murdered child. He was being called on as a strong Walpuri leader and elder to work with the family to meet their needs and to work with authorities and essential services to de-escalate community tensions. I want to stress that while I respectfully acknowledge the distress felt in the community, the violence towards ambulance and police outside the Alice Springs Hospital was wrong. The CLC was closely involved in the search for the little girl and everything that has happened since. We have been helping the family and providing assistance for sorry business. Our staff and constituents have all been affected by the crime, and we offer our heartfelt condolences to the family. It is my hope that there are full and transparent investigations into this shocking crime, including the life and death circumstances of Kumanjay little baby, the role of the criminal justice system in the handling of the perpetrator and his parole and release, the extreme poverty of Aboriginal people, which results in community and lateral violence, the safety and amenity of town camps, and the impact of social media and racism. Having said that, I'm acutely aware that there have been so many coronial inquiries into the deaths of children in the Territory and countless recommendations from various inquiries and commissions that remain unactioned. This is shameful. The more political the situation becomes, the less chance we have of anything positive happening. We want positive outcomes in memory of Kumanjai little baby, and the CLC continues to focus on our responsibilities and deliver for our constituents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Northern Land Council, do you have an opening statement that you would like to share?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we do have an opening statement. Today, we join you from our office in Darwin. We stand respectfully here on the unceded land of the Larrakia Nation and recognise the Larrakia people's sovereignty over this land. On this day, during which we reflect on the transgenerational trauma inflicted on the stolen generation, we acknowledge that this land always was and always will be Aboriginal land. 50 years ago, the Aboriginal Land Rights Act enshrined land rights into law. The Northern Land Council remains committed to advocating for Aboriginal people in the top end to acquire and manage their traditional lands and seas through the exercise of these and other rights that have emerged over this time. Our vision is for a territory where the rights and responsibilities of traditional owners are recognised and where Aboriginal people benefit economically, socially and culturally from the secure possession of their lands, seas and intellectual property. As we work to realise this vision, this year, 2026, has already brought significant challenges for our 51,000 constituents, but there have also been important achievements. Earlier this year, unprecedented monsoonal flooding affected communities and regions across the NT. Most severely hit was the Big Rivers region. Daly River residents were evacuated twice, and many remain displaced in Batchelor. Families want to return home, yet rebuild is slow and difficult. As we move forward, we cannot lose sight of the work required to prevent the relocation of entire communities for months on end from happening again. We call on both Territory and federal governments to improve disaster relief planning and to work directly with community leaders on practical, community-driven solutions. Whether that means the construction of emergency shelters or relocation of community housing to higher ground, traditional owners must be at the table when decisions are made. Climate change is now part of daily life in the NT, and the planning must reflect that reality. The recent death of 5-year-old Kumanjai little baby in Alice Springs is a tragic event that has saddened people across the Territory. The NLC extends its deepest sympathies and condolences to the families and those impacted by this tragedy. But what is also deeply troubling is how this strategy has been used by some for political gain, including by the Northern Territory Government through proposed changes to child protection legislation. We stand with peak bodies in opposing these changes, which will not make Aboriginal children safer. They will make it easier to remove children from their families, harder to reunify families, and they will weaken legal safeguards for Aboriginal children. This is yet another instance of shifting blame away from systematic failures and onto the very families most affected. After more than a decade of advocacy, the federal court awarded the largest compensation claim ever made in the NT to the Guggenji, Yanyuwa and Yanyuwa Mara peoples for long-term damage caused by the Macarthur River mine. This is a significant milestone, acknowledging cultural, spiritual, economic and environmental harm that will be felt for generations. The NLC particularly active during the NLC is particularly active during the dry season. We have already held multiple regional and executive meetings. We are preparing for a joint meeting of all 4 Land Council executives, followed by our full council meeting. A critical element of our work is consulting with traditional owners, ensuring consent is informed and advocating for protections and rightful compensation. In January and May this year, we facilitated 263 engagements with constituents across our 7 regions. This is a 35% increase in engagements compared to last year. Recently, we brought together 42 traditional owners in Nhulunbuy to discuss the Central Arnhem Highway project. This meeting will be followed by many consultations with individual groups. Traditional owners understand the importance of projects such as the Central Arnhem Highway and stand ready to work with government to support the territory's economic future. As we enter another busy period of the year, and as the 50th anniversary of the Land Rights Act approaches, we reflect on what has been achieved and work still ahead of us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the Torres Strait Regional Authority. Do you have an opening statement?
Yeah, Kapakut. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Yeah, we do have an opening statement here.
Please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear at estimates on behalf of the Torres Strait Regional Authority, or TSRA as we call it in short. As introduced, I am George Nona, TSRA Chairperson, joining you from Waiben, Thursday Island, in the traditional homelands of the Kararek people. I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and acknowledge all the traditional owners and custodians of the lands where we meet. And just on behalf of the Torres Strait, we want to pay our tribute and condolences to all the families who are sitting in sorry business across all Indigenous and non-Indigenous across the country. And I humbly acknowledge the chair of the committee and all the ministers and senators who are present. I am a proud Badulag, Gamulag, Saibalag, Mualag, and Arabian man from Badu, living here on Waiben. As introduced earlier, I am joined today by the TSRA Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Charlie Caddy, a Darareb man from the Miriam Nation in the Murray Islands, Mer, and also joined by the Chief Financial Officer, Kanan Sakrabati. So since 1994, TSRA has been the lead Commonwealth agency for Indigenous affairs in the Torres Strait, serving 17 inhabited island communities, the Northern Peninsula area communities of Bamaga and Seychelles. We are led by a community-elected board, and most of the TSRA workforce, more than 80%, are Torres Strait Islander and Aboriginal staff, delivering with our people in our region. Our mandate is clear: to advance the economic, social, and cultural well-being of Torres Strait Islander and Aboriginal people living in this region. Our work is led by strong community leadership, local decision-making, and partnerships across all levels of government. In 2026, we have continued to deliver across key areas, including economic development, environmental management, cultural heritage, infrastructure, and regional leadership. Our focus has been on building local capability, supporting employment, and strengthening community resilience. However, Chair, it is important to state clearly the Torres Strait region continues to face structural challenges that require sustained and targeted national investment with support from all levels of government. Evidence shows the region records lower outcomes across health, income, and access to services. So these outcomes are directly linked to infrastructure gaps, particularly in transport and connectivity, housing availability and standards, and digital access. These challenges are not abstract, they are felt every day. High transport costs and poor connectivity are driving up the cost of living, making it harder for businesses to operate and limiting our access to essential services. Our region requires sustained investment to grow local industries such as fisheries, tourism, and small businesses, creating pathways for economic participation. At the same time, climate impacts are an immediate and escalating challenge. Coastal erosion, inundation are already impacting communities within the Torres Strait and the Northern Peninsula area. Sustained investment is required to support climate monitoring and long-term resilience. In the context of the 2026-27 budget, TSRA advocated for targeted regional investment in the key areas of economic development, enabling and critical infrastructure, transport and connectivity, and environmental resilience. These priorities will create jobs, improve services, and lift basic living standards supported by long-term infrastructure, investment to deliver system-wide benefits. Remoteness should not determine our opportunities. The Torres Strait deserves equitable access to services, infrastructure, and investment. For the Torres Strait, this gap must be resolved, but it requires long-term commitment and genuine partnership. The TSRA board remains committed to a seasons of change with strong governance and accountability, ensuring investments deliver practical, measurable outcomes for our communities. Chair, the priorities outlined today reflect the call from Torres Strait communities. They are not new, but they are urgent. With the right investment and coordination, our communities can thrive. Thank you for your interest in the work of TSRA. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to the Tiwi Land Council. Do you have an opening statement?
Yes, we do. Thank you, Madam Chair. And just wanted to thank our Northern Territory counterparts, the NLC and the CLC, for all of the work that they've done and leading the charge, and acknowledge, that the events in the last few weeks, they affect all Aboriginal people in the Northern Territory, and certainly felt on the Tiwi Islands. Just want to acknowledge the traditional owners. We're joined dialing in from Larrakia land here in Darwin, but pay our respects to all of our traditional owners, cultural authorities, and our people back on Tiwi from our 8 clan groups, the different groups in Central Australia that are represented there through Aranda, and the different groups throughout the Torres Strait Islands. So, and of course the Ngunnawal and the Ngambri people from the Australian Capital Territory. Chairs and Senators, my name is Brenton Toy. I'm the Interim CEO of the Tiwi Land Council. It's been about 6 weeks now. Today I speak to you as the Interim CEO, but also as a Tiwi person in my own right. And we thank you for allowing us to join here today. As I mentioned earlier, we do have apologies from our chair, who's unwell, but we have made a considerable effort to ensure greater participation from our councillors. And you'll note today that they're not here in the room because they are undertaking governance training over at Warramayunga, and the importance and the weight of that, with no disrespect to the Senate committee, our councillors, needed to prioritise that piece of work for the Tiwi Land Council.
Absolutely.
Next week, the Tiwi Land Council will be joining the other land councils for the celebration of the 50 years of Aura at Barunga. The passing of Aura in 1976 and the establishment of the Tiwi Land Council in 1978, very important steps in asserting the self-determination and cultural authority of Tiwi people. The 50th anniversary of Aura is an opportunity to pause and reflect on the achievements and the challenges of the past, and most importantly, look ahead for a better future for all Tiwis. This afternoon, I'd like to share some of our forward-facing work that the Land Council is undertaking. In recent years, we've made significant changes to our governance, and we're very proud of that. In 2023, our council accepted changes to the method of choice. This has seen our council transition to a more inclusive model, which provides opportunities for both men and women to participate and engage as councillors. These changes have resulted in a broader perspective being included and informing our decision-making, and Tiwi Land Council and Tiwi people are certainly better for it. We're proud to say that all of the recommendations from the ANAO report have been operationalised. We've now entered the next stage of implementation and the development of our policy and governance framework. We're investing in the development of our council members. As I said just previously, full council are undertaking 2 days of governance training today and tomorrow, which is why they're not here in the room with us. Investing in building the capability of our councillors has always been an aspiration of the Tiwi Land Council to make sure that we do it right, and ultimately to have Tiwi people managing Tiwi people affairs. We're ensuring our council processes are efficient, accountable and working through existing land use agreements to assure they deliver for Tiwi people. We're nearing the completion of a comprehensive review of our permit system to ensure that it's fit for purpose, meets the needs of traditional owners, community members and users alike. We're building our policy and advocacy capability so that Tiwi people have a strong voice in policy decisions. This includes active participation in a variety of forums like the Housing JSC, our membership of the Aboriginal Peak Organisations NT and a number of different platforms. We've also established our Tiwi Leaders Forum, which provides a space for Tiwi voices and local service delivery to come together and ensure that there's an alignment between grassroots operations and high-level policy. We recognise that Tiwi culture is our biggest protective factor. We continue to expand our ambition to the now annual Tiwi Cultural Festival and working with our Culture Committee to revitalise and strengthen our Kulama ceremony. Lastly, our Land Council has embarked on 2 longer-term planning projects for economic development and, very importantly, our homelands. 2 of the highest priorities for our members and Tiwi people more broadly. Following a period of co-design over the next 12 months, we'll be undertaking a comprehensive planning process with Tiwi people and other stakeholders to develop a plan for the future Tiwi economy that builds on the strength of existing industries on the islands and, most importantly, reflects the aspirations of Tiwi people. We want this plan to be both ambitious and practical, providing a framework that can be used by the Land Council, Tiwi people and organisations and other stakeholders to guide decision-making, collaboration and investment. Our strategic planning for the Tiwi homelands is a consolidation of the plans and aspirations of Tiwi people to help guide future investment. We've started initial consultations with the homeland residents, traditional owners, and look forward to continuing this important planning over the course of this dry season when the roads are all good and we can get out. And lastly, we also had a group attend the Aboriginal Housing and Homelands Conference, which underscored the importance of homelands for Aboriginal people and certainly for Tiwis. And the TLC is committed to support the aspirations of Tiwi people and their homelands. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations on your role. We'll now go to questions, and we're going to start with Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you all for appearing, and my heart goes to you all, particularly in the Northern Territory, dealing with what you're dealing with, and the breaking news that the police, again, have gotten away with holding down J. White. No consequences. Cops are about to do a press conference. So it seems they have their boots on our necks every minute of every day. I just have a few questions. I just think that people need to take a moment of silence as well to reflect on J. White, a young man with a disability in Coles supermarket. It's taken his death happened tomorrow last year. So on that note, NLC, just wondering if you're planning on making a submission to the racism inquiry, given what your people are experiencing, in fact, to all the land councils, whether you're going to be putting in submissions based on the racism that your people face every day, just trying to survive.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. The NLC will make a submission to the inquiry into racism, hate and violence towards Aboriginal people this week. Since the inquiry was announced, we have been discussing the inquiry's terms of reference and the NLC submission at our council meetings. For some observations based on those discussions, we've heard loud and clear from our council that this inquiry should have been a Royal Commission to reflect the seriousness and the prevalence of racism, hate and violence against our people. There is also a real hesitance to engage from council members and Aboriginal staff, in part due to a feeling that people have shared their stories before, which can be a painful process, and saw little benefit or action from doing so. Separately, there is a strong view that this cannot be the only mechanism for truth-telling from the Commonwealth Government. For a long time, the NLC has been calling for treaty truth-telling processes to move forward as a nation. NLC submission will focus both on the racism our constituents experience in general life, and also the systematic racism that constituents face every day here in the NT. We would welcome attending a future hearing of the inquiry. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. CLC?
Yes, thank you, Senator. We will be making a submission.
Thank you. Anybody else making a submission? I mean, systemic racism is not, it's not actually spelt out in the terms of reference, even though I fought for it to be stated. I was overridden on that request. So if we don't address systemic racism, then we can't address racism at all. So I'm encouraging land councils to put submissions in about the systemic racism that our people face, because if we don't change the system, then the system remains the same. So is there anybody else that will be putting in a submission?
Tiwi Land Council will be, Senator.
Great. Let's fight for those recommendations to be implemented and not have what we saw with the Royal Commission into Aboriginal Deaths in Custody, 339 recommendations, all not implemented. Bringing them home report, it's sorry day, only a small part of that has been implemented. So let's ensure that this racism inquiry isn't a waste of your time and our people's time of telling those stories. Just going back to the NLC, as someone who worked for the Aboriginal Funeral Service for several years, I understand that the NLC provides assistance for up to $5,000 per deceased person to families to assist with funeral costs. Is that right?
Thank you, Senator. That is correct.
Yep. So I've had a number of community members concerned with the cost of repatriating their loved ones' remains from Alice or Darwin after an autopsy. And so our people our people who've gone to the Dreamtime are not sent home, and they're left there for weeks, sometimes months, waiting for money to go home. Apparently the coroner's office doesn't cover these costs, and sometimes families cannot afford the transport of to transport our loved ones back to country, which is very costly. So this can mean that they can remain at the coroners for very long, significant times. Does the NLC provide assistance in these cases?
Thank you for the flow of questions, Senator. The challenge we've heard loud and clear from our constituents through both full council and regional council meetings, as well as general engagement, that the costs of repatriating loved ones extend beyond the $5,000 that we provide. Unfortunately, the most that we will provide and can provide under our policy is at under $5,000 per application per burial.
Sometimes transport costs can be more than $5,000, and so what do we do? We can't have our people sitting in morgues, and it's not just your mob, it's my mob, it's all over this country that our people can't even afford to bury our people, and they're sitting in morgues for a very, very, very long time. Like, what do we do? What do we do? Minister, like, what do we do? Well, what's the answer? We've got lots of money going to the AFL and the Brisbane Broncos and the NRL and many white organisations, but we can't even bury our people. Like, do you need the federal government to step in here? Because you're not going to get it from the Northern Territory government. Like, what's the solution to allowing our people to be buried in a timely manner and with dignity? What do we do?
Senator, it's a complex situation, and I fully appreciate the question and the concerns that are also raised with the Northern Land Council around costs, and they go to not only the costs of relocation or repatriation, the costs, as you pointed out, in the morgue, so on and so forth. It's a reflection of the general increase in the cost of living more broadly. What we can do is, besides receiving federal funeral fund applications, we try and work with applicants to problem solve how they can repatriate their loved ones.
And to CLC and NLC, what steps do you take to combat this hostile, racist Northern Territory government that is targeting our people in the NT? Like, how do you deal with that?
Les Turner from the Central Land Council. We engage with the Northern Territory government. We provide submissions in terms of any legislative changes to the scrutiny committees. We put our position on the record and we continue to fight for Aboriginal rights in the Northern Territory. And to date, a lot of the legislation passed has not been favourable towards Aboriginal people. And I think that's got to do with the balance of power in the Northern Territory government. Like they rush through legislation, give you 4 or 5 days to respond, and it's just not, in terms of us, we just continue to fight the battle with them.
It's a losing battle. NLC, what's your strategy?
Thanks, Senator, again for the question. Similar to the CLC, we take that's very similar approach. The question goes to the heart of the challenge that our traditional owners are facing at the moment with a very hostile NT government that, from my observation, is not interested in meaningful engagement with traditional owners. Our chair, Matthew Ryan, has been very active in pushing back against the harmful policy agenda of the Northern Territory Government and putting our collective objection on the record for several of the recent harmful reforms. Recently, we have stood in unity with the other Northern Territory land councils and other member organisations of Aboriginal people organisation NT to call out divisive, ill-fated legislative changes that will harm our people, such as the recent changes to child protection in the NT. The NLC is a representative body. We will always conduct our broader advocacy function with commitments to our constituents. I also recognise the need to work with all governments to progress shared goals that benefit traditional owners. While we disagree on much of their policy agenda, my door is always open to Northern Territory Government to work on matters that will benefit traditional owners.
So we're not getting any runs on the board with the Northern Territory Government. We're not getting any pressure from the federal government on the Northern Territory Government. So it seems that unless the feds step in, which they won't, they write letters, have meetings, but they actually won't penalise these criminals, racist criminals. So if the federal government use their power to stop giving the Northern Territory Government money to better work with you all, would that assist? Would that be a powerful move that your Indigenous minister could take to change the trajectory of your people? Or do we just wait and hope?
Senator, it's Yusuffine from the Northern Land Council. We do have regular dialogue with the federal government. They are aware of obviously the situation here in the Northern Territory. They have been active, to be fair, on the minister, have been responsive in regards to some of the challenges that we're facing in the Northern Territory. And the question around mechanisms to bring the Northern Territory Government to account are mechanisms like this and those powers that can be exercised.
Is that the same for CLC?
Yeah, we just sort of acknowledge, Senator, what Yusuffine just said. The Minister for Indigenous Affairs engages with the NT Government, also through NIA with officials. We have meetings here with Northern Territory parliamentarians and we advise them about the issues and about the submissions we make, and we don't seem to get a favourable response to any of the stuff.
And look, I know that you can't say anything against the government here or the minister here because that's how you get fed. That's what pays your bills. So I don't mean to be, pressuring you in that way. I'm just trying to find a solution here that assists your organisations to work with our people on the ground and stop this genocide in the NT. So
I'm going to rotate the call if you wanted to ask a final one and I can come back to you.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, great. We'll come back to you.
Thanks.
Senator Nam for Jim Price.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions, especially off the back of Senator Thorpe's questions. There was suggestion of the necessity for a Royal Commission into racism. In light of current circumstances involving heinous crimes committed against my niece, Kumda little baby, I suppose many of you have raised concerns in regards to what you view as racism. It's even been suggested that there are concerns around the removal of children. To that particular issue, it is acutely evident that we all know that there are rates of child sexual abuse within Indigenous communities that are quite high, probably more so than the experiences of racism. Therefore, I suppose from each of the land councils, I would like to understand whether you hold concerns around the sexual abuse of children in Indigenous communities, those communities that you are all very much a part of, and whether you view, given you've expressed a view toward a Royal Commission into racism, whether you view a need for a Royal Commission into the sexual abuse of our children. Happy to start with NLC on that one, Mr Yousafdeen.
Thank you, Senator, for your question. Nicole Hucks, General Manager, Regional Development. As our CEO, Yousafdeen, has stated, we believe that the inquiry into racism that has been announced should go further. I guess when we look at racism within the Northern Territory and the systems, the policies, the procedures that Aboriginal people are subjected to, we need to understand what is in the best interest of our people. When we have a Northern Territory government that does not seem to understand or want to understand in this current context what it is we are facing out there in communities, that is concerning. When it comes to understanding harm to children, our most vulnerable members of this community, safety must be paramount. Whether that child is an Aboriginal child or a non-Aboriginal child in this community, their safety must be paramount. Your question as to should we be progressing a Royal Commission into the protection of children, I think historically we have had a number of inquiries, reports into this predicament where we have not seen the recommendations fully implemented. We have a system which is a mainstream system being applied to a majority cohort of Aboriginal children in systems in out-of-home care in the Northern Territory, which aren't improving. Therefore, you know, the requirement for a Royal Commission, I would say, for child protection would not outweigh that of a Royal Commission into racism.
Central Land Council.
Thank you, Senator. We strongly condemn any form of sexual abuse against children and hold the safety of children to be critical and foundational to the integrity of family life. In terms of the recent terrible tragedy, there's systemic failures that do need to be investigated in terms of corrections and child protection. There's been systemic failures across the board. In terms of an inquiry or a Royal Commission, evidence and data is critical to be informing any such inquiry. And to go back to the CEO's opening statement, we put that this terrible crime that's been committed should not be politicised, and that a full and transparent investigation into this crime must be undertaken, and any inquiry or review must occur in partnership with the Aboriginal community controlled sector and key organisations. And just to reiterate again, the point made is that there have been many inquiries and commissions conducted with recommendations that have not yet been actioned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I suppose I find it concerning that with this particular issue, the go-to is to please don't politicise this particular issue. When every other issue regarding Indigenous Australians is a political issue, this is a political issue because there's a requirement for leadership in this particular area. And speaking to data, we understand that there's a disproportionate sexual abuse, DV. We all know, we can all sit here, we all understand that Indigenous communities are disproportionately affected across these areas. Just the same way we sit here and we politicise the disproportionate rate of Indigenous Australians incarcerated. So I just find it concerning the lack of appetite that I've heard so far for more to be done in this particular space, but the immediate, I suppose, go-to is to don't politicise this. In other words, don't talk about it, to not talk about this issue. And I think it's very important amongst leadership to have these very difficult conversations. I suppose I'd like to understand where the other two land councils sit with regard to this matter as well.
Brenton Toy, Tiwi Land Council. Certainly, Senator Price, thank you for the question. We absolutely value the safety and well-being of our children, and if you ask any Tiwi person, they'll tell you that we're prepared to do whatever it is going to take to keep our children safe. I don't know how else to respond, but look, we support anything that's going to keep our children safe. And there's been an acknowledgement from Tiwi people that we're part of that solution as well. And so, but we support the inquiry into racism. A bit like the CLC and the NLC, we do think it could go further. But in terms of the protection of our children and the safety and their well-being, Tiwi people, not just the administration here talking, are very sort of concerned about their welfare and well-being and want to see whatever it is that we can do to ensure that that's maintained and managed.
Thank you. And Torres Strait.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Charlie Caddy, Chief Executive Officer. The TSRA will support any action by government to protect Indigenous children. We definitely stand behind our colleagues in Central Australia there, and I'll take this opportunity to pass on my condolences for the terrible incident that happened a few weeks ago there, and then my condolences to you, Senator Price, for your niece. I confirm TSRA will support any action by government to protect our children. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I appreciate your condolences. You're one of the few leaders in this country who have personally provided condolences to me, and for that I'm very grateful. I suppose I want to go to an issue which I'd discussed previously with Oric around determining, I suppose, member rule books. I know that under the Aboriginal Land Rights Act, it's similar to, I suppose, what Oric is, what those organisations under Oric are governed by. And speaking in terms of the issue of violence in our communities, and also to ensure greater leadership, I suppose, in our communities. I know that your members determine your rule books in terms of who can be accepted in leadership positions in your organisations. And I suppose what I'd like to understand from your organisations is whether you think your member rule books are effective in ensuring that people with violent, who've had previous, former or even current violent offences, having the opportunity to stand for leadership positions is something that concerns any of your organisations, and whether you think your member rule books are effective in, I suppose, I know you've all previously stood up against domestic and family violence and those issues, but whether your rule books created by your members are effective enough in ensuring that people with those sorts of backgrounds don't get the opportunity to stand to be appointed into leadership positions. Start with the NLC.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. As you just previously highlighted, the NLC has made very public and strong positions against the scourge of domestic violence in our communities. The NLC Code of Conduct was updated in December 2024 and stipulates that members convicted of domestic or family violence offences will be banned from council for a period of 3 years. All new council members must complete a declaration confirming they are eligible to be on council and their compliance with requirements such as disqualifying events, and if they have had a recent domestic violence conviction. This year, for the first time, the NLC is conducting police checks for all members to validate their eligibility to be on council. Any reports of breaches of the Code of Conduct, including members who may be facing criminal charges, would be referred to myself or the chair of the NLC in writing via emails or complaints portal on the NLC website. So in short, our position is that given the updates in our Code of Conduct, whilst it's procedural, they are designed to be more effective for the Centre.
Thank you. Central Land Council.
Yes, Senator. Thanks for your question. Les Turner, CEO. The CLC's council decided early this year that the executive committee members would undergo police checks to confirm eligibility for the position under Section 29 of the Aboriginal Land Rights Act. Police checks have been received for all executive committee members. None have shown offences that disqualify the person for being an executive committee member. In terms of CLC has previously undertaken police checks for the chair, which confirms eligibility for that position under Section 29 of the Aboriginal Land Rights Act. That practice will continue. The most recent police check received for the chair in April 26 confirms no disclosable court outcomes. And in terms of staff, the CLC currently requires police checks for all new staff and staff in roles relating to client payments, purchasing, payroll and other financial matters, as well as senior executive officials, the CEO and general managers and the financial controller. But we'll also be soon rolling out police checks to all other CLC staff. If the police checks reveals a criminal history, HR will assess whether it impacts the employee's ability to perform that role in line with anti-discrimination laws and other legal obligations. And employees have the right to appeal adverse decisions to the CEO.
What makes somebody ineligible to stand for leadership?
That's stipulated in the Aboriginal Land Rights Act with the disqualification provisions, and that's.
Are you able to provide some of that? Provide those points to this committee?
Yes, that I'll note for you, Senator.
Are you able to provide them now, or is that too difficult?
Yes, Senator. The Land Rights Act doesn't disqualify delegates for non-dishonesty convictions of less than 12 months.
And that is all. That's all it is. So it doesn't pertain to, again, domestic or family violence. Dishonesty is all.
Including domestic violence of less than 12 months.
Including domestic violence of less than 12 months.
Yeah.
Do you think that is acceptable under the Act? So someone can commit a violent crime, an act of violence, and then even have a conviction, and then 12 months later are eligible to stand.
There are candidates who are putting their hand up to stand for council, self-declared, and then as I said, the Land Rights Act itself doesn't disqualify delegates for non-dishonesty convictions, including domestic violence of less than 12 months. And of course, our council has come out very strongly in terms of making statements around family and domestic violence, in terms of our council putting strong statements and media releases condemning domestic and family violence, and participating quite strongly in marches and public marches that have taken place in Alice Springs over time.
Except that's not changing anything on the ground. Minister, in previously the conversation we had before, is this part of the Act something that the government is looking closely at in terms of this proposed review, this particular element?
Well, when we were talking with regards to the CATSI and ATSI Act, all of those things will be on the table, Senator Price, and I'm happy to keep this committee informed.
Thank you. We'll rotate the call now. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. Tiwi Land Council. Actually, no, I'll go to TSRA first because I'll get in trouble if I don't. Tagai Kima Zugubu, TKKZ, has proposed a peak body and NGO to deliver community control services in place of government control on Baru Island in the Torres Strait. TKKZ has presented this proposal to the TSRA and NIA numerous times over the last 9 years. How can implementation finally start, given the framework is ready to be implemented? TSRA, are you there?
They might be on mute.
They are there. Yeah.
Sorry, Senator, we're online.
Sorry, Senator, we're struggling with our mute button there.
That's all right.
Thank you for the question. So since our meeting in October last year with TKKZ, along with the NIAA and the Registrar for ORIC, the TSRA arranged a community consultation meeting on Badu with Bishop Nauna and members of TKKZ. And we had the opportunity to review that presentation. So our chair hasn't had the opportunity to see that presentation yet. And so that occurred on the 6th of March this year. And subsequent to that presentation, TKKZ has been invited to present to the TSRA board in 17 June at the upcoming board meeting.
Thank So So you support the establishment of TKKZ for the implementation of the TAGAI Strategic Planning and Delivery Framework. So what would be the next steps?
Thank you, Senator. So the next steps is so they'll present their proposal to the June board meeting, the date I mentioned, and I think I mentioned in a previous Senate estimates question. So our current board is around 75% new members. So the majority of the board haven't had the privilege or opportunity to look at TKKZ's presentation. And so subsequent to their presentation to the board will make a decision on a proposed partnership that they're seeking with the TSRA. In terms of support for TKKZ, the TSRA has provided a letter of support to TKKZ, confirming our support for them as an NGL and our support for them in engaging with NIAA and any other funding bodies out there to secure funding.
Thank you. Are there any obstacles that you're experiencing in communicating with Minister McCarthy or the CEO of NIA? And how are you accountable to the people of the Torres Strait, especially in the remote communities?
Thank you, Senator. So we don't have any impediments from our Minister or the CEO for NIAA. In fact, I do have a regular catch-up with the NIAA CEO and also with our Minister's office. And so that's like a fortnightly catch-up I have there. So we don't have any impediments in terms of our Minister or the CEO. Senator, if you could repeat the last part of your question, please.
Lost it. Accountability. So, I always hold my native title corporations accountable when they destroy my land without my consent. And my question is, how are you accountable to the people that you purport to represent?
Thank you, Senator. So our chair mentioned earlier in the opening address, so our board is made up of community elected members. And so we are the probably only Indigenous Commonwealth statutory authority in Australia that still have a community elected board. So our individual members do keep us accountable in terms of the communities they represent. And also our minister through our reporting arrangements and also through our annual report, which we publish every year. And in addition to that, the chair and myself and the TSRA executive team, we've started looking at commencing. We've already commenced a few already. Is community visits, pretty much to talk about the TSRA, what we do, and as well as the achievements that we've achieved, and the challenges that we still need to address. So we do that on a regular basis there.
And Senator Thorpe, just to support that as well as with that community engagement that we have, something that just coming into the leadership with myself and the CEO being elected last year, it's more to get that community voice being addressed to myself as the chair position, and also the CEO. So if there's anything in between that, they can just come straight to us while we're in the community, and also to hear the heart of the community. As mentioned, that we are separated by water, but we're actually making that attempt. We already commenced last year to actually go to the outer islands and engage with the communities.
Great, thank you. Tiwi, I'll put those questions on notice. So if I'm not sure if anyone else has questions for Tiwi, but I think I invited you, so I'm happy to just put those on notice. But just before you do go, my question to everybody is, given the mass incarceration of our young people, what is the role of your organisations in supporting those young people? Because we heard today that Brisbane Cowboys, Brisbane Broncos, the Rugby League and the AFL, who get millions and millions of dollars from the National Indigenous Australians Agency, are running leadership programs for our young people. Would you consider bringing our babies and our young people back on country to learn leadership and land law business through your organisations, through your traditional owner groups that keep our young people strong and have identity rather than get a free ticket to the rugby or footy, because that's what happens with these leadership programs. So should that money that the AFL, NRL and all them fellas get be given to our people to run leadership programs for our own young people? Would you be interested in that, and what does that look like for you? And that's my final question, Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Tiwi Land Council, happy to respond. Brenton Toy, Interim Chief Executive Officer, Tiwi Land Council. Certainly, Senator Thorpe, we support any effort towards transitioning those services to community control. We do have our bespoke sort of approaches that we've got through Tiwi College that we're doing. We've got our Tiwi Leaders Forum, which is developing our next generation of leaders, which is a separate grant through NIAA. But I guess, and perhaps not for me to speak about where the money is going, but at the moment we've got a really good example of locally led leadership program, and I must declare in conflict, Mikey Coombs and Jipung Wei is family for me, but he's expanded those services to young people from Darwin to go to Tiwi. I was lucky enough to go out to one of his camps there, and it was all Tiwi led, and it was Mikey himself as a Tiwi person. He had 2 Tiwi staff helping him. They were able to pay cultural, elders to come out and talk through all of that sort of stuff. So as to where the money's going right now, not for me to say, but certainly those type of programs there warrant investment because they're community controlled, they're community led for Tiwi by Tiwi.
Yeah, brother, I didn't want you to get barred from free tickets or getting in the gate at the NRL or the AFL like me. But thank you, that's a great answer. Anybody else?
Josie Douglas from the Central Land Council. 2 parts, Senator, to respond to your question. Young people and opportunities for young people are a priority of our council. Keeping language and culture strong is the council policy priorities, as well as jobs and employment for young people. In terms of what we are doing, we are part of APON, Aboriginal People Organisations NT, and that's a peak body in the Northern Territory. So we advocate strongly in terms of policy and advocacy mechanisms that can be picked up. And we do that through various membership of APON, such as NARJA, when it comes to, for example, youth clusters. In terms of what CLC are doing as an organisation ourselves, we have a long history of ranger groups in supporting IPA, and of course intergenerational learning and being on country is foundational to ranger groups and IPA work. And we also have a history of over many years of putting in funding to, for example, the Indigenous Ecological Knowledge Project a number of years ago now that supported on-country learning. So it's certainly a key priority for the Central Land Council.
Thank you. Anybody else? It's just that we have so many of our kids locked up. They're not in ranger programs. They're not even accessing. There's no support whatsoever. People are leaving prison, stealing a car to get home. I thought those days were over, but there's no one there to pick them up because NARJA is so underfunded. They can't meet the demand. So just in that context, like, is there a role that the land councils can play in assisting and working with NARJA? And, you know, if someone's not there to pick someone up at whatever time, like in Victoria, we had lads leave, and the time you get arrested, if you get arrested at 2 a.m, you get released at 2 a.m. And our lads were going to the car park and stealing the staff cars to get home. Like, I thought those days were gone. But what's the role that we can all play in stopping this mass incarceration? Because we can't rely on the Northern Territory government. Can you play a role?
You go, Yusuf.
Thank you, Jason. But just further to the CLC's comments and advice in regards to our participation with APON, particularly through the Closing the Gap framework and for place-based approach to addressing issues on country, but also issues like youth support. Our council has also expressly made a priority around to introduce a youth council type mechanism within the NLC to encourage youth leadership, but also acutely aware of the practices on country, customary practices, ceremony that still take place within the Northern Territory, but also promote leadership as well. And that is one space that the NLC does encourage in terms of safeguarding those customary practices. As you pointed out, the Northern Territory government has reduced funding in that area, and on those points I might ask, if I may, Nicole Hux, our General Manager, to speak more on that particular point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Nicole Hux, General Manager, Regional Development. As CEO Yusuf has acknowledged, the government funding to support these programs to be delivered on country, and I guess government as the referrer of these children. Unfortunately, these children are being incarcerated at rates significantly higher than we've seen in previous years. Concerningly, we know that once a young person has been exposed to a detention facility, that recidivism is around 70%. At the same time, we should be increasing the supports, whether it's government supports, whether it's our own local grown programs and service systems to support these numbers of kids. The trajectory is going through the roof. But unfortunately, what we are seeing is a reduction in the Territory government funding to these programs, the limitations that we currently also see in terms of rehabilitation for our children and our young people who are unfortunately, the product of intergenerational trauma that has not been supported for our people and our communities.
Thank you.
I'm going to need to rotate if we're all done.
I'm good, unless anyone else needed to say anything. But thank you very much for your feedback.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, I guess, to any and all of the witnesses joining us, and thank you for your time today. I understand there have been some calls for a Royal Commission into child sexual abuse in Aboriginal communities. And I note that there are a number of peak organisations in the Northern Territory that have spoken out against those calls. Just by way of a couple of examples, the North Australian Aboriginal Justice Agency says we already know what works and what doesn't. And the Aboriginal peak organisations of the Northern Territory have said the solutions already exist and another Royal Commission would achieve nothing. I wonder if you could share, I guess, your reflections on those comments and whether or not you agree with those assessments.
Thank you for the question, Josie Douglas-Seals. We're supportive of those comments, and I go back to an earlier point I've made in terms of the need for data and evidence, and that there's been systemic failures across the sector in terms of corrections and child protection. And I think we really need to focus in terms of the systemic failings that are occurring and what improvements need to be, what improvements need to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps we'll go to the Northern Land Council next.
Thank you, Senator, for your question. Nicole Hucks, General Manager, Regional Development. Just further in support of the Central Land Council statements around evidence-informed, data-informed policy and systems reform, I guess the key focus going forward should be on accountability to ensuring the safety and wellbeing of all children in the Northern Territory. Again, I come back to the point around the system's understanding of the environments and the predicaments that children and families are grappling with today, and the impacts that past government policy and inquiries and reports and the recommendations that haven't been fulfilled and how they have, I guess, perpetuated that. So what my observations would be around there needs greater accountability across, and when we think about the system as a continuum, understanding the points in the continuum and the opportunities to act and to ensure the safety of our children. There are also in the tertiary system points some really key accountability pieces that need to be looked at, and my mind diverts to one, which is the number of children who are then removed from their families and their communities for their safety and their well-being, or they are at risk of being harmed. They're placed in placements under the care of the CEO as the guardian of the child, who are then further harmed whilst they are in care. That, for me, if we're going to talk about accountability, we need to focus in on all parts of the continuum.
Thank you. I think those reflections on the Northern Territory Child Protection system are particularly useful. Tiwi Land Council.
Yep. Thank you for the question. Brenton Toy, Interim CEO, Tiwi Land Council. Agree with the sentiment of both, that any Royal Commission really needs to be guided by evidence and data. And we at Tiwi Land Council are a member organisation of the Aboriginal Peak Organisations NT, and that is the collective view of our whole group in its entirety. And I guess what I would say is that I would like to see that evidence and data, and as the NLC has sort of stated, there's been a number of reviews, inquiries, recommendations have been made, and a lot of that information will be sitting elsewhere. So I think, what I would support is a stock take all of those commissions, inquiries, to work out whether there's enough evidence and data there to suggest that a Royal Commission is warranted.
Thank you. Torres Strait Regional Authority.
Thank you, Senator. We support the comments of our colleagues in the land councils there, but I will reiterate my earlier answer that the TSRA will support any action by all levels of government to address the issue of child safety.
Thank you.
Cool, that's it.
Thank you. Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you very much. I agree on the data and the evidence. There's plenty of it. I just want to go back to, I don't think I got some answers yet from the Tiwi Land Council and Torres Strait Regional Council. So this question is for the both of you, starting probably with the Tiwi Council, I suppose. What steps are your Land Council taking to ensure your member rule books limit the ability for, I suppose, previous or current violent offenders or those who have committed heinous crimes to stand for leadership eligibility?
Thank you, Senator. And we were preparing a response earlier when you asked the question, but I'll hand over to Alex Clunies-Ross, our Chief Legal Officer.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. And the question's well timed because over the last 18 months, the Tiwi Land Council has been working really hard to establish governance frameworks for each of our full council, revisiting their meeting rules and terms and conditions of membership, and also our subcommittees. And a really important part of that process has really been taking that to those members and getting their input into what do they see as the standards of conduct that they want reflected in their governance framework so that they can own those and implement them throughout their operations. So at the bottom level, you've got the disqualification legal requirements under our rules that just rules out eligibility at all for any of our committees. But our councillors and subcommittee members have placed additional character requirements on, or recommendations for nominations and approvals into those bodies. And then on an ongoing basis, those members are held to account by their other members to those standards of conduct. So we've seen, reports come through to us about, potential breaches of those terms and conditions that then have been discussed by those bodies and the severity assessed and decided and what sort of repercussions, of any, from a departure from those terms and conditions are, and sometimes that does see standing down or removal of members. So at a very bottom level, all the requirements of AURA are in our governance frameworks, but then there's additional character leadership demonstrating character repute and standing to reflect, Tiwi Land Council standing in the community.
And to the Torres Strait Regional.
Thank you, Senator. So the TSRA, we don't have member organisations or PBC, so we're not a native title service provider or rep body. We're a Commonwealth funding authority in the Torres Strait. But in saying that, in terms of how we manage that, so all our staff are Australian public servants. So they go undertake the relevant police checks, background checks on entry into their employment. And as we all know, the Australian Public Service Code of Conduct underpins all behaviours for Australian public servants. And I'll hand over to our chair to talk about how we manage the board.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Price, for that question. And just coming from the level of the board, as the CEO stated that we're a Commonwealth statutory authority. In myself, I am currently security cleared as with the Australian Government Security Vetting Agency. And coming into this space, I've actually held that security clearance for a while, only because of my previous employment with it's now Australian Border Force, where I served 2 years there, and also biosecurity. And it was actually mentioned in our board, which we will actually, Senator Price will, we actually spoke about it, that introducing that only because of the role that the board plays, and also the in what we actually discuss in our board meetings, together with all the programs that sits under the Torres Strait Regional Authority.
Okay, and just to the Territory Land Councils, do you think the Aboriginal Land Rights Act goes far enough? Do you think it provides you enough power to implement governance to strengthen the fight against domestic and family violence and ensuring that your leadership is representative of individuals who haven't contributed to the rates of domestic and family violence in our communities? Starting with the NLC.
Senator, thanks for the question. I guess the general view is that the Aboriginal Land Rights Act should be seen as an enabling piece of legislation. It's demonstrated by our code of conduct and our meeting procedures. It provides the foundation or the mechanism to create a space of self-determination by our full council to rid council of persons that may have fractured the criminal code in those areas. So from a general perspective and focusing on the intent of the Land Rights Act, it does provide provisions for councils to deal with matters individually.
So it does give you the power to do that. It's just dependent on whether your organisation is prepared to take those steps.
It provides it's provisions for it, and it goes back to that principle of self-determination, and as demonstrated by the NLC's code of conduct, that there's an appetite to ensure that those matters are dealt with and dealt with adequately and to the greatest extent.
Sorry, so under the Act, you think that it's sufficient for someone to after 12 months of having committed or served time, that they can then stand for leadership after 12 months? You think that is sufficient enough?
What it does provide is the opportunity for the full council to make a decision about those circumstances.
So basically, Central Land Council, you have the power to make determinations as to whether you want to accept that provision or make your own determinations to, I suppose, not allow for somebody to step into a leadership position should they have served time or committed a crime after 12 months. You have the power, ultimately. Is that what your understanding is, Central Land Council?
Hello? We just had a bit of a technical issue there, Senator. I think in Central Land Council, it's what supports the ALRA and the disqualifications. We have a code of conduct and we have meeting rules, and we also, all our people are democratically elected from their communities, and communities would have a good understanding of the individual who's standing and will make that decision when they go to elections.
So there is no appetite amongst your members to strengthen their leadership?
We think it's adequate, and at the moment the ALRA is the provision that we work under, and we have supporting policies and that which, in the meeting rules, our code of conduct, and it's well governed.
Well, I think that's concerning that you think it's sufficient, but that's noted. Look, I will move on to, just quickly, going back to Senator Whittaker's question, and I just want to summarise off the back of that the land councils take the view that we need to have a Royal Commission into racism, but at the prompting of Senator Whittaker, the land councils have said only want a Royal Commission into sexual abuse of children if guided by evidence and data. So presumably if there's data showing unacceptably high rates of sexual abuse in Indigenous communities, you'd support a Royal Commission into that issue as well. Is that what you are saying? I'll start with the Northern Land Council.
Sorry, Senator, can repeat the question?
So basically, following on from Senator Whittaker's question, it was indicated by the land councils that you would only want a Royal Commission into sexual abuse of children if guided by evidence and data. Is that what the suggestion was? So presumably if there's data showing unacceptably high rates of sexual abuse in Indigenous communities, you'd support a Royal Commission into this issue as well. Is that correct? Is that what was being suggested?
Senator, thanks for the question. The point around the data is that it needs to be comparative analysis to the broader population. Comparative data is a baseline that informs whether or not there are already adequate inquiries that have taken place, and it goes back to that point about given those inquiries that have taken place and leaning on the point that was made by Tiwi Land Council, if there's an audit done on that, then the question of supporting a Royal Commission would then be placed at full council to make a determination.
But if there was, if there's data showing unacceptably high rates of sexual abuse in Indigenous communities, an inquiry or Royal Commission, you think, given that you're taking the same position on a Royal Commission into racism, and there have been previous inquiries made into this particular area as well. There's been a lot of work done in this area, so why is it that you are leaning on the suggestion that a lot of work has been done in this particular space when it comes to sexual abuse? Well, same thing can be said with racism. So I'm presuming then that's a yes, that you, given there is unacceptably high rates of sexual abuse in Indigenous communities, you'd support a Royal Commission into this issue as well. Am I correct, or you're simply saying no?
Thanks, Senator, for the follow-up question. In trying to compare racism to sexual abuse of Aboriginal children, racism is a more broader issue.
I'm sorry, but it's the principle. It's the principle of both the issues that you're suggesting is disproportionately affects Aboriginal people. So the principle of the fact that these are issues that disproportionately affect Indigenous Australians. Sexual abuse of Indigenous children leads to higher incarceration rates of our children into youth and adulthood. So my suggestion is if we were to prevent this, but in order to find ways to prevent this, hold a Royal Commission as we've done in other areas like sexual abuse when it comes to our churches. What I'm suggesting is the principle. The principle is if there's data that suggests there's a need for this, you would support that.
Thank you, Senator. What I was going to make about racism is that, to my understanding, there hasn't been a Royal Commission into racism. There's been Royal Commissions into sexual abuse, as you pointed out, regards to the church.
Yeah, to the church, but not specifically Indigenous communities is the point. It's more specific to where there's a disproportionate rate of Indigenous children that experience it. It's the same principle.
Even if the evidence supports it, Senator, then we place the discussion at a full council to determine.
Central Land Council.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. I think if the data and the evidence supports it and there's systemic failures, we'd support it.
It's good to know. Tiwi Land Council?
Thank you, Senator. Brenton Toy from CEO. I agree with the CEO from Central Land Council. If there's evidence data there to support it. I guess just to clarify my point earlier, it was around the focus on implementation of previous inquiries and commissions and using that as the data and the evidence. And I get that there's a static piece of data there around the rates. I was probably more referring to using the other recommendations and focusing on implementation of those.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And just to the Torres Strait Regional Council.
Thank you, Senator. We support the comments already mentioned by the CLC and TV and also NLC. Again, I'll reiterate whatever action the government decides to take on child safety issues in Indigenous communities, the TSRA would support.
Thank you. And I've just got a few questions now, and I'll try to be quick.
I just may just make a point on that particular topic that Senator Price has raised, that the Northern Territory Government has the data, and the Minister for Child Protection has come out to say there is no need for a Royal Commission. So if we're talking data, the Northern Territory Government is on the record to say that there is no need for one. I just wanted to make the committee aware of that.
Thank you for that. That's very helpful. And
Thank you.
While we're just on that, I might just table the opening statements for Aboriginal investment and also for Indigenous Business Australia. As people will remember, we released those organisations, but they have very kindly provided us with their opening statements, which will assist in further questions on notice for those organisations. Thank you. And we'll be aiming to go to afternoon tea once we get through this session.
I'll try to be quick.
That would be... Thank you, Senator Nampijinpa Price.
Thank you. And thank you for your patience, everyone. And look, this issue, obviously, you all know, is very dear to me, especially with the recent circumstances. And after it's been suggested that about the NT government, this issue is more widespread and more concerning, not just to the Northern Territory, but right across this country as well. So I just want to talk about to the Central Land Council. In the 2021-2022, the Central Land Council distributed $80.2 million from the Land Use Trust account to traditional owners and Aboriginal corporations. How much has the Central Land Council distributed in royalties in the last financial year? Is that, are you...
Do you want to maybe call who you want to answer the question?
Yeah, no, I asked the Central Land Council. This is specific to the Central Land Council, but I think the mic's muted.
They have been having some technical issues. You're good? Excellent.
Okay, good.
Go ahead.
Thanks for the question, Senator. In terms of royalties, Aboriginal people in the Northern Territory may receive income from land use agreements under the Aboriginal Land Rights Act and the Native Title Act. These are negotiated amounts paid for the benefit of traditional owner groups for the use of their land. This income can be from various sources, including compensation from petroleum, mining and exploration operations, royalty equivalents from petroleum and mining operations, leasing income from pastoral enterprises, community leases, national park leases, carbon farming income and other land use agreements. The land councils hold such income in the trust. Depending on the income source and the traditional owner's decisions, this income may be distributed to individuals or invested for community benefits through the CLC's Community Development Program. Individual royalty distributions are an important contribution to people's livelihoods. CLC constituents are using a growing share of their land use income for community projects such as infrastructure, education resources, sports facilities and art centres. Since the Community Development Program started in 2006, CLC constituents have committed more than $390 million of their income to more than 3,200 projects. Community groups are involved in project planning, implementation, adaptation and learning, ensuring that decisions reflect local priorities and experiences. In 2024-25, 681 local Aboriginal people were employed through community development projects. Project partners are chosen by Aboriginal decision-making groups, with many projects delivered by Aboriginal controlled organisations and local business. In terms of 21, I'll have to get that information for you. I think you mentioned a date there.
Sorry, this financial year, just wanted to know how much has the Central Land Council distributed in royalties in the last financial year?
Okay, I'll just... In terms of incoming last financial year, in the balance was 49.7. In terms of financial year to date, 31 March, we have income coming in of 149 million and outgoing of 142.8.
Thank you. And you might need to take this next question on notice, but can you outline the total value of mining royalty-related payments distributed over the past 5 years?
Yeah, thanks for your question. We'll take that on notice and come back to you, Senator Price.
Thank you. And do you expect an increase or decrease in the value of the royalty payments in the next financial year, perhaps as a result of commodity price spikes?
Thanks for your question. I think it's not a bit of a hypothetical because there's a new regime in the Northern Territory at Valorum in terms of the way it's managed by the Northern Territory government, so it might fluctuate up given the price, or it might fluctuate down.
Okay. What about the other land councils, NLC? Sorry, I'll repeat that question. Do you expect an increase or decrease in the value of the royalty payments in the next financial year as a result of commodity price spikes?
Thank you for the question, Senator Price. Very similar to the CLC. It's speculative, given which the NTG manage those.
Okay, I'll leave that question. Yeah, I'll take that one on notice.
Yeah.
So in the last 12 months, have any royalty distribution meetings required, back to the CLC, police attendance or special arrangements due to safety concerns?
In terms of safety for distribution meeting, Senator, thanks for your question. Safety is a Land Council priority. Staff take measures to conduct safe meetings. Many corporations have established distribution processes, and vast majority of district meetings are trouble-free. Measures taken to promote safety, meeting plans and risk assessments, consider constituents and staff safety. MT police and local community police are notified and attend as needed. For some meetings, the CLC also engages private security. If issues are anticipated, traditional owners and regional councils are consulted. Staff are trained in facilitation to de-escalate and assist to resolve disputes. At the beginning of each meeting rules are discussed in language and English. If trouble, stop the meeting, ask the person to leave. If they continue, call police if required. And other actions taken to ensure meetings do not disrupt the community. Schedule dates with minimal disruption to school. We hold large meetings during school holidays or close to the end of the school term. Not allowing any children at AAMC meetings. We provide separate times, days for subgroups to attend only their distribution, offer different locations for subgroup meetings to reduce travel, and we stop or postpone or cancel the meeting if it is a disruption to the community.
Thank you. So if you can't provide it now, perhaps on notice, how many required police attendance or, I suppose, security arrangements, that figure? And also, thank you. And if any of the other land councils had those requirements, if you could provide those numbers as well. I'll get you to do that on notice, perhaps.
I would encourage you, where you could, to put things on notice, just in the sense we're coming up against just sort of a hard barrier for the Minister.
Yeah, absolutely. And I suppose if, just in the interest of time as well, if answers could be provided more succinctly, we can all work together. Have any royalty payments, back to the Central Land Council, have any royalty payments exceeded $50,000 to an individual? And how many, if there have?
My understanding, yes, and we'll take that on notice.
And I suppose same as well to the other land councils, if you could provide that on notice. Does the council notify Services Australia or tax authorities about large royalty distributions? Starting with the Central Land Council.
No, we don't, Senator.
NLC?
That's up to the individual.
That's up to the individual. Is that the same with the other land councils, NLC?
Yeah, direct to TLC.
Okay.
Senator, NLC is the same. Back response.
Okay. And I suppose I'll get this one on notice from all of you as well. What does your council do to convert royalties into durable local wealth? I'll just get those answers on notice and we'll leave it at that, I think.
Great. Thank you very much. We really appreciate each of you coming along and spending some time with us today. Your insights and your contributions are really, really valuable. So thank you so much for that. And we will release you from the program now. Minister McCarthy, thank you so much for...
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister McCarthy, thank you so much for your contributions today. We really appreciate your time and all of the effort and work that you put in to your role, and it's great to see those things starting to come to fruition. So thank you so much for that. And with that, we will break for an afternoon tea, and we will return at 4:40 with the Office of the Official Secretary to the Governor-General. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Jared Martin, the Official Secretary, and Mr. Jeff Barnes, the Deputy Official Secretary. Would you care to make an opening statement?
Yes, please, Senator. Just a short one. It's Jared Martin, Official Secretary to the Governor-General. Can I just briefly update the committee on the work of the office since the last estimates hearing? The office continues to support the Governor-General in the performance of her duties, having now facilitated nearly 1,100 official engagements since she was sworn in on the 1st of July 2024. In the current circumstances, the office is carefully monitoring the issue of fuel usage as we plan the official program for the Governor-General. Since our last appearance on the 9th of February, the office has supported the Governor-General to preside over 8 meetings of the Federal Executive Council. In February, the Council for the Order of Australia considered plans to address the backlog of nominations. A number of measures have been implemented and we are working now to reduce that backlog. This will certainly result in a higher number of awards being provided at future honours lists announcements, and the office is engaging with a number of organisations to address and improve gender parity in the nominations and the honours lists. The Council also acknowledged concerns previously raised at this committee regarding the listing of certain individuals on the public It's an Honour database. The Council commenced considering options to address that issue and proposed that the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet do further work on the matter, noting that the policy issues fall to that department. We continue to work closely with PM&C on this important issue with the intention of reaching a solution as soon as possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, do you have any particular strategies that you're pursuing that you could share with us, or are we not at that point yet?
In relation to?
To the backlog of honours.
Certainly, Senator. So we have, we've been working with government for some time now to ensure we've got appropriate resourcing to be able to put in place staff to address the backlog, but we're also using the opportunity to address our processes, including triaging and the way we process nominations, to ensure that we're moving through that backlog in a much faster way, with a view to, over the course of the next 12 months, reducing that backlog essentially to zero.
Excellent, thank you. We'll go to Senator Sharma.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mr. Martin and Mr. Barnes. Good to see you both. Just that the recent budget papers highlighted a whole of government push to reduce reliance on external contractors and consultants. I'm just wondering, has your staffing mix been adjusted over the past 12 months, and have any previously outsourced roles at either Government House or Admiralty House been converted to APS positions? And have you had any, I guess, writing instructions in that direction, or directions from Finance?
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Jeff Barnes, Deputy Official Secretary. Some time ago, a couple of years ago, we converted all the contractors we had to staff positions through a process with Department of Finance, and we got an uplift in our ASL to do that. Since then, we've had very minimal contractors. They're only used for very short-term project-type work that's non-ongoing. And at the moment, we only have consultancies that are related to property works or works that we don't have the skills in-house to deliver.
So what sort of works would they be? You mentioned property works.
Yeah, so heritage assessment,
Okay.
Things like that that are, not within the remit of our staff.
And what you said a few years ago, you went through the process of converting a number of positions. What were those? When was this? When was it a few years ago? And what were those positions? Just ballpark is fine, Mr. Barnes.
My recollection, Senator, is that it was at the request of Finance or whole of government request, I want to say 4 years ago, sometime around there.
Okay.
And they were contractor positions across the board, so we had sort of 1 or 2 positions in each branch. I think the number in total was about 10.
Okay. And can I ask, just on current capital works programs, have you got any major capital works underway at either Admiralty House or Government House?
As well, yeah. Senator, we have 2 major projects that are just in the design phase at the moment, and they relate to accessibility at both Government House and Admiralty House and the modernisation of those two properties. There's a range of works under those projects, but as I said, at the moment they're out to market, out to tender for design work. So they haven't kicked off yet.
So that's disability access, is that what you mean by
correct, accessibility?
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that for the entirety of the property or just the public areas or the entertaining areas? Or?
Largely the public area, Senator, just from a cost point of view. So that's the we're focusing on meeting our requirements under various legislation, and then we'll extend to other areas of the property.
Okay, thank you. And then if I could just turn to the, and I think we discussed this last time you were here, the ANAO report and implementation of the recommendations. I believe you'd committed to the development of a 3-year forward work plan for anticipated property works, including a prioritisation rating to be completed by March 2026. Has that forward work plan been completed?
So what we've done in the first instance, Senator, is we're refreshing the heritage management plans for both properties. So that's another piece of work that is outsourced.
To consultants, yeah.
Correct. So that once that piece of work is finalised, which is yeah, it's in progress at the moment, but it's due reasonably soon. We can probably give you some more detail on that. Once those two heritage management plans are finalised, that will contain a great deal of detail around the future works on the properties and will essentially help us meet that obligation to the ANAO.
And they are due to be completed. I had here a date of the 30th of June 2026. Is that, are they on track for that?
That sounds right.
Okay. And is it the consultants that are preparing these heritage management plans?
That's right, Senator. Obviously, we're working closely with them in that process, but yes, they are. We bring in. It's a good example of what Mr. Barnes was talking about in terms of getting specialist knowledge in. Almost all public sector agencies that have responsibility for heritage properties do the same thing, working with the Department of the Environment Department as well to ensure we meet our obligations under the EPBC Act.
Okay. And what's the value of each of those? Is it two separate contracts for Admiralty House and Government House, or for the heritage management plan?
Bear with us, Senator. We can answer
yes,
that.
Of course.
Yes, Senator. So the two contracts in total are $218,000. As I said, they're not just for accessibility work, so there's other works under those, but that's the significant part of them.
So yeah, so that includes the accessibility works and the heritage management plans.
Yes, yes.
That's all part of the same two contracts.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. You may have been asked to provide this on notice already, and if so, forgive me. But if not, could I just ask on notice for Her Excellency's travel, domestic and international, over the past 12 months? Has that been provided recently to the...
I don't think it has, Senator, but we're happy to take that on notice.
Yeah, so if I could ask on notice, international and domestic travel over the past 12 months, and for the international travel, the cost of those delegations. Thank you. That was all I had, Chair.
Senator Bly.
Thank you very much. I just have some questions. These are for the Australian National Audit Office.
No.
Are we up to them yet? No?
No, still.
Oh, that's okay. No, that's what my questions are in here for. Oh. So that's okay. Not for these guys.
Is that it?
I had no further questions.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming. We do appreciate your time, and sorry that we're running a little late.
Not at all.
But thank you so much for coming to see us this afternoon. We do appreciate it. We will now... Sorry? Too bad. Thank you. We will now suspend while we wait for Senator Farrell, Minister Farrell, to join us, and we'll return swiftly. Welcome back, and I welcome Senator the Honourable Don Farrell, Special Minister of State, Dr Carolee McLeish, Auditor General, and other officers of the Australian National Audit Office. Minister, do you have an opening statement?
That's very kind of you to offer, Chair, but no, I don't.
Thank you. Dr McLeish, do you have an opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I do.
Please go ahead.
and Caroline McLeish, Auditor General. So I would like to update the committee on some recent developments and also future directions in the ANAO's work program. Since our last appearance at this committee, the ANAO has continued to deliver against our mandate to improve transparency, accountability and public sector performance through independent reporting to Parliament. To date this financial year, we have presented 29 performance audits for tabling in the Parliament, and we are currently on track to deliver on our target of between 38 and 42 performance audits by June 30th. Our tabling program since the committee last met includes audits of large programs of government spending, such as the Commonwealth Home Support Program, or CHSP, the National Collaborative Research Infrastructure Strategy, and the Department of Defence's procurement of infantry fighting vehicles and life of type extension for the Collins-class submarines. We also have tabled audits of important areas of public administration, such as the administration of the FOI Act by selected entities. We've also trialled new approaches to our audits, including a rapid audit into Safer Local Roads program, and published a report at a glance, plain English summary of the CHSP audit. Consistent with previous years, entities have agreed to more than 90% of performance audit recommendations, which are designed to improve the effectiveness, efficiency, economy and ethical management of public administration. Our financial statements audits for the 2025-26 financial year are well underway, covering 245 entities and around 300 separate audit engagements, and we will shortly issue a summary report of the interim audit phase of the financial statements audit for 27 of the largest Australian government entities. Weaknesses in IT system controls and breaches of legislation continue to be key themes of interim audit findings and a priority for entities to address. Our performance statements audits of 21 entities, accounting for more than 85% of government revenue and expenditure, are also underway. We continue to see evidence of these audits supporting better quality reporting on what is delivered with public resources. Looking ahead in 2026-27, we will deliver our mandated financial audit program. However, given our budget constraints, we will not yet be increasing our performance statements audit work, and we will maintain a historically low number of performance audits of between 38 and 42, below the stated expectations of Parliament of 48. The JCPAA in its 2026 budget statement strongly supported a sustainable funding model for the ANAO. Such a model would bolster independence and avoid regular bids for supplementation and ensure an enduring and robust audit program over the efficiency and effectiveness of public spending. We look forward to continuing constructive conversations within government on a sustainable funding model. We are now finalising our annual audit work program for 26-27 and future years, taking into account input we've received from consultation and the priorities of the Parliament. We intend to finalise and publish the program in July. The program aims to achieve broad coverage across areas of public administration and to respond to risks in the public sector, including fiscal, delivery, integrity and technology risks, among others, while also balancing priorities within the ANAO's capacity. The plan will signal a multi-year and multi-product program, recognising that topics can be addressed through mechanisms beyond traditional performance audits. Our audit work program will include a strong focus on the defence portfolio. I acknowledge that the Senate resolved on 1st of April 2026 to request that I urgently reinstate the annual Defence Major Projects Report, which the JCPAA has decided it will no longer request from the Department of Defence and the ANAO. On 23rd of April, I responded to the correspondence from the Senate President about the resolution. I would like to highlight just briefly a few points from that today. There is no doubt that over its 18-year history, the MPR has served to bring transparency to the Parliament of Defence's acquisition performance, and I would like to recognise the good work of the team on the report. The world has changed since the MPR was conceived, and since 2021-22, Defence has taken decisions that certain information is not able to be disclosed on national security grounds. In light of the growing removal of information and building on concerns raised previously by the ANAO and the JCPAA, I have come to the conclusion that the MPR is no longer fit for purpose as the vehicle to bring transparency and accountability that it has in the past, and I advise the JCPAA as such. Defence's allocated government funding is reportedly of around $425 billion over the next 10 years to support its 2026 integrated investment program, and transparency and accountability on this remains critical. I proposed a range of audit work to uphold a high level of scrutiny, including the now in-progress performance audit into Defence's management of capability investment priorities. This audit will include robust analysis of whether Defence's acquisitions are on schedule, on budget and to scope. A benefit of undertaking performance audits compared to the MPR is that performance audits are conducted to a higher level of assurance. They involve more in-depth analysis and recommendations for improvement, and rather than Defence, determines the information that will be disclosed. In addition, I will audit each year the annual performance statements of Defence that include information regarding Defence's performance in delivering all approved projects within the Integrated Investment Program. Lastly and briefly, I wish to acknowledge the retirement of Ms Rona Mello, the former Deputy Auditor General, on Friday the 1st of May 2026. Through a career of over 40 years in the APS, Rona leaves a legacy of public value and impact on public sector performance, people, policy, legislation and service delivery. Rona served the ANAO with distinction for almost 11 years and demonstrated true leadership in driving the quality and presentation of over 509 reports tabled in the Parliament, and she will be greatly missed. Ms Carla Jago is Acting Deputy Auditor General while we undertake an open recruitment process for the role. Thank you, and we look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much, and our thanks to Ms Miller as well. It's a shame we didn't get a chance to thank her personally, but I'm sure she's tuned in. And I would just like to say thank you so much for all of the effort and dedication that she has put in over many years. I know personally I've been very grateful for her, her insight and her knowledge. So I wish her all the very best, as I'm sure the rest of the committee does as well. We will go to Senator Shoebridge first.
Thanks, Chair. And I too want to acknowledge the work of the former Deputy Auditor, and I hope she's not tuned in for her own good and for putting her life back on track. But can I ask you, first of all, there is significant disquiet. I think I've expressed this to you directly, Auditor General, about the decision to end the major projects report. And when you read through the reasons you gave to the Senate, I mean, it's essentially Defence chose to withhold information for publication, and the amount of information they chose to withhold grew and grew and grew year by year, to the point where Defence undermined the utility of the major projects report because of those decisions. I mean, that's the only fair reading of your correspondence, isn't it?
Well, the reason why I believe the MPR is no longer fit for purpose in the same way as it has been in the past is because Defence has taken decisions to remove information from their part of the report on national security grounds. Now, I also need to have consideration to national security in what I disclose in our ANAO reports. And we have looked at the process that Defence goes through to determine what to disclose and what to mark as not for publication. So we accept that they have chosen to do this, but the end result is that the report no longer brings the type of transparency that it has in the past. It means that the ANAO cannot conduct longitudinal analysis to understand where slippage in defence programs comes from. And as a result, we don't think that the report is as fit for purpose. But importantly, we are very committed to maintaining scrutiny. The proposal that I've outlined is one that I think has stronger assurance than the MPR. The MPR is limited by the nature of the engagement. Because it is a limited assurance engagement, it does not provide for as robust assurance to the Parliament. And because of the nature of the engagement, it is Defence that determines what to withhold, whereas what I have proposed is a performance audit in which the ANAO determines what to disclose. And I think we've shown through our performance audits, and most recently through our performance audits of the life of type extension of Collins-class submarines, most recently with the performance audits of the infantry fighting vehicles, we have shown that we were able to provide a high degree of transparency and point to specific deficiencies in a way that can also uphold national security. So what I've proposed, I think, is a stronger form of assurance.
Well, perhaps. But you see, if you just take a step back and look at the work of the Audit Office, as a result of decisions that have been made, largely because of your budget situation, I accept that, but not entirely, there's a body of work that's no longer been done on the major projects report. and that was that about a $2 to $3 million body of work each year? Is that
on average over the last few years? It cost around $2 million.
So that's been withdrawn. That's no longer been done. You previously had a target. You didn't always meet it, but you got close to it, of doing 48 performance audits a year, and now for budgetary reasons, you're cutting that back to a target of 38 to 42. That's a 20% cut in performance audits. And you say out of that smaller pool of performance audits, we should rest assured that Defence will get a thorough review out of a smaller pool of performance audits that existed at the time you were also doing the work of the Major Projects Review. That meta view, that helicopter view, doesn't leave me with a sense of assurance. You've got less performance audits in which to do the work that is now going to be even more substantial because you're no longer doing the major projects in Defence. How do you square that circle?
We are unable to provide the level of assurance that we would like to on the Defence portfolio, and we're unable to provide the level of assurance that the Parliament has indicated it has expected with a target of 48 performance audits, and we're unable to meet that. But within what we have, we are trying to make the best choices that we can, and in my view, a performance audit of Defence's capability investment program will provide much stronger assurance.
You're seeking, you're cutting your cloth. You're cutting the garment to suit the cloth, right? But there's less cloth because you've been using reserves over the last few years, as I read your budget, using reserves to do the basics of audit. Does that explain the $5.3 million loss last year? You were basically eating into reserves to do core work.
The ANAO has been running losses for at least the last 5 years of around $5 million per year. That has been supportable through the use of accumulated reserves. We've come to a point now where those reserves now need to be used for employee liabilities. We can no longer dip into reserves to support a higher level of spend than our appropriations. And as such, we need to make choices, and we are driving efficiencies very hard, but we have limited discretion in our spending, and as a result do need to cut back on some aspects of our program.
Well, you're cutting performance audits, you're cutting staff, you're shedding staff as well, as I read the budget. Is that right?
We've reduced the number of staff from last year to this year, yes.
No longer doing the major projects report, doing fewer audits, cutting staff. Is this all because the government's not giving you the funding you need to maintain the previous level of work that you did?
Well, we would always welcome more funding.
But I'm wanting to know why. Are you making your own choices to cut performance audits, cut staff, or is this being forced upon you because of the budget situation the government's delivered?
We have had to reduce our program targets in order to get to a more sustainable budget position, a more sustainable position.
Have you sought additional funding?
Yes, we have, and the JCPAA in their budget statement on Budget Day this year has provided an explanation of the sustainable funding model that we have proposed. We have had constructive conversations within government about that sustainable funding model. What we have asked for is a model that contains 4 elements. A base injection of funding of around $10 million per annum that would enable us to operate without deficits, to be able to address critical cost pressures and to be able to expand our program to meet the expectations of the Parliament. But there are also a number of elements in the financial model, in the sustainable funding model that we propose that are about ensuring that our costs are indexed at the actual cost drivers and the demand drivers that we experience rather than the indexation that we have now. So that means removal of the efficiency dividend. It means indexing our performance audit program at a share of total government expenditure. And also seeking to retain the fees that are charged for some of our audits, but are currently given back to the centre rather than coming directly to to the ANAO. The JCPAA did support that sustainable funding model, with one exception around the fees. And again, we look forward to having conversations.
Well, the Joint Standing
conversations.
Committee broadly accepted, but it doesn't feature in the budget. You didn't get it.
No, it was not included in the budget.
And
no.
that's why you're doing less performance audits than the expectations Parliament set. And as I read it, it's also one of the reasons you've been looking for efficiencies and why you perhaps turn in a more critical eye over the major projects report, trying to find another $2 to $3 million that you can use to move into other parts of your organisation to do your basic statutory duties.
We have been driving efficiencies, and we have had to reduce parts of our program to make sure that we have a sustainable funding position. Our funding position was a consideration in the future of the NPR, but it was not the determining consideration. As I said, I think that we have a better model for today's environment by using the powers under a performance audit as opposed to the limited assurance model of an NPR.
You not only need powers, you need the resources and the funds.
We do.
And that's the core issue you're facing at the moment in terms of getting to the expectation Parliament set about performance audits. You haven't got the funds and you haven't got the resources to meet that target of 48, have you?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, we are unable to meet the target of 48 performance audits because of our resourcing.
Yeah, I have some questions about LOTE, but maybe we'll find an opportunity to come back to those.
Yeah, I'm happy to come back. Just, I think there's a lot of people trying to get to other places, so I'm just trying to fairly distribute the time. We'll go to Senator Blythe.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I will go to LOTE, so we may be able to cross-match here a little bit. But before I do, just to clarify on one thing from Senator Shoebridge's questioning. You spoke in your opening statement and said there's about $425 billion in defence. In terms of, and you've talked about how there is, I guess, less transparency from the Defence Department in terms of what you can see, what they're choosing to disclose. Do you have a percentage or a feeling of the number of that $425 billion, what you actually have oversight of to audit? And you can take it on notice if it's...
Yeah, we conduct financial statements audits of Defence, which covers the entirety of their financial statements, and we also conduct an audit of the performance statements of Defence. Defence has a performance measure that assesses its performance against the time, the cost and the scope to deliver on all of its projects in the integrated investment program. So we have oversight through that mechanism, and through the performance audit that we have recently commenced on Defence's capability investments, we will be able to look at a large number of the projects that comprise that $425 billion, but I can't give you an exact number of the coverage today.
You've taken on note. That's absolutely fine. So if we move into the life of type extension programs, the LOTE, I wanted to talk about the report that the ANAO released last Friday on the 22nd of May that referred to the Collins-class submarine LOTE program. The summary on your website says the risks associated with this approach have been realised, costs have grown, delays have accumulated, and the scope of the project was reduced. Is it correct, therefore, to say that the government has spent more money over a longer period of time for a considerably poorer result?
The government has spent more money than it otherwise would have, and that's one of the findings of the audit. Yes.
Okay, but poorer result as well, not just more money.
I think we pointed out in the audit that the Department of Defence is not well placed to be able to indicate whether it is providing value for money. Liz?
In terms of that report, when was that provided to Defence?
I'll ask our Group Executive Director, Ian Goodwin, to answer
Yes,
that.
certainly.
So I'll just to go back to you. Thank you. Ian Goodwin, Group Executive Director, ANAO. Just to the previous question around the dollars, just to clarify, $693 million has been spent as at February 2026. And then there's a portion within that that relates to the alignment to the attack class submarine. So the alignment to the attack class submarine was to put new equipment into the Collins as part of the LOT. When the government made the decision to move to maintenance and sustainment, there's elements of that, which is about 187 million or 27%, that relates to the procurement of the replacement main motor, diesel generator and other equipment and components, which may not be used as part of the maintenance and sustainment.
Okay, thank you. In terms of that report though, when it was provided to Defence?
So the report, the timings for the report, let's pull it up. So under the Act, we issue what's called a section.
And I'm conscious there are other people for time, so just a date is
So the Section 19 report's issued to the Department on the 16th of April.
16th of April.
And they have 28 days to respond to that.
And so they responded to that on the 12th of May?
14th of May.
14th. Okay, so we've got 12th here, which was budget day. So it was 14th, so after the budget?
Yeah, so we issue the report. They have 28 days under the Act to respond, and their response came back on the 14th of May. Okay,
we've got here that the signed response was received on the 12th.
Carla Jago, Acting Deputy Auditor General. I think the letter's actually produced in full in Appendix 1 to the report.
That's right.
The Acting Secretary signed it on the 12th of May.
Yep.
The Chief of the Defence Force signed it on the 13th of May.
Yep.
We received it on the 14th of May.
Okay, excellent, thank you. And then that was about a month after the National Defence Strategy and Integrated Investment Program was released. The report mentions government approving a new approach to LOT in May 2026. It was announced on Monday, the 18th of May. When was the ANAO advised that the government had decided on the changed approach?
So during the course of the audit, we would have become aware that. So in the report, it talks about the government's response, the department's response to the Valdez report.
Yep.
And that was a permission to respond to that was around October 2025. So that's at the departmental level.
Yep.
And as follow-up in the audit, we obviously are in discussions with senior people in the department.
Yep.
And so we would have become aware, certainly from March onwards, that the department was working through a response to, which is ultimately the announcement. Now, that's normal for us to be able to track through that, and there would have been some variation along the way.
Okay.
But we certainly would have had visibility on the submissions from about March, but probably became aware probably in February.
Okay, in February, okay. And did the ANAO change the report after being advised of the decision?
No, so the report is against the objective that set out as to whether the LOT was an effective program. The government's decision that it was announced in May is, I guess, ancillary to what we were auditing, which was of the LOT, which was a program that has its genesis back in 2016, concretised as a program from 2018 onwards.
So just to go through, so is it correct that LOT was submitted to the NSC by the Minister for Defence and the Minister for Defence Industry? This is going back in the report of March 2023, then November 2023, May 2024, and then a new decision was made in May 2026. But you're talking about decisions being made much earlier than that.
Just 1 second. So in February 2024, the interim Valdez report was issued to the Defence Department. In June 24, the final report was delivered to the Minister. That report found that Defence had not revisited the project strategy following the cancellation of the attack program.
Yep.
And remained focused on a major system replacement.
Yep.
In June 2024, so that's in paragraph 2.39 of the report.
Yep.
In June 2024, Defence had commenced early work to identify alternative approaches. However, still was focused on progressing major system replacement as the preferred approach up until October 2025. So that's in paragraph 2.42 of the report. In October 2025, Defence provided its response to the Valdez report and agreed to implement the 9 recommendations from the Valdez report. That's in paragraph 2.65. In March 26, Defence proposed an alternative strategy to deliver the life of type extension to the Collins-class submarine, which is in paragraph 2.43. And then in that same paragraph, in May 2026, Defence recommended and Government agreed to that revised delivery strategy.
Okay.
And that was a significant shift.
Yep. I have 2 more questions, and then I'm done, if that's okay. And then, so in terms of, so all of that has happened. I think there was a cost in terms of dollars and in terms of capability that was able to be gained in sort of pushing out those decisions to be made. Your own report says Defence is not well placed to demonstrate that the LOAP project has provided value for money. Since February 2022, the contract was amended 53 times, increasing its value from $125 million initially, and it's now out to $813 million. Would it be your evidence then that the government, which has been in office since May 2022, has failed over the 4 years since to notice and arrest the issues identified?
I think the evidence would be the conclusion in the report, because it's an audit, which concluded that Defence's planning and implementation of the Collins LOAP program, Life of Type Extension, was partly effective. And that's because the project wasn't managed in a way that was commensurate with its complexity, nor its risk profile or strategic purpose. And that's in paragraph 8 of the report.
Can I just ask what conclusions your report makes on the implications for Australia's submarine defences because of the failure of the LOAP program over the last 4 years?
So the report's conclusion is framed as partly effective with respect to the weaknesses in the planning, risk management and advice to government. It is not a commentary on where capability stands at this point in time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator David Pocock.
Thank you very much for the work that you and your team do. Such important work. And by way of example, your report last week looking at 3 departments' compliance with FOI laws in this country are of huge interest to people here in the ACT and I'm sure across the country. I'm interested to follow up just on some of the questions that Senator Shoebridge was asking about the budget. Do you agree that the recently handed down budget is actually a real funding cut to the ANAO?
The recent budget, we received an increase in our core appropriation of about $1.5 million. Our costs, our underlying costs, are rising higher than that. So yes, in that sense, it is a real decrease.
And you mentioned to Senator Shoebridge that you'd asked for an additional $10 million of base funding.
Mm-hmm.
Does that $10 million get you up to the 48 performance audits per year?
Yes, that would be our intent, that it would increase the performance audit program and also help us with some critical pressures that we have, in particular around our IT systems.
And your answer to a question on notice 342 from me says that you expect to meet a target of 38 to 42 audits in 2025-26. Is that your current aim still?
That is our current aim. It is at risk. We tend to have a little bit of bunching of reports towards the end of the financial year, and the exact timing of presenting a report for tabling depends on the number of comments that we get. We need to put quality first, always, but we are intending to meet that target this year, yes.
And so due to resource constraints, that 38 could actually be at risk?
It is at risk, yes, but we are intending to meet it and doing everything we can to do so.
And which areas of government spending or administration are likely to not be, or to be deprioritised in terms of audits, given that there's a whole bunch you just can't get to?
Well, we always have a program that is much larger, a program of potential audits that's much larger than we can deliver. This year, our audit work program included 83 topics, and we're going to do between 38 to 42. Next year, I'm looking to increase that number because I have a multi-year program, and we'll only be able to undertake a fraction of what we publish in our annual audit work program. So we will never be able to cover all of the risks that we would like to, but within whatever resources we have, we seek to have the most targeted program towards risk and the ability to impact.
Okay, thank you. That's good to know. The Centre for Public Integrity says that the ANAO has operated a deficit continuously for the last 8 years. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, yes. In terms of the total comprehensive loss, it's a different measure of operating loss if you take into account depreciation and leasing, but yes, it's correct on the total comprehensive loss measure.
Wow, that is grim. Can I ask a couple of questions specifically about the ANAO's audit of the ANU's finances and specifically Renew ANU? My understanding is that that audit has been completed. Is that correct?
It's just being finalised now. We expect to table next week that report.
And so the
very soon.
ANU Council has already had the opportunity to respond, and you're just finalising.
That is correct.
I assume your response to the response kind of thing.
That is correct.
Okay.
We've received a response from the Accountable Authority, the Council, and we will be tabling that soon, presenting it for tabling soon.
Okay. Can you give any more details on that, or did the council accept your recommendations, or is that just in the?
We don't comment on our reports before they are tabled as a matter of course.
Okay, thank you. Given that, I've got a few more, but I'll leave it there. I guess, Minister. Sorry, I've got a question for you.
I've been listening.
Why is the ANAO being underfunded? This was something before I'd even thought of trying to run for the Senate. I heard Labor and opposition talk so much about the need for funding of the ANAO, slamming the coalition for not funding it, for lack of transparency, and here we are where they're still not able to do as many audits as the Parliament asks them to, and we see no meaningful increase in funding. And we're talking, in the scheme of things, not a lot of money, $53 billion more for defence, and the ANAO here are asking for $10 million. Why wasn't there a decision to fund them better in the budget?
Well, the first observation I'd make, Senator Pocock, is that the ANOA does a really good job with the resources that the government does provide them. Senator Shoebridge was only referring to some reports yesterday on the good work that they were doing. This is not my direct portfolio area, but I shall pass the request on to the Minister and I'll come back to you with the response.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, I'm not going to... If you can take that on notice, how was the decision made to not fund them, given that they are underfunded and have been underfunded for 8 years? And then maybe just if I can ask on the ANU report again, there was media reporting in late March.
You're asking me this question?
No, sorry, Minister. You can. It's fine. Huh? To the officials.
Okay.
Sorry. There was media reporting in late March, which actually sort of spoke to specifics of your draft report, and it said, and I'll quote, "Questions about the long-term sustainability of ANU's financial situation It includes the assessment that the university was not in immediate financial crisis at the time the then Vice-Chancellor Genevieve Bell announced the cost-cutting program, dubbed Renew ANU, in 2024. Is this correct, and do you know who this could have come from?
Senator, I can only reinforce that we intend to present the report for tabling next week, and as a matter of policy, we don't comment on the comments on the contents of report before they table. Recipients of an ANO draft or proposed report should not disclose any of the information in the report except with the consent of the ANAO, and we routinely distribute drafts. The confidentiality of those drafts is almost universally respected, and the fact that this information was disclosed is both unusual and disappointing. But I can't comment further on the contents of the report.
So no consent to share information was sought?
No.
Is there an investigation into leaks, or it's just sort of beyond your control?
We have asked the ANU what they intended to do to understand whether there was a source for the disclosure of information. And as a matter of course, we always conduct our own inquiries within the ANAO, and I'm confident that the disclosure did not come from within the ANAO.
And so who would have had it? And so it was provided to the ANU Council.
Correct.
And so the council would have been sort of who had it?
Yes, we distribute draft reports to the accountable authority, and the accountable authority of the ANU is the council.
And does that go to them via the Chancellor, or how does it get sent to them?
Just check. It goes to the Chancellor. Yes.
The report would have been addressee to the Chancellor.
To the Chancellor.
But the accountable authority, as the Auditor General said, is the council.
Okay, so Chancellor, Council, and then we've seen these leaks. Again, thank you so much for the great work you do. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Barbara Pocock.
There seems to be unanimous agreement that the quality of your work and the importance of it is recognised by everyone around this table, and yet your funding circumstances are grim, to say the least, and have been a matter of 8 years of running down resources. And I guess there's a degree of discomfort for government in funding you. You're a kind of transparency warrior within the camp of government, and a level of discomfort sometimes in your work, which may create an incentive to run down your funding and capability to apply close analysis to government programs. In other countries, are there funding mechanisms which escape that possibility of constraining your ability given your function that's sometimes uncomfortable? For example, are there similar bodies in other countries that index funding so that it's taken out of the political realm into an ongoing multiple-year funding, or perhaps funding models that relate to the number of reports you make? I'm just curious about whether there are cleaner, more transparent, less politicised ways in which you could be funded.
There are a range of different funding models that are employed in different jurisdictions in Australia and around the world to navigate what is a tension in funding decision-making processes of, on the one hand, the need to have a mechanism that supports independence of audit officers, and there is a structural conflict from executive government setting the budget of its own oversight. So a tension between that on the one hand, but then on the other hand, recognition that it is the constitutional responsibility of executive government to propose spending, and that tension is navigated differently in different countries. Here in the Commonwealth, the ANAO's budget is largely subject to the same process as for departments in executive government, with the exception that the JCPAA can provide advice to the Minister, in this case the Prime Minister, on the ANAO's budget, and also provides advice to both Houses of Parliament on the budget, which it does through its budget statement on budget day. In other countries, there are stronger mechanisms for independence of the funding of audit officers. And I should just say, though, that in practice, I think the independence of the ANAO is respected. I have not been subject to any direction. There hasn't been any interference in our work. But nonetheless, independence is not built into the law or into the funding decision-making process in the way it is elsewhere. The ACT has a very different model where there is more of a role for Parliament in setting the budget. That's the case also in the UK and in some Canadian provinces, as well as in New Zealand, where the Parliament has a very strong say in the audit officer's budget over there. There are also some jurisdictions that have automatic indexation, as we have proposed in our funding model of the audit officer's budget to total expenditure of government. So as total expenditure rises, then the audit officer's budget rises as well. So there are a range of different models. The Australasian Council of Auditors General has issued a benchmarking report late last year that compares different models on a range of dimensions of independence, including funding and managerial autonomy. And the Centre for Public Integrity, I'm aware, has released a report earlier today that also proposes models for supporting independence.
Minister, if I can ask you, one day you'll lose government and be frustrated. Well,
when's
probably.
When
happens to all of us.
When is that date?
And the very important role of this body will be focused on a different government, and you will want them to be independent and thorough and robust in their work. Have you considered models of funding which would give that greater level of independence and deal with that structural tension that Dr. McLeish talked about?
Well, I'm not the responsible minister in this space, and so I shall pass that request on to him. Can I say this though? But I have had at least 2 ANO audits in 2 of my portfolios. One in relation to PEMS in the Special Minister of State space, and also into the Tourism Australia. I have very much welcomed the thorough way in which the ANO have conducted these audits, and find that the information that they produce is extremely valuable in improving the way in which governments in this country run. I personally don't have any fear of audits. I'm not encouraging one, but as I say, I have found them to be extremely helpful, and I don't really accept your proposition that government fears these audits. Certainly, speaking for myself, I find them very valuable.
I wasn't suggesting you feared them. I'm concerned about the independence of funding and the structural tension that's there between a government in office and the role of the ANAO. Yeah, thank you. I wanted to ask, I guess, you're saying you find them incredibly helpful, Minister, and they've been useful, but the truth is that the budget, I think on page 100 of the budget document, it's clear that we're going to get less audits out of the ANAO. So that is a direct consequence of the failure to keep up funding in real terms. Do you recognise that?
Well, again, this is not my direct area of responsibility, but I shall forward your question to the relevant area and come back to you with a response.
Last question. I just want to ask about the specific audit on the HAF, the Housing Australia Future Fund. Is it on track to be tabled in June?
We're working to have it presented for tabling in June and hope to do so. It is one of the audits that is at risk. It is with the agency for comment right now, but we are working to attempt to have it tabled in June.
Okay. And when you say it's at risk, what does that mean?
It
Specifically in relation to that report?
There is a possibility that it could be tabled in July rather than in June, but we are working towards a June tabling date.
Right. Thank you. Thanks.
The actual date will just depend on the comments that we get back and how long it takes to work through those.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks for your work. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator McGrath.
Just a quick question. Are you undertaking any work into the Department of Parliamentary Services?
Yes, we're in the final stages of completing an audit into cybersecurity for the DPS.
When do you think that would be completed and made public?
Very soon, within the next week,
okay.
We anticipate.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Sharma?
No?
Excellent. Senator Pocock, did you have any final? No. Did you?
The next is started.
Look, the next, yeah, he's not coming back. No offence.
Thanks.
Thanks for the your work is fascinating and well respected across the whole Parliament. Thank you very much for joining us. We do really appreciate all the work that you do and you coming along to share your expertise and answer our questions here as well. Thank you. We will release you from the programme and I would ask the Department of Finance to make their way to the table. Now I'm going to say we're running a little bit late, but not, not crazy late. Thank you. But it will be, I know we went to our afternoon break late, but it is our intention to go to the dinner break on time and roll through the program as best we can to stick to time. We might just suspend for a moment while we find the Department of Finance. Excellent. Welcome back and welcome to Mr Yiannopoulos, the Secretary of the Department of Finance and other officers of the department. Would you care to make an opening statement?
No, thank you.
Such an opportunity. We will go directly to questions then and we'll start with Senator McGrath.
Chair, it's custom and practice for me to
of course it is.
Present staffing numbers.
I don't think anybody wants to look at it, do they?
My first question here, Minister, can you table the staffing table? Question 1.
Get that man a coffee.
Yes, please.
Let's go.
I'm just one step ahead of you.
You're always one step ahead of me, Minister. Cool. Yes, please. Thank you. Cool. Thank you. If I can start.
Yes, please do.
Now that I've dealt with question number 1. Minister, as of late yesterday afternoon, approximately 9 questions I submitted on notice to this committee under your purview remained unanswered. They were eventually uploaded to the Parliament's website not long before the close of business during yesterday's estimates hearings. I don't believe the questions I submitted to you were particularly difficult to answer, and I did submit them prior to the committee's deadline on 20 February, more than 3 months ago. Why did it take more than 3 months to answer these very simple questions, and why did you fail to adhere to the committee's deadline of 10 April?
I don't know, Senator McGrath, but I shall find out and I will come back to you. We should be responding in a timely way to your requests, and I'll find out why we weren't able to get that information to you earlier.
Thank you. When did the department provide your office with draft responses to my questions on notice relevant to your portfolio submitted following the last estimates hearing? You may wish to take that on notice, notwithstanding this may start a circular circular vortex that we may not get out of. And when did your office approve answers to my questions on notice and provide them to this committee?
I shall chase all that information up for you and try and get that information back to you in a timely way, Senator.
And I would hope that it wasn't a case that the failure to answer the questions on notice until yesterday evening was a deliberate strategy. So I would hope that would not be the case, Minister.
So my mum used to say, Senator McGrath, that every problem has a solution, so every question should have an answer. I'm going to find out what the delay was. I respect your role in this place, Senator McGrath, and want to make sure that you get all of the questions you ask in a timely way. So I'll make sure that happens.
Thank you, Minister. Moving on now that I've got that business out of the way, to the department in relation to program 3.1, that in the 2026-27 PBS, the average staffing level for outcome 3 increases to 324 compared with 301 in the previous year. What's driving that increase?
It's the review, isn't it? Senator, it was the announcement or the measure that provides for the independent review of the parliamentary support system includes some additional staff for us to support that secretariat. That's the primary source of the increased allocation of ASL.
23.
But it also, so it's the review and the security, improving the security arrangements for parliamentarians, both their electorate offices, Commonwealth parliamentary offices and this place.
Could you provide a breakdown of the 23 ASL by function, branch or work area, which you sort of touched upon there?
Happy to take that on notice.
Yeah, thank you. And these additional staff, are they ongoing or non-ongoing?
Senator Simon Needham, Deputy Secretary. We've listened to that first part of the question, and the second part I think we'll put both of those into a question on notice for you.
How many staff are currently employed in ministerial and parliamentary services by headcount and ASL?
I'm just going to ask colleagues to assist with that, Senator, if we're able to.
Senator Shannon Fraser, First Assistant Secretary, Business and Enabling Services. In terms of the 2025-26 ASL budget, it is 254. I don't have a head count because the Comcast staff is a casual fluctuating force. So I would have to take that on notice and give you that at a point in time.
And what was the actual ASL for program 3.1 in 24-25 and 25-26? That's on notice is fine. Has finance experienced increased workload in administering parliamentarians' expenses, office resources, staff support or compliance obligations?
I'd have to ask him to repeat that.
Would it be possible to repeat that, Senator?
Sure. Has finance experienced increased workload in administering parliamentarians' expenses, office resources, staff support or compliance obligations?
Senator, that's quite a wide question without a sort of time limit around it. Maybe I can offer a couple of observations. One would be certainly around the election period last year and the months following that. There was a significant amount of work, and I've mentioned to the committee before, we have surged staff towards some of those demands at that period of time. So that would be one point I'd make. The second point I'd make is we have, including for the on the items you've already raised with us, why the increase of staff, that goes to the Parliamentary Support System review, which draws in three statutory reviews and the Set the Standard review as well. So there's quite a body of work involved in that, as well as the MyEFO funding component to that, which also goes into security. And Senator, I would say the combination of BAU, which this group of people, this group of staff manage year after year, has been added to with both that ecosystem or support system review and the security component of that and the election. So that would be a.
Was there? You sort of touched upon it, but was there like any formal internal review or workload assessment which identified the need for these additional staff?
Senator, I would say that as part of certainly the MyEFO budget process, there was an assessment made about the need for consolidation of the various reviews I mentioned a moment ago into a system-wide review, and that would require additional staff to undertake that and support the reviewers. And I would also note, Senator, that as part of the budget process most recently, admittedly through the Home Affairs portfolio, funding has been put aside for the role of this department on security uplifts, and that most certainly requires additional staff to undertake that work.
So I mean that sort of goes towards answering my next question. Were the additional positions funded through new budget funding, internal reprioritisation or existing departmental resources?
Senator, I'm happy to take that on notice, but I will offer a couple of observations. I'd say there's a little bit of all of the above in that. We definitely have had MyEFO funding. We certainly had budget funding, I've already mentioned that, but we are also at all times looking at the ways in which we can move staff according to the demands on the department. I mentioned the election as one example of that, but I'd also say that at other times there are pressure points like any work group has, and we would look to reprioritise staff within our existing resource base as well. So I don't think it's one or the other, I think it's a combination of those.
Well, if you could, on notice, see what further information you can provide there.
Of course.
What is the expected annual cost of the additional ASL?
For the budget measure with security or with the MyEFO?
The staff going from 301 to 324, the additional 23 staff.
Can I take that on notice, Senator?
Are any contractors or consultants also being used to support Program 3.1 functions? And if so, how many and at what cost?
I think that's probably something we'll take on notice, but we'll take that on notice, Senator.
Does Finance expect the ASL for Program 3.1 to remain at around 324 across the forward estimates, or is this a temporary increase? You sort of touched upon it in one of your earlier answers.
Yes. Yeah. My answer to that, Senator, would be it depends a little bit. So, for example, with the Parliamentary Support System review, that's for a period of time, and there is out-year funding associated with that. But it is not necessarily, quote, forever funding. It is for a period of time. And I would note, in relation to the security funding under the current, the most recent budget process, again, I'd have to just check. That's a 4-year funding envelope for that work, but of course the government can reassess the appropriateness of that staffing and that resource base in the future.
Can the department provide the committee with a table showing Program 3.1 ASL for each year from 23-24 to 26-27, including actuals and estimates?
I believe we can.
On notice, that's fine. Thank you. Now, Departmental appropriation for program 3.1 increases to 30.697 million in 26-27 compared with 24.053 million in the 25-26 PBS. What accounts for that increase?
Senator, I'm just going to consult with colleagues.
So I'm just going to get the PBS, Senator, but I think it largely accommodates the $7.5 million commitment for the Parliamentary Support System review, and actually that'll be all in that budget.
Yeah, I think so.
So just to assist you in terms of the questions that I'm going to follow up with, how much of the increase is attributable to staffing costs? How much is attributable to supplier expenses, ICT, systems, accommodation or other non-staff costs?
Senator, what I would say is if in the course of this hearing we're able to give you answers to those, including because I've got colleagues listening online and behind me, we'll absolutely get those for you. If we can't, then we would take those on notice.
Thank you.
We will be straddling both sides of the dinner break, so that hopefully will give you enough time to have a good crack at it.
What specific service improvements should senators, members and their staff expect from this increase in departmental funding?
Sorry, Senator, I might ask you to repeat the question.
Sure. What specific service improvements should senators, members and their staff expect from this increase in departmental funding?
Senator, I'd note the answer I gave a little earlier, which is there is a sort of a full body of work that this staffing load and these resources cover year after year. I'll call it the business as usual component of ministerial and parliamentary services, and at all times we would seek to meet the highest levels of service. I appreciate that may not always be evident, but that is certainly the intent, and that is an ongoing feature. What I've referenced here today are the additional funding amounts that go to additional responsibilities on the department. So the way I would answer that question is to say we would always seek to uphold the highest levels of service to parliamentarians anyway, as well as juggling things like the Parliamentary Support Service review process. And out of that you could expect, I don't want to speak for the reviewers, and that's a process that will take some 18 months, but out of that you would expect a series of recommendations which you could imagine could include where there is need for uplift in servicing of parliamentarians and their staff, including the types of responsibilities that the Department of Finance holds.
I'll move on. So the 26-27 PBS shows 52.877 million in administered expenses not requiring appropriation in the budget year for outcome 3. In the 25-26 PBS, the equivalent budget year figure was 2.16 million. What explains that increase?
Senator, I'm sorry, I would have to take that on notice.
And I'm sorry, Senator, I should know that as the Secretary. I'm reading the note. It's made up of depreciation expenses, amortisation and resources received free of charge. If my CFO was here, I would be able to get him to the table, but where all of our departmental, the other outcomes are on tomorrow, so I didn't bring the CFO this evening. I'm very happy to take it on notice. So we can set out for you the differences in our appropriation in 26-27 versus 25-26, what has driven it.
Well, I'm sure there's a reason to explain it.
Yeah.
So could you provide a breakdown of the 52.877 million by category, including depreciation, resources received free of charge, any other components, the ones that you referred to before? And the question I've got is, does the increase affect the funding available to senators and members or is it an accounting mechanism that you're using there? So that would be...
I believe it's the latter, but I'll set it out with clarity.
Now, moving on, PBS shows expenses under the Parliamentary Business Resources Act 2017 falling from $264.636 million in the 25-26 budget year to $225.732 million in 26-27. What explains that reduction?
Again, Senator, I'd put that in the category of the types of questions we would usually defer to our Chief Financial Officer for the department for. So I apologise, I don't have the answer to that this evening.
And if over the break you could come back, that's fine. If not, you know where my office is. Which categories of PBR Act expenditure are expected to fall?
I'll add that to the list of on-notice questions, Senator.
And does reduction reflect lower expected travel, office costs, staffing-related support, election-related costs, or other factors?
I'll take that on notice, Senator. I suppose what I would observe, though, of course, there are major fluctuations in those types of demands from parliamentarians, depending on periods of time, including around election periods.
I was going to say whether the election being in May last year may have been an impact on the figure?
I believe so. I will, of course, check that and include it, if relevant, in our answers on notice.
Cool. Any costs previously recorded under the PBR Act line now captured elsewhere in Outcome 3? Is that something for your CFO?
Yeah, we'll have to confirm
that.
No,
I don't believe so. But cool. just a point of clarity for you, Senator, because the Parliamentary Business Resources Act is a special appropriation, it will expand to meet the needs of the entitlements that are currently in existence. So that would explain why it would be more in 25-26. If it indeed is more, it will be updated again at my EFO and updated again in the next budget cycle. Whether there's actually anything that has driven these estimate changes, I suspect it's more parameters, which will be inflation and those other broader economic indicators. But with the CFO, we'll ring him on the break and see if we've got something that can build that out.
It's all good. The PBS says the performance measures and targets for Program 3.1 are under review due to machinery of government changes following amendments to the PBR Act. What specific changes triggered that review?
Sorry, Senator, could you please repeat that question?
The PBS says the performance measures and targets for Program 3.1 are under review due to machinery of government changes following amendments to the PBR Act. What specific changes triggered that review? And I suppose I'll move on to, adding to that, which existing performance measures are being reviewed?
Senator, there is a machinery of government change that is legislated to take place on 1 July, which transfers function from Ministerial and Parliamentary Services to IPIA, the Independent Parliamentary Expenses Authority, and the related measures for that function are the measures that are under review. So we currently measure performance of a function that is going to be transferred to IPIA, so therefore we can no longer measure that function.
Will you... But you can still measure that function up to 30 June?
Yes.
That's great, okay. And when would that be finalised? You know, in terms of the review of that, is there a, you know, because the machinery government changes are shifting across, so do you finish 30 June?
Yeah.
Shifts across to IPIA?
That's right. So the review would have to take effect for the first quarter of the following performance period.
Okay. I think I understand. If not, I'll come back. When will the 26-27 corporate plan be published?
For the department?
Yes. Yes. I'm going to say yes. So thank you for the help from the audience.
Whilst I don't have the folks here with me, I'm just trying to recall it's end of August. September is the usual period.
Okay. Rightio. I've got a question here. Will the revised measures include clearer reporting on timelines, accuracy, compliance and service quality for parliamentarians and their staff? You can take that on notice. Yes. And given outcome 3 expenses are increasing and ASL is increasing, what additional transparency will finance provide to show what taxpayers are receiving for that additional resourcing?
Senator, what I would say is whether it's these or any other measures where there is expenditure under appropriations provided by government, we would look to be as transparent as we possibly can. I can't specify for you today precisely what those steps might be. Happy to take it on notice, but know that the intent behind it would be, like we do with other measures in this space, seek to have as much transparency as possible.
I can move on to the Commonwealth Parliamentary Workplace Report that was tabled on the 13th of May. I'll just read a quote from that, and Minister, the first question is going to head towards you. The report found that workload pressures emerge as a persistent structural challenge. Many MOPS Act employees report working above capacity and experiencing sustained increases in workload, reflecting the inherently demanding nature of parliamentary work and the constraints of small, fast-paced teams. These pressures intersect with psychosocial risk and contribute to fatigue, stress and variation in wellbeing outcomes, even where relationships remain positive. We've previously discussed on multiple times in this committee the Prime Minister's decision to break 30 years of convention and cut opposition and crossbench staffing. And to your credit, you've been very open with this committee, and to me as your shadow in these forums, in previous meetings explaining the processes behind this decision, and it's been very clear that it was a decision of the Prime Minister who made the decision to cut opposition staffing. Is that correct?
Well, the Prime Minister has the responsibility to determine staffing numbers, either to cut or increase. That is his responsibility. My responsibility, of course, is to implement the decisions that he makes, which I try and do in a professional manner. There has in response to the sorts of issues that you've just outlined there, of course, it's important to remember that during the last term, the Prime Minister did make a decision to increase electorate office staffing from 4 to 5 people. You know, that's a 20% increase. So it's not as if the Prime Minister has not been unmindful of the pressures that parliamentarians and their staff, and particularly their staff, are under, and that's why he increased the numbers. So, and that was done across the board. And I have to say, he doesn't get very much credit for that. People sort of take that, bank that, and then say, well, you know, what else are you doing for us? So I don't think it's, you know, a fair description of what the Prime Minister has done to say, look, he's just taking numbers away. He has in fact recognised that there is pressure on electorate staff. Can I make this observation also, Senator McGrath, and particularly in light of some of the decisions that your party have made just recently? I did start a discussion about, you know, the number of parliamentarians, given the increase in the size of electorates, particularly since the last time that this issue was raised and adjusted in 1984, and of course you as a party took a decision not to engage in that discussion. So the government does recognise the extra pressures on parliamentarians and their staff, particularly because of the way in which electorates are going. The Prime Minister has responded to that in the last term, and as I say, I don't think he gets enough credit for the fact that he did that.
Well, I was giving you the credit for that, Minister, in terms of the additional resourcing to parliamentarians.
Please don't give me any credit. It's much better to give the Prime Minister the credit. And I certainly don't claim any credit.
Well, notwithstanding the Prime Minister's decision to increase the number of staff for all parliamentarians, he also made the decision to cut the number of staff for the crossbench and for the opposition, which has had a flow-on effect in terms of the well-being of the staff who do work for crossbenchers and for the opposition. Since we last discussed this issue in February, have you had any further discussions with the Prime Minister in relation to the staffing cuts to the crossbench and to the opposition?
Look, I'd have to have a look at that. I thought there had been some further adjustments, but can you let me check that out?
I'm happy to, if you want to take that on notice, that's fine.
Yeah,
but
I thought there had been some further adjustments subsequent to our last conversation, but I'll get that checked out and I will come back to you.
We'll be here back after the dinner break, but also since the 2025 election, how many representations and or complaints have you or your office received in relation to staffing cuts? And that one I'm happy for you to take on notice. Now, following on from my previous comments, sorry.
I actually have a response to that earlier question about our response to questions on notice, which I might just read out to you.
Sure.
I've confirmed that the relevant answers were provided as soon as practicable. I note that a number of these answers missed the committee's deadline, which I can assure you has now been rectified. So hopefully what happened to these questions last time won't happen again. It does say here, as you'd be aware, my practice as Special Minister of State is to operate with an open door. So there we go. I've never limited access or information for any parliamentary colleague to these formal processes or committees, and my office will continue to provide briefings and information wherever possible. So it looks like there has been a problem, as you've identified, Senator McGrath, and I apologise for that. Shouldn't have happened, but with any luck, it won't happen again.
Thank you, Minister, for that gracious answer. But I'm going to go back. I'm like a dog with a bone. Back to the dog with a bone that's been reduced by 17% under the Prime Minister. So the impact on the staffing cuts on crossbench, but particularly shadow ministerial officers, has been quite strong. And these were the findings of the independent review of resourcing in parliamentarians' offices by the PWSS. Now, Minister, I realise the PWSS tabled their report on the 13th of May, which was the day after the budget, but I hope you've familiarised yourself with the findings of that report. But I would like to read out a particular quote from it, that 63% of MOPS Act employees report they work above capacity. Additionally, 64% report that their workload has increased over the past 12 months, and nearly half do not believe that their office has enough staff to meet work demands. I put it to you, Minister, that the Prime Minister's cuts to the opposition staff are directly impacting upon staff welfare. And in light of the findings that have come out in the PWSS report, will the Prime Minister reverse his decision?
I take it that what you're referring to there is a broader class of people than those people who simply work for opposition.
What you'd find that the opposition staff...
I'm not disputing the fact that they would fit into that category, but you are, I assume, talking about a broader
MOPS Act employees.
A broader class of people than just the people who work for shadow ministers.
And your experience with your very capable staff who are with you in opposition, you'd know that they do work long hours and that their quality of life is sometimes not fantastic, and that in an opposition where the number of staffing have been cut by the Prime Minister, that has meant that the already quite deleterious workload or lifestyle that opposition staff lead has been exacerbated by the cuts. And I would hope that what I'm asking to you is that will you raise again with the Prime Minister the welfare of all staff, but in particular of opposition staff, who have had the number of colleagues cut since the 2025 election?
Well, I acknowledge both that my own staff are all here today, work very, very hard and very often beyond the call of duty, Senator McGrath.
We all love our staff.
And I acknowledge that the same is true of you and your staff, that this is an unusual workplace, both in terms of the amount of pressure but also the amount of scrutiny that you come on, the fact that, you can be drilled about all of these things in a public forum where you're being filmed. In fact, working in a workplace where you're almost constantly being filmed does place a lot of pressure on people. I don't dispute that. As I said, I sought to engage a conversation about one way we might deal with that. The opposition has decided that they don't want to go down that path. That's fair enough. That's the end of that argument. We have set up a committee, and you have got a representative on that committee, and I appreciate that is not going to report for some time, but it's not that we're not unmindful of the pressures that are both on the parliamentarians themselves and their staff. And coming from a trade union background, I'm especially concerned that staff do feel that pressure. But as I say, it is an unusual workplace. But you have raised the issue with me, Senator McGrath, and out of deference to you, I will further discuss the issue with the Prime Minister.
The figure that I would ask you to bring to the Prime Minister's attention is that I repeat myself here, that 64% report that their workload has increased over the past 12 months. And
one way of looking at that, Senator McGrath, is the fact that the number of people in each electorate is increasing. So you would expect from
I appreciate, Minister, that you've got your bone and I've got my bone.
That fact alone must inevitably increase pressure on MOPS staff. So I'm not disputing the facts. I'm certainly not disputing the fact that staff feel this extra pressure. And I've indicated to you, particularly as a courtesy to yourself, I shall raise the issue again with the Prime Minister.
I should point out that it was the Prime Minister who ruled out the the increase to Parliament. So he was the decision maker there. Has the Prime Minister asked you for a briefing on the PWSS report?
No, but I've been overseas, Senator McGrath, so I wouldn't expect him to. But I'll take the initiative there, Senator McGrath, and I'll raise the issue with him again.
If you could, because opposition staff, and I don't want to get partisan or anything like that, but opposition staff are under a lot of pressure at the moment, and we're here for the welfare of our staff, and I would not want something to happen in terms of the health of our staff, both physically and mentally, because of the workload. So if you could raise it with the Prime Minister.
I accept all of that.
Thank you.
Accept the spirit in which you are putting that forward. As I say, I'm mindful about the pressure I put on my own staff, particularly in, the circumstances we find ourselves in right at the moment. But I shall raise the issue. And look, can I say, the Prime Minister took the initiative himself to increase the size of the electorate offices last time, so I think that's a pretty clear indication that he's aware also of the pressure that our staff are under.
Thank you. I'll move on. So thank you, Minister. Onto a totally different issue. Back to the department. When did the Department of Finance first consider adding Chinese-manufactured electric vehicles to the Commonwealth Parliamentarian Vehicle Scheme?
Senator, we'll just grab possibly another colleague to come to the table on that. But what I can say, Senator, is the list of standard vehicles available to parliamentarians was updated on the 1st of April, and it's based on the whole of Australian government fleet vehicle selection policy. And there's certain requirements that whole of government fleet policy includes. They go to safety ratings and so forth. So I'll stop there, Senator, but that's the timing from which that updated list was in place.
So can you confirm that 7 of the 22 vehicles available to parliamentarians are Chinese-made electric vehicles?
Senator, whilst I don't have the list in front of me and I will take it on notice, take your word that that's broadly accurate.
I have the list here, so it's more than 30%. So we've got the BYD Attio 1, we've got a BYD Dolphin, an MG S5, a BYD Seal, a BYD Sea Line 7, a BYD Sea Line 6 PHEV, and then a BYD Shark 6. So it's sort of just over 30%. Did the Department of Finance seek formal security advice from the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation regarding the inclusion of Chinese-made EVs in the parliamentarian vehicle fleet?
Senator, the headline answer to that is yes. This is a list that is based on, as I said, whole of government policy, including and in particular those set by finance and security advice provided by security agencies. And we have consulted with security and law enforcement agencies regarding the updated private plated vehicles list. And the Australian Signals Directorate provided, obviously, public advice regarding connected vehicles, Chinese-made or otherwise. And there is clear guidance about the conduct and handling of mobile devices with those vehicles.
I have some sort of follow-up questions. So just confirming that the department did seek advice from the Australian Signals Directorate regarding the Chinese-made EVs. That's correct. So just confirming the answer you just gave then. Did the department seek advice from the Department of Home Affairs or the Critical Infrastructure Centre on potential foreign interference or data security risks?
Senator, again, I'll just go back on my earlier answer, which is this list is based on whole of government policy, and I would acknowledge that I have colleagues from Department of Finance who will be here tomorrow under outcome 2 that can speak to the ways in which that whole of government policy is put together. But I can certainly confirm that as part of that, engagement with security agencies, which of course involves Home Affairs, was part of that. What I can also say is that the Australian Signals Directorate, as I said earlier, provides that public advice regarding connected vehicles. You've specifically asked about us engaging with the Australian the Australian Signals Directorate. I am going to double check that for you from accuracy point of view, but I can certainly attest to the security agencies writ large as having been part of the process to land on that list.
Notwithstanding those colleagues of yours will be here tomorrow, are ministers or parliamentarians who select Chinese-made EVs warned about potential surveillance capabilities embedded within connected vehicle systems?
Senator, what I would say there is that clearly parliamentarians should observe existing advice regarding all connected vehicles and exercise best practice, and advice has been provided through multi-agency briefings to parliamentarians on this since September of last year.
Has the government received any advice indicating that Chinese-made EVs may be capable of collecting or transmitting sensitive location, communications, biometric or behavioural data?
Senator, that's really a question for colleagues at other agencies, but I would just repeat the earlier point, which is we would not have ended up with a list of vehicles without adequate consultation with security agencies, including on the types of conduct that needs to be undertaken with any connected vehicle, Chinese-made or otherwise.
If you could take that on notice, notwithstanding that, has any Australian security agency identified risks associated with onboard microphones, cameras, GPS systems, telematics, Bluetooth connectivity or over-the-air software updates in these vehicles? You may wish to take that one on notice also.
Look, Senator, we can, but they are most certainly questions for colleagues at other agencies.
Okay. I'm going to go through all the questions regardless if that's...
I understand, Senator.
Did any security agency advise against approving Chinese-made EVs for use by Commonwealth parliamentarians?
We'll need to pass that to the appropriate agency, Senator.
Were any mitigation measures recommended by security agencies as a condition of approval?
Same as before, Senator.
Has the department conducted a sovereign risk assessment regarding foreign manufactured connected vehicles being used by parliamentarians?
Senator, what I can say is that the department has taken the advice of and the input from security agencies, which formed the whole of government fleet policy, which informs, therefore, the list of vehicles offered to parliamentarians.
Was any consideration given to the possibility that members of Parliament, senators, ministers or their staff may discuss sensitive or classified matters while travelling in these vehicles?
Senator, I'll have to take that on notice, except what I would say more broadly is all of the items that you've just mentioned there were relevant considerations for the whole of government consideration for parliamentarians and more widely.
And we're just heading up to the dinner break if you wanted to wrap up that.
I've got further questions
line.
in this area, but what we might do is just come back here. It's probably the best. There's a break there. We'll come back to this.
Great.
No,
okay, thank you, Senator McGrath.
Nice.
With that, we will break for dinner and we will return at 7:30 with the Department of Finance. Thank you.